Welcome back to OtakuDaiKun. You're going to continue Witch on the Holy Night, Mahou Tsukai no Yoru. Let me get everything set up for y'all. Let me see here the comments. The Game Awards, I think, are trash. I never liked them. Fire Emblem Engage. I don't know. The base game for Fire Emblem Engage looks really good. I don't think there's anything special about the DLC. I hate when they give, like, alternate costumes, but they're, like, really lame. Like, oh, you can dress everyone up like butlers. It's like, no, or even swimsuits. Like, you need to have something more creative and fun, and ideally more, exciting, you know? But yeah, could you fill me in quickly on what happened previously? Couldn't get to watch due to how early the stream was. Absolutely. I will totally do that. So, yeah, not a whole lot's been going on, especially if you've seen that demo, because some of the scenes intersect, but, you know, Aoko Aozaki is hanging out on the top of the mountain in this city, in the Kuonji mansion. She is learning to be a mage, but she's also trying to be, you know, a normal schoolgirl. She gets called in on her day off to introduce herself and show around a new student named Sojiro Shizuki, who is someone who grew up in the mountains without electricity. So he's a kind of a weird dude who doesn't understand a lot of modernity, as it were. And yeah, that's kind of really what's going on. She lives with Alice Kuonji, which is cute little witch girl. You don't really know a whole lot about her yet, and that's really it. Have you read Berserk? Yes, I have. Thank you, Caitlin B. I'm doing fantastic. Had a pretty good night. I don't think Elden Ring was the best game, but I'm not saying it has to be bad. It's just the Game Awards are circle jerks. Big corporate entities paying each other off to give themselves awards. Cool, I'm gonna get started. Just reading all your guys' comments. Oh, and Sojiro is now currently in the student council room with the vice president. Aoko is the straight-up student council president. Have I watched the new Gundam? Yes, I have. He spoke solemnly. And as carefully as possible, he recounted what had occurred the night before. You're an Aoko expert. It was 10 to 12, and lunchtime was quickly coming to an end. Her face popped into Class C, as lively as ever, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Aoko Aozaki announced her presence. The new anime MMO that was showed in the Game Awards, what's it called? I don't know anything about it. The game that I've been debating whether or not I want to support is that Samurai Maiden one that has censorship and trash localization. While Aoko wasn't part of Class C, she didn't let it bother her as she casually entered the classroom. Not sure why that would bother you. In contrast, the baby birds who had been so noisily chirping while eating lunch quickly quieted and began to rearrange their seats. I don't need Western game journalists to validate Xenoblade. Like, I already know that that is my game of the year, for sure. And, yeah, it's just like, so I don't care if it gets nominated or whatever. It doesn't really mean anything. Blue Protocol. Let me take a look. You guys, mentioned it. Let's see. Blue Protocol. If it's an MMO, I can't really be all that excited about it, I don't think. It looks kind of cute. It looks like a little bit of Genshin Impact. It's got that cel shaded graphics. Some very cute characters. I'd be waiting for some attractive outfits because right now everything it looks kind of like Sword Art Online level designs. It looks very Sword Art Online-y. Basically, if I could put my character in a midriff, that would be dope. But there are too many games that are all resembling each other right now, and it's very difficult to keep up with, I guess. Especially with these live service games that require you to yes, smash Alice. She's cute. I like her. But not as much as Aoko. Yeah, it's really weird. So it's like Nikkei Goddess of Victory came out, and there are like that game already is kind of like Arknights in aesthetic, not gameplay, thankfully. It's a third person arcade style shooter, whereas Arknights was tower defense. I don't know, it's really weird that there are so many. I'm just watching all the mobile game ads that come into my feed, and they all look like the same aesthetic as kind of Arknights. Everyone's trying to be like Arknights, and now we got everyone trying to be like Genshin Impact. We had that Tower of Fantasy and all that stuff. So she bristled internally before looking around the room. She could not see the male student she had come here to find. She hardly stood out, or he hardly stood out, so she thought he might be hidden in a corner somewhere, but that appeared not to be the case.
有里君、出席番号12番のしずき君は
Aoko kept her tone professional.
俺しずきならさっき飛び丸殿下が連れて行ったよ。
The boy was shocked that she actually knew his name. One might think that the reason students referred to Tobimaru Tsukiji by a royal title was because he was the chairman's son, but it was because he actually acted like royalty. In fact, the vice president was said to have taken a liking to the title.
飛び丸があいつしずき君と仲いいの
Punishing Gray Raven. See, that looks like Tower of Fantasy to me, a little bit, from what I've seen. But yeah, they're all trying to emulate that kind of edgy, Arknights-y, dark sort of aesthetic. They all look the same. Although there is one really fantastic looking chick right here. Ooh. Me likey. And that's the thing, they all look fantastic. They're all gorgeous. But at their core, a lot of them are basically the same game. And there's only so many games you can be, like, invested in when they're live service games, where they expect you to, play around their schedule. Oh, there's a new event. You gotta make sure you get your dailies. I hate dailies. It's bullshit. No, I'm not gonna play Danganronpa anytime soon. She seems surprised. The class seems surprised at her surprise.
いいも悪いも築地君が男子と仲良く話してるのって今まで見たことなかったよ私たちあ、木の実君はバカだから別だけど
そうだよな。初めは殿下もあんまり話してなかったけど、3日もしたら楽しそうに口喧嘩してたもんな。ま、しずき相手に突っ張っても仕方ないじゃん。あいつ変だけどいいやつだし。
そうよねいい人だもんね宗十郎君
Having recomposed themselves, Class C started chatting again. Aoko listened for a bit before turning around and leaving the class with a later. Bill Clinton? What? What does that even mean? Yep, if you don't know life yourself on these games, it's too hard. There's only so many you can commit yourself to. Even Fate Grand Order, you know? Like on the 12th, they got their Christmas event. I'm still making the lore of Heian Kyo. It's crazy. All the Sojiro talk finished as quickly as it had started. Lunchtime was coming to a close in the student council room. Sojiro, having told his story, was smiling in satisfaction. Tobimaru, still across from him, was frowning. What was the story he told? Sojiro told his yarn as best as he could. Tobimaru fingered his brow as if he was angry or concerned. That's a mean thing to say. His response only confirmed Tobimaru's suspicions. It had to be one of two possible conclusions. That what Sojiro had just told him was true, or that Sojiro was so tired that he must have been hallucinating at the time. Tobimaru sincerely hoped it was the latter. I'm having a good day, just getting started, really. Hearing his suggestion, Tobimaru's face darkened. Hallucinating. Maybe Aoko believes your story about ghosts. As bitter as Tobimaru's words might have sounded to most, Sojiro swallowed them whole. Satisfied, Sojiro finished off his last rice ball and neatly folded the cloth. Did you get the limited edition for PS4? I did. I mean, obviously it's not here yet. It doesn't come out until the physical version. Yeah, it doesn't release until like the end of January, which is really weird, you know. So I'm playing the digital version right now, and I will, of course, be buying the collector's edition, whatever they call it. No, I did not play the Higurashi Gacha game. I didn't even realize it was in English, if it were. That his face was as serious as it was made Tobimaru realize just how big a culture shock Sojiro must have been experiencing. He didn't tell us the story yet, which is really weird. It's like, we're just going based off of what, yeah. Yeah, there's no PC version. You can play it on PC with a Switch emulator. Living up in the mountains with no electricity, in a place where the night sky was as it always had been, where humans were just one more organism in nature's garden, it makes sense that those conditions would create a boy like him. The idea of children growing up so pure was an appealing one, but maybe it was natural to forego civilization when your population was so small. Or perhaps it was so simple a word that excessive knowledge was deemed irrelevant. A world. It was precisely because city life offered him so much that was impossible up till now, that he had come to the conclusion that anything was possible here. Yeah, I think it comes with stuff like that. I don't remember, I just bought it without thinking. It was in the shut up and take my money category. But Sojiro seemed unsure. And on Tobimaru's part, there were things to Sojiro's story that he found hard to swallow. Whether true or not, the incident Sojiro had described as disturbing.
どんな間違いでそう見えたかは置いておいてだ。結果だけ見れば、うちの生徒が
I would imagine the story would be described later. It'd be kind of dumb to do it otherwise.
しかも双方を控えめに表現しても普通じゃねえ。
As a newcomer to town, Sojiro assumed that everyone his age was a student at his school. For better or worse, he was right.
一人は火炎放射器を持って、もう一人は
Oh, flamethrower and a naginata.
ナギナタでも持ち出したのか、刃物らしきものが何メートルも伸びたときた。
Sojiro bobbed his head up and down as he listened to the disbelief in Tobimaru's voice. Hearing it repeatedly by someone else, he could see how someone might think he was taking them for a ride.
正気を疑うな。尋常じゃないぞ、その話。宗十郎、お前。
I saw a flamethrower! I did! I saw a flamethrower!
いや、全く。けどまあ、都会にはそんな人間はいないんだろ。
Type Moon decided to make an MMO. Which Type Moon story would you like MMO setting to be? I mean, they'd have to do it in Fate. Like, imagine, like, running around and doing, like, the Holy Grail Wars. That would be awesome, right? Like, you summon a servant, and you run around and you fight other masters and stuff like that. You could almost do it like Pokemon style or something. Preferably more fun than the game's Game Freak has been putting out. Is the memberships going towards the collector's edition? Wait, what? Oh, no. No, it doesn't. Believe me, the collector's edition of Mahou Tsukai no Yoru, or Witch on the Holy Night, is minor compared to, you know, real bills that people have to pay. You know, it's like one of those things.
Nara Tobimaruの言う通り、夢でも見てたんだ。ここのところアルバイトと試験が重なって辛くて。
Winter break was just around the corner at the end term exams were but a week away. Both were proving formidable opponents for Sojiro.
俺は基本ができてないから、人の倍程度の勉強じゃ追いつけない。
Although before we get a Fate MMO, I still want to see Fate Extra Record. That's gonna be awesome.
そりゃするんじゃなくてなるものだが、まあ、何にせよ、やりすぎ飲みすぎは良くねえわな。試験前ぐらいはバイト減らしたらどうだ？減らしてはいるんだけどね。年末ってアルバイトを休む人も多くて、その代行も頼まれがちだし。
He shrugged helplessly. It was obvious from his words that he had been busy. Even if he was not going crazy, lack of sleep could have caused him to daydream. Even if all this did go down in the middle of the night. You played it in Japanese? Yeah. I bought the Aniplex of America release of this game, to clarify. You need to download the VM. You'll probably do so after finishing Dean's Day Night. Yeah, I love Dean's Day Night. Sojiro nodded with a pained look on his face. What was strange, however, was that he did not look the least bit tired. As he answered, Sojiro looked up at the clock on the wall. Lunchtime was almost over. It's hard to imagine that they would do something like a straight-up MMO that didn't have, like, gacha elements, though, so I can almost guarantee you whatever servants you used in it would be, like, FGO style. So, yeah, that would suck. Because then it would be basically the same thing over and over again. Well, I rolled Artoria in this game, but now I need to roll her in this game. And it's like, Lord. I mean, I like Edelgard, so I would go with hers, except that her route got shafted by the development team. Sojiro watched as Tobimaru made a gesture that seemed to lament the life of the student council member. His eyes looked as if they were looking at a piece of art and not understanding its value. It would help if we could keep the conversation a little more geared toward this game. That way I don't have to stop so much to answer side questions. The vice president angrily defended himself as he stood up. The transfer student merely gazed at him unfazed. I don't know where he gets the G in Sonoji. No, you're good, Connor. You're absolutely good. I just noticed that for people who want to tune in to the stream and actually see this game, it can be really hard when I get bombarded with so many questions at once. So maybe just slow them down is all. Well, I must have been joking. Sojiro took his tone to be completely sincere. He listened as he envied Tobimaru's ability to be so open about his feelings. From his frame of reference, there was nothing he could do but take Tobimaru for his word. When... The door to the student council room flew open, washing away Sojiro's half-hearted response to his friend. This frosty statement destroyed the warm atmosphere of the room. It also marked the abrupt end to Tobimaru Tsukiji's reign here. If we got Tsukihime too, it would be a visual novel, likely. What is Fate Empire of Dirt? Wasn't it like a fan-made, like, spin-off? I don't know a lot about it myself, honestly. Not missing a beat, Aoko Awazaki stepped inside the room. Her dark hair was slightly disheveled, as if she'd been running. Her gaze missed the sitting Sojiro entirely, and was focused completely on the ranting vice president. Sojiro quickly got up to head back to his classroom. Tobimaru grumbled in front of Aoko. He cut himself off. Aoko briefly shifted her gaze to Sojiro. Not a complaint, it was her honest opinion. Her eyes shimmered with a murderous glee. It was slightly different from the more sullen gaze to which Tobimaru had grown accustomed. For whatever reason, Aoko's mood seemed worse than usual. Aoko asked abruptly. Sojiro frowned a little bit before saying he was fine with either one. Is there still Melty Blood DLC even on the way? I haven't been paying attention. I think the dudes of Fate Stay Night and all the other Type Moon stuff would get along well. It reminds me of Carnival Phantasm, how Shiro acted with Shiki, talking about their girl troubles.
うちの校則読んだわよね。
Oh, he has to get a club.
例外もなく部活動に参加しなくてはならない。正直どうかと思う校則だけど、決まりは
There was a whole lot of extra dialogue just to get to that point. She could have just came in the room and said, "Hey, Sojiro, you need to join a fucking club." It makes it really hard to translate. Like when I was trying to do the lore of Tsukihime remake, it was really difficult because you'd get into these very nuanced sentences that don't really say a lot, and you could probably skip like a good 30% of them just to get to the point. There is nuance to be found there in subtle personalization, but that stuff is really hard to translate.
でしょうね。
An equally terse response, and certain players are definitely just going to want to get down to it, get on with it. She was typically to the point, but Tobimaru got the impression that she was expressly trying to keep her interaction with Sojiro short. They stared at each other in silence. Can you even swim at this time of year, though? Tobimaru stood breathlessly silent on the sidelines until Sojiro broke the impasse.
青崎は分かってると思ってた。あ、いや違う。きっと分かっているんだな。うん。だから、そこが強いんだろうね。
Sojiro stood up from his seat. He walked past Aoko and into the hallway. You mean Gramps? I think we just know Gramps is Gramps. I don't think we're supposed to know his real name, his human name, before becoming Hassan. Unless his name was just legit Hassan. He walked past Aoko and into the hallway.
それ、明日からでいいんだろ?
しずきくんがいいならね。
He did his best to force a smile before leaving the student council room. While watching the events play out, Tobimaru found himself deeply impressed with Sojiro. He could tell from Aoko's behavior that she was trying to get a rise out of Sojiro. Sojiro, on the other hand, was none the wiser to what Aoko was doing, so he simply went about his way. To Tobimaru, it was hard to believe that Sojiro had not taken offense. All he observed was the performance of a lifetime in Sojiro, as he maintained a poker face. He looked at Aoko curiously. Aoko stood completely still, glaring at the wall. Aoko showed no response. Yeah, Reddit theories are just that, theories. Her fury echoed across the student council room. It was a beautiful sound that could be heard in the hallway, and made Tobimaru's rant from earlier pale in comparison. Yeah, I know you want Fujino. Perhaps her shouting was still ringing in his ears, or he was just the type to answer a shout with a shout, but he shot back reflexively. She's such a bitch. He stuck up too, though, for sure. I prefer Arihiko, he's more down to earth. Based on that statement, Aoko must have been under the assumption that dating is the act of two lovers whispering nonsense to each other. Probably her bird.
いつになくきついじゃねえか、青崎。
ちょっとね。今愛嬌振りまける状況じゃないのよ。
不思議だ。この2年間で青崎の愛嬌なんてものは見たことがないんだが。
飛び丸のいない時に振りまいてたの。
そうかよ。やっぱりあの時のこと恨んでるんだろう。生徒会長。
You talk about when you punched her, you asshole? There was only one thing Tobimaru could be talking about. The incident that occurred in the student council room this past summer.
ずいぶんと昔の話じゃないそれ。そんなどうでもいいことに容量を使っちゃもったいないわよ。ただでさえ脳の覚醒部分が少ないのに。
As the conversation wore on, Aoko's murderous aura began to fade, and her sharp gaze gave way to a calmer demeanor rarely seen from her. It would be really interesting if they added Gray as a DLC character, and then she interacted with Artoria, right? It was quite possible that nobody besides Tobimaru had ever seen this side of her at school before.
ご忠告どうも。俺だってあんなことは忘れてよ。ただ、さっきその字がバカなこと言いやがるから、つい思い出しちまったんだよ。くそ、考えてみりゃ場所まで一緒じゃねえか。
Despite his ranting, his face betrayed a touch of nostalgia. Aoko, on the other hand, was scowling.
ちょっと待って。あの話、彼にしたの？
ああ、俺がてめえに、なんで会長になんか立候補したのよ。あんたは副会長って顔でしょ、どう見ても。なんて挑発されて、生涯最高の月をしたところまでな。
Aoko let out a sigh, as if relieved that Tobimaru had not told Sojiro the rest of the story. Even she wasn't sure why.
あれは確かにびっくりするぐらいいい月だった。
Would you kick his ass then?
ところで、私そんなこと言ったっけ？
言った。しかも俺が保健室に運ばれたのをこれ幸いと強引に副会長にしやがった。
Since that day, Tobimaru had served as the vice president to the person who'd usurped the role from him.
いいけどな。俺に会長職は合わねえって分かったし、副会長の方が性に合ってやがる。会長なんてやってたら危うく親父みたいな野郎になってただろうしよ。
プライド高い分、できることは全部やるからね、飛び丸は。会長職に先進するあまり、気がついたら優等生になってたあんたも見たかったけど。
Yeah, I remember older Rena for that one scene.
やめてくれ、ゾッとしねえ。猫かぶるのはお前だけで十分だ。
Tobimaru shooed Aoko away like an annoying pest. It was a typical example of the crude verbal abuse they exchanged on a daily basis, with a witness that only two longtime foes could manage. A wittiness, not a witness.
で、なんでそんな話したのよ。
は？
半年前のここの事件を。
ああ、そっちか。いや、あいつがバカなこと口走ったからなんだが。
He stopped himself before he said anything more. He knew better than to let slip the fact that Sojiro had a thing for Aoko. Everyone knew guys didn't sell each other out like that, even if it was all, in truth, a misunderstanding.
それより、さっきのはないんじゃねえのか、青崎。お前、Sojiroに恨み。
What do you mean, how can you stick to the game? What game are you talking about? Oh, I see. You guys are saying to stay focused on Mahou. Sorry, I get you. He wanted to retort that she was more like a queen than a princess. But he'd come to know her too well over the past 2 years to dig himself into a hole like that.
恨みはないね。それにしちゃ恋に喧嘩売ってただろ。確かに調子の狂うやつだが、あいつほどいいやつはいねえだろうに。
別にあんたまでそのセリフを言うのかって心底から見下げ
Oh, come on.
まあいっかいいやついい人結構じゃない
Why would you pick a fight with him? He's such a good boy.
誰も憎んであげ
And
ない
he respects you when you don't respect him. She said casually, having regained her composure. Tobimaru could not follow her reasoning at all. Tobimaru was used to Aoko's erratic trains of thought, but hating Sojiro for no reason seemed needlessly cruel. His friend's naive and innocent face came to mind, and then he blurted. Oh, so you said it anyway, you turd. His vow of silence had lasted not even 2 minutes. I mean, it would make sense if Olga called us an idiot. He tried to take it back, but it was too late. She had heard his words loud and clear. All he could hope for now is that she would take it well.
そりゃそうでしょう。好き嫌いは誰にもあるし。けどこればかりはね。彼が私と仲良くしたいって言っても、私は嫌いなんだから仕方ない。
Stone cold Aoko. Tobimaru found himself filled with indignation at how detached Aoko was being.
いや、そんなお友達感覚の話じゃなくてだな。
The only Santa I want is Santa Gyaru Suzuka Gozen in FGO proper. He shouted, his face the embodiment of sincerity. Aoko gave him a blank stare. It was the face of someone who had lost their wallet hours earlier and was only just realizing it now. The first instant of doubt that ushers in the reality of the situation. But an instant is all it was. She answered coolly, as if she had no idea why it should matter to her at all. This is your chance to back out of it, you turd. I just want Shiki to Yogi, that would be fun. Tobimaru gave up any pretense of masculine solidarity and fired back hard. She ruthlessly cut him off. Thinking of the boys who still harbored unrequited love for Aoko, Tobimaru tried hard to come up with a name befitting that demoness in front of him.
なるほどね。それでさっきの話に結びつくわけだ。へえ、柄にもなく友達思いじゃない？殿下。ってことは、聞くも無残。
She laughed as if a fiendish smile adorned her face, or as one did. Tobimaru repented to God, whoever and wherever he or she might be, for ever bringing up Aoko's love life. She was smiling, but Tobimaru wished she'd at least try to hide the bloodlust. Aoko nodded with satisfaction as he listened to Tobimaru's hesitant answer. Had this been in writing, the chillingly sweet tone of her words could have been signed with a heart. Whether angry or happy, Awazaki spoke in a disturbingly cute manner when she was in a heightened emotional state. Tobimaru took note of this new discovery, aware that it did nothing to get him out of the situation. He knew that it was a topic he would be better off avoiding, but he tried asking anyway. The bonds between men at times shine more beautiful than a pearl.
私が彼のことを嫌う理由は自分でもわからない。だからダメなのね、きっと。
Perhaps to placate Tobimaru, Aoko paused in contemplation before she answered. Giving it a moment without immediately blurting out a response meant that not even he could complain.
そうか。まあ、そういうことならしょうがねえか。何しろ、綺麗さっぱり感情論だ。お互い理由もなく好きと嫌いじゃ、手を貸す隙間もねえわけだし。
Thinking that would be the end of it, Tobimaru looked up toward the ceiling and silently apologized to Sojiro. However, his final sentence appeared to have piqued Aoko's interest.
待って、今のどういう意味？
Her faux cheer had vanished. Failing to pick up on this, Tobimaru answered nonchalantly.
いや、あいつもさ、青崎に惚れた理由がわからないなんて言いやがってな。ああ、違ったか。理由なんてないなんて意味だったかな。
Tobimaru was still in disbelief that Sojiro had been charmed by Aoko's appearance, so he purposefully left that part out.
理由はない。
What is that face supposed to mean? She looks like she's gonna murder someone.
ああ、なんで。俺がいくらお前の噂話をしても無駄だった。天津さえなんて言ってたかな。あ、そうそう。
You guys are gossiping the fuck out of this.
青崎の心配は本物なんだとか、自分はそれで助かってるとか、俺な、はっきりしてんのは他の野郎どもと違って、噂を聞いても手を引く素振りなんざみじんもなかったって。
Again, a girl who kicks the stalker is not a bad girl because she kicked a stalker. Tobimaru finally noticed the shift in Aoko's demeanor. She was scowling at the wall. She glared at it in silence like it was her worst enemy, and this continued for several minutes.
何それ？さっきといい、それといい、どこかで聞いたような。
I don't know. Chill. So much pressure! Oh, Jesus! So great was her ire that the gnashing of her teeth was audible. The irritation seethed until it reached the point that Aoko forgot Tobimaru was even in the room. Tobimaru looked heavenward for forgiveness, sensing that he brought further calamity down upon Sojiro's head.
少しわかったわ。なんであいつが気に食わないのか。
Tobimaru looked away as if to indicate that he'd rather not know, but Aoko ignored him and began to grumble venomously.
あいつ、私が嫌いなやつと。
Who do you despise? Who is this person?
誰彼構わずいい人扱いされるところとか、妙にふわふわしてるところとか、いちいち私の勘に触るところとか。
Glancing idly at the clock, Tobimaru thought that last part just sounded like misplaced anger. And that was that. 1 o'clock had come and gone.
わかった。もういい。この話をした俺が悪かった。で、俺に用ってのはなんだよ。言っとくけど、もう授業始まってるぜ。
え？授業って、なんで？いつ？
いや、さっきその字が出てってから。
Around the time you were pissed off at the wall.
チャイムが鳴ったんだよ。いいのか、生徒会長。5次元目ばっくれて。
Hey, that's your fault, lady.
いいわけないでしょ。なんで黙ってんのよ、あんたは。
She looked like she was on the verge of tears as she spouted and pulled at his necktie. Tobimaru raised his hands in mock surrender, a gesture reserved only for the true victor.
蚊の方がエレガントなんて言いやがった仕返しだ。思い知るがいい。男の純情を踏みにじったり焼き殺したりするエリート悪魔め。
相変わらず細かく根に持つ男。言動には言動で返しなさいよね、卑怯者。
She tightened his necktie around his neck with a yank. The vice president smiled a thuggish grin, as if her reaction made his victory that much sweeter.
お前の古典が破滅に向かっているのは周知の事実。そして A 組の5次元目は言うまでもない。藤代のばあさん。青崎のこと嫌ってるしな。
Fujishiro had one of the longest tenures at the school, so it was only natural she would be in charge of teaching the classics.
さあ、こんなところで俺のネクタイを引っ張る余裕が。
Hello, SS Yeah, bilingual. Interesting. What are you bilingual in? I'm assuming English, for one. Will you stream the whole game? I am not able to stream the entire game, and that is because of streaming regulations put forth by Aniplex. I mean, I suppose I could just ignore them, and they would try to copyright strike me, but I'm not going to let that happen. But yeah, they have given permission, I suppose, to stream up until Chapter 5, and until I hear otherwise, I won't go any further. She choked him even harder with his necktie. As Aoko put words into action and mercilessly strangled Tobimaru, he saw his life flash before his eyes. Aoko glanced up at the clock. It was still only 1:07. Her route was from the student council room on the 2nd floor to Class A classroom on the 3rd floor. If she ran, she could make it. Aoko clicked her tongue disappointedly. What disturbed Tobimaru was that she didn't like the sound, or that it didn't sound like an empty threat. I don't know, I like seeing her legs. That was fun. Interesting camera angle for a visual novel, for sure. She was halfway out of the room before she even finished her sentence. Finally, all alone, Tobimaru closed the open door, locked it, and slumped into a chair. He leaned back in the creaky folding chair and let out a sigh. The weather outside was beautiful, but the sunlight waned early in the winter. Before long, daylight would fade and the unheated student council room would grow colder and colder. All of the good equipment, like the heater, had ended up in the main office, so he had no choice but to settle in for a chilly afternoon. Will I do a lore about Mahou? Of course I will. After his somewhat suggestive monologue, Tobimaru's mind drifted. He idly wondered to himself whether Sojiro was an overcast day or a clear day sort of guy, but no answers came. The school day over, Sojiro headed straight to his job. While the school had approved his jobs at the Chinese restaurant and fish market in Misaki's shopping district, there was other work he hadn't mentioned to them. How many different jobs can you juggle, buddy? And it was not because he knew that they would complain at him working too many, but rather because of the illicit nature of one job in particular. Ooh. Today his workplace was a pachinko parlor in front of Yashinogi Station. Sojiro changed out of his school uniform and into a black faux tuxedo uniform, then began cleaning the storefront. Yashinogi was the jewel of Misaki City, a busy place with a vast assortment of commercial centers and shopping arcades. Where there were people en masse, there were products made en masse. A romantic might describe it as a place of joy. A realist would note the free enterprise, and a cynic would point out at all the garbage. Local authorities had attempted to beautify Yashirogi, but there was one basic tenet of society they could not overcome. This establishment was the embodiment of that rule. Businesses such as this attracted the dregs of society, and as such, the front of the parlor had to be cleaned several times a day. Sojiro stood outside in the winter cold, sweeping used-up cigarette butts, picking up discarded flyers, and tossing empty cans into the trash. This just sounds like the outside of where I worked at Best Buy. Something about it must have reminded him of mountain life, because he cheerfully finished the job with ease. After making sure the storefront was acceptably clean, he returned to the inside of the parlor, where it was nice and warm. I love Aoko here color? What do you mean here color? Blinding lights, deafening sounds, and the oppressive odor of tobacco assaulted him as he passed through the parlor on his way to the office.
店長、外回りの掃除終わりました。
はい、ご苦労様。それでいいかな。2階の40番台のお客さんの様子見てきてくれない？どうも懐。
Oh, cheater! His boss was a good-natured man who used to work a desk job. The reason he employed someone like Sojiro, even though he was clearly a student, was not because he admired him for working his way through school. It was because of all the other employees were scary and intimidating, and he wanted at least one employee who was not.
いいんですか？トイレの掃除まだですけど。
いいのいいの。なんかね、カメラの死角にいるんでいまいち確証取れないの。そうちゃん、今のところ的中率 100% でしょ。様子見てきてくれないかな。
Hearing that, Sojiro put away his cleaning equipment and headed upstairs. Her hair color? It was a typically large-scale pachinko parlor with 2 floors. Well, you don't hear her hair color. Oh, I see. You love her hair color. Sorry. It's amazing how, like, a typo can really throw me off. It was a typically large-scale pachinko parlor with 2 floors. It prided itself on being a local establishment that was satisfied with taking the locals' money little by little, without resorting to more exploitative means. But regardless of the parlor's intentions, its customers were not so scrupulous. Among them were casual players, professional gamblers, and cheaters looking to profit by exploiting whatever loopholes they could find. Of particular prevalence was a device developed in the mid-80s that would disrupt a machine's circuitry from the outside and make it much easier to get what was called a 777 jackpot. As much as the parlor wanted to deny these cheaters entry, it needed to present hard evidence of cheating, or risk losing customers. Particularly in the service industry, innocent until proven guilty was not a rule taken lightly. In America, you could get sued for accusing somebody of that shit. As a result, they could only punish the customers they caught in the act. Pretty much how it is with Best Buy, too. Such cheaters were known as gotoshi, a slice of society which Sojiro knew nothing about. What he did know was that they were inconveniencing his employer and violating their rules. He went upstairs. The radio and game machine sounds on the second floor were quieter than the cacophony downstairs. There were 100 game machines on the ground floor, and over 80 on the second. While there were some empty seats here and there, it was a solid evening turnout. The machine mentioned by his boss was in the center aisle. Sojiro nonchalantly leaned back against the wall and watched the customer hit the jackpot over and over again. Oh, look at that ass. She's a cheater. The second he saw her, his gut told him that she was not cheating. Or maybe not. He was still not sure what made someone a master swindler, but if it meant they were special, this woman certainly fit that description. It was almost as if he could feel the luck emanating from her. As the customers looked on, she silently turned the handle again and again. She appeared older than Sojiro. She wore a green, form-fitting one-piece dress. A pair of stockings covered her legs. Her slender legs were gracefully crossed, and her elegance suited a painting better than a casino. You know, if Aoko needed this much money... Sorry, Toko. If Toko needed this much money, she might as well, like, just hang up at pachinko parlors more often. Because in Kata no Kyokai, she's not very good with her money. She'll blow it on random antiques and stuff and not pay poor Shiki. Poor Kokuto. Her dark reddish hair was cut short in a bob, perfectly framing her stylish spectacles and crimson lips. I don't think Shiki even gets paid very much. Truth be told, something was off about this picturesque beauty, ringing the jackpot over and over again. 4 boxes worth of pachinko balls sat at her feet, and her winning streak showed no signs of abating. She looked bored as her slender porcelain fingers lifted a long cigarette to her lips. Stop smoking, you Rich. Just as that thought crossed his mind, her gaze turned toward the wall, and Sojiro. The eyes of a mage! Suddenly a chill ran down his spine. He reflexively covered his mouth to keep from shrieking. I'm talking, well, Shikita Yogi, yeah, she comes from a rich family, but the apartment she lives in is, like, empty as fuck, and she only has, like, water bottles in there. I don't really know what she, like, eats. Acting on pure instinct, Sojiro took off running. He headed straight downstairs, desperate to not be on the same floor as her. He would have run straight out the door, but for his obligation to his job.
店長、早退します。それと、2階の人は問題ないです。
Are you doing a video about Lost Belt 6? Yeah, of course, when they come out. As soon as they come out, I get hard at work making the lores. We just did Hei and Kyo, so I gotta make a nice lore video of that. It's gonna be about 40 minutes long or so that's a pretty substantial extra piece of lore. He tried to keep his composure as he spoke, jamming his school uniform into a paper bag as he ran out of the parlor. Cloudy weather brought the shadow of night over Yashirogi as he ran through the shopping arcade toward the station. He shot up the long staircase like an arrow, quickly pulled his train pass from his wallet, and passed through the ticket gate. The ticket gate was crowded with people standing around, walking and talking. The station attendant by the automatic ticket machine had an unpleasant look on his face. There was now a familiar, comforting hustle and bustle around him. Just another day in the city. Nothing like what he witnessed the night before. He could finally breathe again. The momentary rush of relief brought him to an abrupt stop. He nervously turned around. There was no way that dangerous individual could be behind him. He sensed a vibe from her. He could feel it. He couldn't think of a good reason why he'd fled so desperately. As far as he could remember, he hadn't even seen the threat's face long enough to form an opinion about her. Sojiro gave himself a good slap on the cheek to pull himself together, and quickly made his way down to the platform. Unfortunately, the next train was 10 minutes away, and panicking would do him no favors, so he quietly found an empty seat and sat down. He took another deep breath. He was surrounded by people waiting for the train just like he was, and no sign of anyone pursuing him. His head finally cleared up, and he assured himself that he was overthinking things. Though he was surprised at how heavy his shoulders felt. Sojiro sighed at his greater-than-expected fatigue. He had certainly struggled since coming down from the mountains, but in retrospect, it could have been worse. Physically, he was probably holding up fine. He was much less confident in his mental state. The city in the mountains could not have been more different. He had been slow to recognize the differences and adapt. Acclimation was simple enough. Humans were nothing if not adaptable. Even without any effort, one would learn to adjust over time. Recognizing the challenges had been the hard part. Either she's cheating in ways you can't prove, or she's just that good. Sojiro grumbled a complaint he'd never uttered before. To be honest, he was still afraid to wander around town. There were so many things city people took for granted that Sojiro had yet to grasp. It was little wonder that his never-ending chain of surprises would wear on him. He muttered to himself, then shook his head. That which exists, exists. Such was the way of all things. Tobimaru had called it a hallucination, but Sojiro knew what he saw was real. The city was a magical kingdom compared to the mountains. If there were real magicians secretly living here, that should have been no surprise at all. The thought alone made his legs tremble. It took him a moment longer to realize they were quivering out of fear. He had feared the unnatural ever since he encountered a wild bear on his mountain path as a child. Sojiro smiled a little as he recalled his traumatic childhood memory. Anyone would have fainted at the sudden appearance of a growling beast that towered over 6 feet tall. The monster in the movie that Sojiro saw not just 2 days ago was the equivalent of a cuddly stuffed animal when compared to the wild mountain creatures. He was reminded that he'd faced far worse before, and his ordeals now was something he could endure.
そうだよな。今の問題はとちらっと聞こえた最後のセリフか。捕まえて始末する。
Oh. Someone was trying to kill you! At face value, the meaning was obvious. The implications were simply too frightening to contemplate seriously. Perhaps he had misheard the words, or perhaps the speaker had misspoke.
都会のルール。誰かがきっと罰しに来る。
Even as he said it, the idea didn't quite feel real. It was hard to imagine that it applied to him. Sojiro breathed in and closed his eyes. His vision dimmed, putting the illuminated cityscape out of sight and out of mind. For now, he resolved to put last night's events behind him. When he opened his eyes, his breathing had calmed.
それでさ、青崎を殴りつけようとして。結局どうなったの？
She kicked his ass. The question suddenly popped into Sojiro's head. He decided he would ask next time, and stood up from his chair. A long streak of light blazed by, announcing the arrival of the next train. Oh. What episode are we on now? Was that really a whole episode, a whole chapter? Yeah, we're in chapter 3 already. They're not going to let us get very far, are we? Let me tell you how the events of yesterday transpired. On moonless nights, you must never look back. Was it a lesson or was it a warning? It was so very long ago. At the time, I could not have imagined what I meant, what my very being would become. One night it came without a warning. I was filled with an anxiety so heightened that it made me want to burst into tears, so I fled to my grandfather's workshop. Oh, this is Aoko now. Unlike the grandfather I knew, he smiled and kindly placed his hand upon my head. Yes, the Red Death follows your every step. Rather than consoling me, he sent me home with only those haunting words. That night, I'm certain that I sensed a shadow lurking behind me. Something or someone watching me from afar. Then, little by little, year by year, it drew closer. Eventually, the presence that once felt like a spot on the horizon grew so close that I couldn't feel its breath down the base of my neck that you could feel its breath. Gotcha. Of course, it was all in my mind. When I turned around, nobody was there. But that night marked the beginning. In hindsight, I later understood the indescribable anxiety I felt was the dread of certain death. The cow jumped over the moon. How much time has passed since that night? It lingered deep in the recesses of my mind where childhood memories are kept. A faded storybook-esque memory. On dark nights, I still hear the faint echo of my grandfather's words. But no matter how strong the wind may howl, or how entrancing the song of the girl next to me, I could never bury his ominous words completely. The girl beside me said. Alice's inflectionless voice spoke volumes of her role as the bystander. That night, there was only me and her. It was the night I would mark as the birth of who I am today. For what should have been quite the memorable night, it sure wasn't a promising start. Dense clouds blocked the starlight above like a black umbrella. Strong wind tore through the sky, carrying the heavy clouds with it. The hands on the clock in the middle of the park pointed skyward, as if reaching for the moon. Unfortunately for them, tonight there was no moon to point at. The winter air grew fiercer as the night wore on. Inhaling felt as though it would freeze me from the inside. The air chilled me to the bone, threatening to pass up my spine directly to my brain. To prevent my mind from being paralyzed, and to prevent my fingertips from becoming stone, I sparked a fire using my internal rhythm and emotion.
触覚を譲るわ。幸運ね。あの位置なら刻んでおいたウィスプが灯る。
I responded to Alice with a nod, and then for just a moment, I saw the ground. My legs quivered ever so faintly. I told myself they were shaking from the cold, but I wasn't so sure. In reality, they may not have been numbed by the cold, but by fear. I breathed a sigh of relief. My humanity must still be intact if my emotions are still present. Prison school is not on my priority list right now. Before I could sink into a pool of my own sentimentality, the sensations from the bounded field flowed from Alice into me. A transparent wall covered the entire park, an unrecognizable carpet rooted deep under the earth. Alice Kuonji's chants of the Mother Goose fairy tales permeated the night. The sensations became one with my body. I felt goosebumps on my quivering right arm. Someone had trespassed. The goosebumps crept up my right arm like ants, and slowly but surely made inroads for my heart. Holding back the desire to drive them out, I waited for them to reach a certain, definitive position. A moonless night. The park's quaint streetlights were not enough to lift the darkness. The ants came to a stop. Far, far from my right arm, they had reached my very heart. Even without the aid of my sense of sight, I could see the intruder lurking in the darkness. To starboard, in the bushes about 30 steps back, on all fours, it was beckoning with its right hand. The enemy's movement, and my perception of it, were in lockstep. I spun around. The enemy's arm stretched out like a spear. This lethal weapon aimed at the back of my head brushed my hair at breakneck speed. With the omniscient view granted by Alice's ward, I managed to avoid it by the skin of my teeth. My hair fanned through the air from the violence of the attack. An attack grazed my cheek and I felt a small, sharp pain. It felt like the kiss of death. Is Fate Einherjar going to come out in English? I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, it would be amazing because then I would have to, finally have to stop looking for translations on every little light novel that Fate has. I switched the flow of my body's blood to a different cycle. The blood running through my veins, at a few meters per second, transmuted into an imaginary element. My body became a single circuit, and my heart transformed into a completely different engine. An unknowable motion of immeasurable heat, a mystic, yet untapped by humankind, that made me who I am. The fire of life behind all miracles and fables. This is what we mages call magical energy. I turned around, set the enemy in my sights, and held up one hand. My arm was the agent of my will. The lack of experience meant my magecraft would only be possible with the use of vocalizations and gestures. Magical formulae were engraved all over the park. All I had to do was ignite them. I needed to direct the flow of magical energy within my body into each formula. Typically, a mage acts as a conduit. Whether wired or wireless, the mage simply pours magical energy into the formula. Releasing this energy in the form of a projectile, stream, or any number of other methods would usually suffice, but in my case, it was the feeling of my limbs whipping out. Burninating the puppets! I fought speed with speed. Yes, Aoko's circuits do rotate. It's a unique property of her. The enemy's arm, extended 10 feet forward, became engulfed in flames. It was nighttime at the park. The scene reminiscent of a campfire, but one in which the center of the flames contained a humanoid figure, wriggling like a shadowy puppet. The flame subsided just as unnaturally as it had ignited. No cracking, no burning smell,
結界返すわ。死体を確認するから。
After telling this to Alice, I headed toward the motionless figure. I killed it. I killed it. I killed it. Regardless of who my opponent was. I just took someone's life. My throat parched. I swallowed the truth that without this sense of reality, I would have been helpless. So hard and bitter, impossible to swallow, but I tried to anyway. It was unnervingly calm. My heart pounded and my breath felt heavy, but my mind was nonetheless calm. I don't know, I guess it depends on what Aoko's even capable of doing at this point. She's still learning. By the time I realized it, the charred remains were already in front of me. Bracing for a counterattack, I carefully examined the corpse. Everything seemed fine. This body lying slumped to the ground was nothing but ash. But something wasn't right. To begin with, its remains didn't smell organic. Not willing to believe my hunch, I took a closer look at the corpse's face. All that greeted me was the fearless white face of a mannequin. Screaming, I kicked the mannequin. The corpse crumbled to ash and disappeared with the wind. This was no corpse, this was just a puppet. And for all our efforts to lure the master out, we had once again been tricked by a familiar. My debut, my first test out in the open, would be postponed for another day.
いつになったら一人前にって。あれ?
At that moment, I suddenly noticed something familiar in the corner of my eye. Something seemed strange about the slide on the other end of the park. It appeared as though its shadow were larger than it should be. Was I still drunk on the high of battle? It took me a second to realize what it was. Calling out was a mistake. Startled by my voice, the figure wearing a familiar high school uniform took a step back, and then it broke into a sprint, like someone running for their life. Or should I say, he was doing exactly that. In a rush, I shouted to my partner, but she hadn't even noticed the third party's presence in the first place. Though it wasn't as if she could move by myself, I could move by myself. Embarrassingly, the fight had taken more out of me than I'd have liked. There was no time for niceties. For us, being seen there was a matter of life and death. Shaking off the numbness in my legs, I made for the park's exit. I had to admire his escape. The witness, party to the entire night's proceedings, had disappeared into the darkness of the residential district without a trace. Complaining to myself wouldn't bring back the figure in uniform. Bitter at my own incompetence, I gave up the chase. Though temporary, the park had become Alice's woods. For anyone within a few feet of the park, other park-goers' identifiable features and voices became murky, like the stuff of fairy tales. Tonight's proceedings may have had a witness, but if our identities were still hidden, this was still a chance. It was a boy! You can't know that anymore! This is 2022, you can't judge. I returned to the park. That uniform was, without a doubt, from my high school. That was clue enough. If he was a schoolmate of mine, I had plenty of methods to flush him out. Because channeling mana can be ridiculously hard, and they were setting up a bounded field that she was maintaining alongside Alice, which is like creating a barrier. So it takes a lot out of you and your magic circuits, not necessarily like physically, but they play off each other, you know? Amidst my grumbling, I set my priorities straight. Before some strange rumor spread, I needed to seal the witness's mouth shut. That was the highest priority, quickly and without mercy. Looking up, I saw Alice's previously distant figure. Though she was in as much trouble as I was with her existence as a magus also exposed, she also had one thing to say. Magus. Magus. Her statue-like figure staring into the darkness seemed more expressionless than calm. You telling me you can shoot blue fire from your hands, buddy? I was pissed off. Her inscrutable voice resembled the moonless night so much it made me angry. That better not have been an actual full chapter. Are you kidding me? Well, it says 4, so shit, I guess we can only do... Wow, they're not letting me play a lot of this, can they? Lame, we might even just finish this today and be done with it. That sucks. There really isn't any other way of saying this. I'm a magician. Kinda like those witches in fairy tales who live alone in the woods and perform miracles with the wave of a finger. While the popular depiction of it differs from reality, it's closer to the truth than you may know. Though just so we're clear, no, I don't fly through the sky on a broom. I cannot transform into animals or speak with small birds. Modern mages are nothing so fanciful. Our existence sounds unbelievable, but we're quite grounded. Though it may seem like we can do anything, we're actually majorly constrained. And while I still have a lot to learn about it, this is my real job. Sounds a lot more romantic than being a high school student, right? Naturally, this is a secret I just don't share with anyone. A mage must do everything in their power to conceal their work. That is the first and most important of the association's 10 laws. Not that I'm tempted to let the cat out of the bag in the least. My secret identity as an honor student is intact, and absolutely no good would come of me revealing my true nature. If anything, it'd only lead to more headaches. That's why I do everything in my power to keep it a secret. Of course, if I'd accomplished anything as a magician by now, then maybe I'd see it differently. I fantasized about revealing my secret life's work to a single, special person. When I finally make something of myself. Yeah, it'd be pretty stellar to just confess one day. By the way, I'm a magician. That idea alone is enough to keep me from spoiling the big reveal, regardless of the association's rules. My grandfather patted me on the head when I shared these thoughts with him. I don't know if that was praise or what, but I remember that his touch was gentle. I first learned that I would be succeeding my grandfather on the day I graduated middle school. When I returned home, there he was. Your elder sister left on a journey. From this day forth, you are the heir to the Aozaki. He said it in such a matter-of-fact way. I knew that the Aozaki family passed down this old tradition of magecraft, but to be honest, I never imagined I would be the one to wield it. Magecraft is supposed to be passed down to a single child. It was my sister's role to take the mantle, and I had no interest in dedicating myself to so many rules and routines. I planned to live a normal life. I had hopes and dreams for the future. I felt bad for my sister, but I was determined to live life my way. And while I managed to do just that for a time, I was blindsided by a vicious counterpunch. Since then, I've been thrust headlong into a world I had only observed from afar. It was a hell of a way to start high school, but I suppose it wasn't all that bad, all things considered. A lot has happened since then. I was so dazed by this newfound life that a year of school motored right by. I was a second year before I knew it. Thankfully, nothing drastic has happened. The 6 months my roommate and I totally tried to kill each other, notwithstanding. As it happens, I've got a natural talent at this magic stuff, so I've yet to have any hang-ups there either. I'm only human, so I've had my fair share of headaches for sure, but never once did I worry about my future. I'm either caught up with the anime or I'm one episode behind. I thought my life would be smooth sailing all the way. If only everything had gone to plan last night.
どう？
Alice Kuonji asked Aoko Aozaki the second she entered the house. Her dark eyes succeeded where her voice failed to communicate the gravity of the situation. Aoko took off her unflattering coat, hung it on the hanger, and sat down on the sofa. Alice sat across from her. with a table separating them.
そっちは
よくないわね。偵察に行けるのは7個ぐらい。ここのところ使ってばかりで作り置きをする余裕もなかったし。
Alice's gaze drifted from Aoko to the box on the table.
あの夜街を監視していたやつはいないの？街の偵察は完璧なんでしょそいつら。
それは昼間の話よ。夜間飛行は危険が多いわ。
Meaning they were of the least use when needed the most, Aoko sighed.
そういうあなたは朝は随分と強気だったけど。
ああ、こっちは予定通りよ。明日までには絞り込めると思う。今朝飛び丸にうちの生徒の自宅と行動時間を調べさせたから。あの時間に公園をうろつくやつはめったにいないし、簡単に割り出せる。
そう簡単に行くの？
行くわよ。伊達に生徒会に勤めてないわ。その程度のデータは揃えてある。
I'm not sure exactly which timeline it's on, which one it intersects with and all that.
月1のバイト先はおろか、親しい友人宅との移動時間、その優先順位まで調べ上げてるんだから。人には見せたくなかったリストだけど、そんな余裕ないでしょ。だからそういうのが向いてる副会長にやらせたの。
Incidentally, the creation of this secret file started the moment Aoko became student council president. The mere rumor of its existence was enough to strike fear into the entire student body.
そう。徹底しているわね。
No, I'm not... You guys misunderstand. I'm not restricting my stream to patrons only at Chapter 6. I am not going to stream past Chapter 5, because that's what Aniplex wants. The risk is copyright strikes and stuff like that, not so much anything else. Don't worry about that. No, there are no special Patreon streams of this game. Alice was only mildly surprised. It had been almost 2 years since they first started living together. She knew as well as anyone that when Aoko put her mind to something, she saw it through to the end.
ま、私もあれがこんな風に役立つとは思ってもみなかったけど。ほんと、備えあれば憂いなしとはこのことね。
But what happened last night was far beyond a mere exception to the rule. The predicament should not have been possible.
それより原因は分かったの？結界の結びに不手際があったなんてのは聞かないわよ。
Aoko glared at her. The ward was Alice's responsibility. If it was to blame for last night's trouble, Alice had to own up to her fair share. Did you see the new trailers for Fire Emblem Engage, like the expansion pass? Yeah, I did. I did see that. Alice and Aoko may have been roommates and partners, but it was a relationship of convenience. While lineage had brought them together, they were more like enemies than allies. Ultimately, they were just not a match. Where there was a blunder, it was punished. Where there was an opening, it would be attacked. If there was even an opportunity, the two of them would kill each other in the event of such a moment. Alice locked eyes with Aoko. Aoko's fierce gaze could make a grown man cower in fear, but Alice did not bat an eyelash.
仮の話だけど、あの結界に落ち度があったのなら、今まで何度もこういう状況になっていたでしょうね。
I suppose you're right, Aoko agreed, as the question reaffirmed her trust in Alice.
結界のあり方は完璧だったのね。
絶対とまでは断言はできないけど。
Bounded fields are a type of magecraft that separate space, basically. You know, generally it means creating like a barrier or a region that you could keep in secret that other people couldn't see inside. Or you could be like, if someone crosses into the barrier, it would send a signal that would let you know that there's someone in your vicinity. There's all sorts of uses for a bounded field, but it basically is just kind of like a type of spell. and they were supposed to have a bounded field around their little magecraft operation last night, but apparently Sojiro accidentally was able to get through it and not trigger anything. A bounded field is like a wow, that's funny. Like a sanctuary sealed away from the real world. Steps are taken whereby a certain area is cut off from the outside world. There are various kinds of bounded fields. There are physical ones that close off an area behind a wall, and less tangible ones that use mirrors, mist, or trees to conceal that which occurs within. However, when closing off an area to the outside world, you cannot avoid communicating the abnormality's existence. In other words, the area may be closed off to the outside world, but it is impossible to hide the fact that it's closed off. In time, someone will take interest in a sealed-off area, even if they cannot see what's going on inside. Some might say that this is putting the cart before the horse. The ideal field would be one that was both undetectable and impervious to interference from the outside. That was exactly the kind Alice had generated in the park last night before.
その場所に用があっても、今はないように思わせれば、誰もそこには立ち入らない。隠したい場所の周りに、一時的な意識の改ざんを促す結界を張る。手間はかかるんだけど、1時間程度の人よけには信頼性は高い結界よね。アリスの鏡を使った一級品だし、途中で破れることもない。事実、入ってきたのはあの人形だけだとはっきり感じられた。これで完璧じゃなかったら何が完璧なのよ。
私もわからない。森作り。
Well, this doesn't explain everything, I'll tell you that.
森は数日かけて栽培したものだし。
And I do it in a teasing sort of way.
けど例外があったのなら、どこかで見落としがあったのね。
Though Alice's words conceded the possibility, her eyes expressed her confidence that she had been overlooking her confidence that she had overlooked nothing.
参った。こうなると、一番いいのは、あいつが人形使いだってパターンね。それならかろうじてな。
I guess it depended on where the enemy was being sighted. So they put up the bounded field and tried to fight the weird puppet thing. So maybe the puppet decided the park. Teasing? The hell does that mean? I mean in the exact way you just complained. Where they're like... They show you something extremely mysterious, and then kind of after the fact, explain a little bit of it. You know? Like how you were like, what do you mean those things? They haven't explained what those things are yet, so they're teasing, you know? The thought of being targeted by this individual was pretty terrifying. If they were able to penetrate Alice's field, it could only mean that their skill in magecraft was superior to Alice's. Alice in her current state would be completely helpless against such a foe.
その線はないわ。彼は部外者よ。ムクドリはともかく、ロビンが後をたどれなかったもの。魔力の気配は全くなし。誰かの魔術で操られている犠牲者というのもないわね。
Aoko was quickly running out of straws to grasp at, and that meant she was out of questions to ask. All she could do was call it bad luck and leave it at that.
魔術師の秘密を見られて、おまけに目撃者を逃がした。か。
The sofa groaned as she leaned back. Her gaze went up to the brown ceiling with a sigh. It wasn't much of a view. She was becoming increasingly depressed.
青子、覚悟を決めておいて。
I actually like Mahou Tsukai no Yoru more than Tsukihime. Her roommate's voice seemed indifferent, but Aoko just kept staring up at the wooded ceiling.
それとも、あなたにできないのなら、私が言ってあげてもいいけど。
The cool-mannered girl's statement carried an equally icy implication. Aoko took the words in slowly, with as much sincerity as she could muster. It was like trying to swallow molten lead.
そうだ。 覚悟なんてもう決めたでしょ。
I can't find I don't have a local game store, really, that I would trust or go to. So it's like everything ordered online these days. You can't pick this up physically yet, though. It is, for whatever reason, maybe it's manufacturing issues due to COVID or whatever. It seems like a lot of games are struggling with that lately, but they won't have it manufactured until, like, they won't be shipping it out until, like, late January. So it's currently in the pre-order phase. The digital version is the only one that's out right at this moment, which is kind of fucked up. It'd be nice if you got, like, a digital code for buying the physical version because of the wait, because otherwise you're not able to play it on release date, or you'd have to buy the game twice if you want the digital and the physical, so it's like, fuck that. The thought sounded hollow even as it popped into her head. This was clearly different from last time. While the aim was indeed the same, the circumstances surrounding her target were clearly different. She may have been determined before, but that was as a mage. If enemies emerged, she would kill them. If she was challenged, she would step up to the fight. It was a fight between two mages, and her opponent was in the wrong. Even if this could only end in death for one of them, it was an outcome both parties could accept. Kill or be killed. Morality had no weight on this scale. But this time was different. Her opponent was neither enemy nor mage. Even if she was prepared to kill them, this person was likely not ready to die. That's why morality did factor into it now. Was she truly up to the task of murdering an innocent person? Could she swallow the fact that this was a common occurrence for a mage? She snorted sardonically. I have never heard of that word in my life. Being a mage did not mean that Aoko was some kind of monk who could cut ties with the real world on a whim. If there was one thing Aoko hated, it was doing things without conviction, or an understanding of exactly why she was doing them. When she acted, she preferred to act decisively.
やるしかないだろうね。
As she said it, she got up from the sofa, having had her fill of the ceiling for one day. Aoko had returned to the Aoko of always, and Alice was done probing her.
じゃあこれ
As if to reward her, Alice produced a small bottle. It fit neatly in the palm of her hand. The bottle looked completely out of place in her slender fingers. The glass was cloudy and it appeared empty. Some shreds of paper remained on the front where there was once a label.
何よそれ。
Aoko stared at the bottle suspiciously.
収納の小瓶ちょうど一つ余ってたからあげるわ。
はい。
名前は忘れたけど中国の小説に出てきたのと同じよ。
Aoko was miraculously able to parse what Alice meant.
それってレンゲ堂の兄弟の話？じゃああの赤いひょうたんと同じなわけ？言いたくないけどそこら辺の風邪薬のラベルを無理やり剥がして小瓶に見せかけてるそれが？
Alice looked at the bottle and acknowledged how ordinary it looked. She also understood that she would not be the one using it, as she set it on the table.
赤いひょうたんじゃなくて陽子玉の上瓶の方。
そういう問題じゃない。私は魔術師としての雰囲気を論じてるんだ。
些細なことを気にするのね。せいろがんの
What?
だけいいと思うけど。
She made a good point.
蓋を開けて相手の名前を尋ねればいいから。ただし相手に抵抗する意志が残っている場合、小瓶は割れるから気をつけて。
Aoko raised her eyebrows.
ちょっと待った。抵抗する意志があるとダメって眠っている時にやれってこと？
それは試したことがなかった。眠っているのに返事をする人っているの？
たまにいるけど。まあ確かに珍しいわね、そういう人。
In that case, one would have to weaken them until they were about to pass out.
ああ、そうそう。薬や魔術がかかっているとその重さでも割れるから気をつけて。
使えない。 それってほとんど役立たずってことじゃない。
それは青子次第ね。
Alice turned away as she replied, as if the topic no longer mattered to her.
はあ、アリスがこういう小道具好きなのは知ってたけどね。これも
Aoko asked, hoping Alice would deny it.
多分。それで
It's how Alice is the one giving this to her, and she's like, I don't know, I've never tried it. She's being rather unhelpful about this. Without answering, Aoko dithered a bit before taking the bottle and putting it in her pocket. She figured she might be able to find some use for it. Two hours had passed, and the clock struck 9. Their conversation had moved from the drawing room to the sunroom, and had manifested into the kind of scene one would not expect in such a mansion.
まあ本当はね、飛び丸に任せる気はなかったんだけど。
A hot earthenware pot sat on the table. Aoko spat out complaints to no one in particular, as she plucked food from it with her chopsticks. Tonight they were eating a traditional Japanese meal that looked out of place in this mansion. When it came to the kind of Japanese hot pot, where all one had to do was buy and boil ingredients, it was usually Aoko's responsibility. Alice sat across from Aoko as she silently poked at the pot with a fork.
山城のやつが来るなり、しずきくんはまだ部活に入っていないから面倒見てあげてくれないかな、なんて言ってくるもんだからさ。全校生徒の行動範囲なんて見直す気力なくなっちゃったのよ。
The egg she had plucked was still as silky as a baby's bottom, so she returned it to the pot. She settled for the shirataki noodles instead.
そりゃあのバカがバイトで忙しいのは知ってるわよ。だからできるだけ春先までのんびり
Yeah,
してて。
it'll come in February because it releases at the end of January.
当たってみたのに。
And it takes time to ship. Amazon doesn't, like, do that whole, like, release day shipping thing as often anymore.
ありがとうの一つもないってのはちょっと尺に触るわよね。ねえ、聞いてるアリス。
As if her mouth was full, she simply nodded in response. Her expression stated that she had no interest nor opinion on the matter, but she at least appeared to be listening. Satisfied, Aoko nibbled on some, hanpen fish cake.
それに私、いい人なんて言われるやつは信用できないのよ。あろうことか、飛び丸までそんなこと口走る始末だし。あれはいい人なんじゃなくて、ただぼんやりしてるだけなんだっての。だいたいあそこまで言われて怒りもしないなんてどうかしてるわ。
Her thoughts went to what had happened in the student council room earlier that day. She remembered how non-responsive Sojiro had been to her words. His unconcerned face alone was enough for her to swallow the rest of her hanpen without chewing it.
何が分かってるんだなよ。
His words were a lot like those that ended their childhood.
青子ちゃんは分かっているんだね。それでも自分であり続けられるということはとても強いことなんだよ。
Yes, the Play Asia version is different, because that is the Japanese version, which also has, presumably, these exact same English subtitles. I'm curious if that is true. But that one came out in Japan earlier, so... yeah, weird. Like, or rather, the Japanese physical and digital came out at the same time, whereas there's a gap in the US one. No, this is the official US release that I'm playing right now on PlayStation 4. Perhaps it was meant as a compliment. It's also on Switch. But she took it as a patronizing way to pity her, because the person who said it had acted like she was looking at a wounded animal.
ま、あんな変態の言ってたことなんて今更どうでもいいけどさ。
That episode might have made her the most confused she had ever been in her life. Yet what shocked young Aoko the most was the look of pity on the face of the person she admired the most.
喧嘩。
The abrupt comment stopped her in her tracks.
ごめん、聞いてなかった。喧嘩ってあの喧嘩？
Alice nodded.
あなたの感想だけじゃ状況はよくつかめないけど、つまり青子はその人に喧嘩を売りたかったのね。
Alice bit into the very last hanpen. Her remark was unexpected, but completely on point.
なんでそうなるのよ。私はあんなのと1秒だって関わりたくないだけだってば。だいたいそれどころじゃないし、興味とか全くないし、会話もこれ以上ないってぐらい簡潔に切り上げたし。
ならどうして今そんな話をするの？
え、それはあんたに今日の調査過程を知らせてあげたのよ。それ以外何があるっていうの？
What other reason could Alice be suggesting Aoko had been bringing it up, or had for bringing it up? It would be several hours later in bed that Aoko realized that she had dug her own grave.
いいけど、私は別に。ただ、青子は本当にその人が嫌いなの？
Alice ate her hot pot in silence, as if she was honoring some sort of sacred ritual. Her face was as indifferent as always, but she was secretly enjoying how flustered Aoko was. Aoko was none the wiser to this. Normally, she would have noticed immediately, but she was not quite herself at this moment.
本当にって、そりゃそうよ。気に食わないって何度も言ってるじゃない。
そう。
Such a creative little way to show this camera angle. Yeah, I don't think we do a Higurashi cosplay. Their outfits aren't all that, like, unique, personally. Wouldn't be as much fun.
は？具体的にはって、そんなのに理由なんて。
She trailed off as she finally realized how disagreeable she was being. She could come up with no reasons why. Her instincts had told her that she was incompatible with that hick. But why such a strong reaction? More than anything in the world, Aoko hated emotions without reason, and decisions made with no rationale.
嫌いなものは嫌いなんだから、ちゃんとどっかに理由があるんだと思うけど。
She became more flustered the more she talked. Unfortunately for her, she could not come up with a coherent reason to hate Sojiro Shizuki. It was not his fault that he had zero common sense. It was the fault of the environment he grew up in. In fact, it was admirable that he was trying so hard to adapt to civilized society. As clueless as he might seem, he was not a complete waste of space. If he seemed a bit slow, it was only because his gentle nature compelled him to think before acting. When one looked at everything objectively, the conclusion was obvious. As much as she was loath to admit it, he really was the good guy everyone had pegged him as.
ちょっと本気かっての。人間的に悪いところ、本当にみじんもないのか？あれ。
There was plenty, so she left it at that for now. The chopstick she had been using came to a stop. She was getting very annoyed. An irrational hatred burned through her head. Unable to come to terms with her feelings, she desperately tried to analyze Sojiro, but her mind only went in more circles. Alice fixed Aoko with a deadpan stare.
呆れた。
A small sigh.
らしくないわね、青子。
Those words were the final blow. Aoko felt the floor fall out from under her. She was unable to leave her chair until long after Alice had finished eating and left. However, even after getting knocked down, Aoko Awazaki was not one to be kept that way. She made short work of clearing up after dinner and, after conceding the first bath of the night to Alice, left the drawing room. Since it was customary in these sorts of mansions to turn the lights off when leaving an empty room, the only lit areas of the house were the drawing room and the two girls' bedrooms. The upstairs was enveloped in darkness. Aoko briskly made her way to the deepest part of the east wing along the long corridor, illuminated by the light of the moon, and arrived at her room.
結論として、やっぱり騙し討ちは気に食わない。
She had been considering this on the way down the corridor, or perhaps ever since she left the drawing room. The moment she entered her room, She drew her proverbial line in the sand.
やるにしても隠れるのはなし。正面から堂々と向かい合って理由を言う。
This was not a concession driven by feelings of sympathy or compassion. For her, this was simply the way things ought to be.
よし、そうと決まれば。
After settling her resolve, she headed to the study next door.
木曜棚の当時欄、緑の背表紙と。
Without hesitating, she removed one book from the countless volumes on the shelf. The introductory textbook transported here from the Aozaki residence were separated into 6 shelves labeled Monday to Saturday. Aoko had organized the books by topic, genre, and purpose, and had more or less memorized exactly what was in her personal library. Referencing any of this material took her no time at all, as was befitting the role of the keeper of this study. Though this keeper's fiefdom was nothing more than a small room. Both Aoko and Alice had given up all hope on the cluttered mess of a library in the annex. Nevertheless, on occasion, Aoko would have no option other than to give Alice a heads up and visit it when this study did not meet her needs.
できればそれは避けたいところだけど、と。
Aoko placed the thick, green book down and took a seat. The desk she sat at was sturdy but uninviting. It wasn't the sort of furniture girls her age grew attached to, but she liked its minimalist elegance nonetheless. She flipped lightly through the book's old, worn pages.
アリスみたいな結界は私にはまだ無理だ。人払いはその場所自体に頼らないといけないか。
The mountains? The woods? The school building, empty at night? She was looking for a place that would be, except for the worst of luck, void of people, allowing her to forego the use of magecraft.
茨の壁だの魔力の霧だの、そういう回りくどいのもなんだしな。退路を断つっていうなら、もっとこう見た目にも状況的にも派手な方が効果的だし。
Muttering about how there had to be some basic spell that fit her needs, she continued to flip through the pages. It goes without saying that she was looking for a way to deal with the witness from the previous night. Magecraft's uses were many, but not all-encompassing. Fundamentally, Magecraft was good for making things or phenomena that existed already, while more or less bypassing the time and resources conventional means would require. It was, however, unable to manifest phenomena that were impossible in this world. It was essentially an equivalent exchange that used a variety of shortcuts. A phenomenon made possible by human hands, actualized by an individual's power. That was generally what Magecraft was. To give a simple example, if Aoko were so inclined, she could make an entire lake appear at the mansion. However, it had to be something that existed within this world. Nothing, not even the smallest matter, could escape this unbreakable law. Even if Aoko were to release a level of heat on par with an F-15 fighter jet's afterburner, that event would only be possible if the circuit named Aoko Aozaki acted as a temporary input variable in a magical formula. The derived equivalence was simply a value that already occurred in reality. If the variable in the equation did not exist elsewhere in reality, the spell would not be valid. The imaginary element known as magical energy was like a lie that could only slip its fantasy through the network of order at the moment of ignition. Giving form to the non-existent illusions invading reality was something the universe did not allow.
とは言っても、エーテルは基本何にでもできるんで、大元が嘘なんだっけ。魔力だけで構成されたものは幻想扱いされて急速に消えていくとか。典型的な結界、茨の壁とかはもともと茨を生やしておいて魔力で一気に成長強化してるものだし、魔力っていうのは結局使い勝手のいいガソリン兼事象に火をつける火花ってわけで、なんて言いつつ架空要素云々より基本的な回路の接続と魔力を加工して弾くことぐらいしかできないのよね、私。
Laughing to herself, she looked for a bounded field or something similar more suited to her current ability. The The identity of the witness was still unknown, but if they were a classmate of Aoko's, she had any number of pretexts by which to lure them out. The problem was after that.
そうなると問題は命中率よね。一撃で決めないと逃げられちゃうだろうし。
To be honest, she wasn't confident she could handle this smoothly without Alice's support. But Aoko saw no reason to ask for help, given that the target in question was a regular bystander. Fledgling as she was, she still had her pride as a mage. She continued to turn things through the pages rhythmically. Turn through them. In the midst of the fluttering sound of thumbing through the volume, Aoko suddenly stopped her finger at a certain page.
見つけた。
She smiled to herself. It was a simple formula that she had tucked away sometime somewhere in the recesses of her memory. A spell of simple destruction.
檻をね、作ればいいのよ。狩りをする時の常套手段じゃない。獲物を逃げられないようにするのは。
She placed a bookmark in the book, closed it, and got up to return to her room. Suddenly she felt someone watching her. Through the window she saw her in the night, a girl staring back with a cold-hearted expression. The girl's face was hers, the expression undoubtedly her own. She began planning how to erase the witness. Though to say it was something as elaborate as a plan was overkill. This was just a job. She was going to make a cage and then lure her prey into it. There was no getting around it, premeditated violence.
さ、そろそろアリスは上がったかな。
Spoken in the hope a bath would return some warmth to her her chilled heart. About 20 minutes had passed since she gave Alice the privilege of the first of the hot water. Alice tended to bathe quickly, finishing well under 10 minutes. Her roommate was the type that could not understand the spirit of the bath, treating it as nothing more than a necessity for looking after one's body. For Alice, the concept of staying at a hot spring inn sounded more like a chore than anything. Though in this regard, Aoko had to agree.
よし、浴場はカラッと。あれ、今に電気ついてる？
It was unusual for Alice to sit in the drawing room after her bath. On nights when she had nothing to discuss, it was her style to return directly to her bedroom.
アリス、いるの？
Alice nodded. With no book in hand, it appeared that Alice had been waiting for Aoko.
そういうこと。私も信用ないな。
Aoko scratched her head in exasperation. Was it that Alice was worried about her, or had no faith in her? Her expression was so calm, Aoko could hardly figure out what she was thinking.
方針なら決まったけど、聞く？
その顔を見れば聞かなくてもわかる
Really?
わ。迷いがなくなったのはいいことだけど、悪い癖ね、青子。
Alice let out a small sigh. It was unusual for Alice to make such a display of her disappointment.
ええ、騙し討ちは趣味じゃないから。殺すにしても正々堂々、正面から理由を言った後にする。それならすっぱり後腐れもないし。文句ある？
文句はないわ。そういうの、好きか嫌いかはこの際関係ないでしょうし。けど、
確実性はどうかってことでしょ？私、いまいち命中率悪いし。その辺の問題は場所選びでフォローしようかなと。私はアリスのようにはいかないから、物理的に逃げられない場所にしようと思うんだけど、何かアイディアない？
Alice nodded in thought. The finger that gently rested on her lips indicated that the question was to her liking.
鏡はどう？鏡の国なら永遠に閉じ込めていられるけど。
あんた、そういうところ常識ないわよね。
She frowned at Alice's bad taste. It was the kind of idea her roommate found to be inspired, but Aoko knew it was out of the question. Aoko was looking for a natural bounded field she could prepare, not a realm bordering on true magic that she couldn't create to begin with.
なら他を当たるのね。でも、ここを使うのだけはやめてちょうだい。
言われなくても分かってるって。けどそうね、ミラーハウスはいいアイディアかも。
Aoko smirked and shifted her balance away from the wall she was resting on.
サンキューアリス、全体の流れは出来上がったわ。
Are you gonna take him to a carnival?
ダメ元でも相談してみるものよね。
Now in a good mood, Aoko retreated from the drawing room. Alice tried and failed to visualize what kind of blueprint Aoko had drawn up in her mind, but whatever it was, it appeared to be the thorough kind Aoko was good at. Aoko headed for the bathroom, humming to herself as she went. A year and a half of sharing living space had taught Alice something. When Aoko Aozaki was in this good of a mood, only deep trouble could follow. Hello, Drifter. Yeah, there's a possibility that Aniplex will learn that we actually like these visual novels if people buy them. So, yeah, that's why I'm supporting it. It was unclear how long the bird had been in the drawing room. Chirping at Alice, the robin-like bird pranced across the furniture as if it were its property.
そうね。彼女が一人でやると言ったのだから、任せるのが正しい信頼関係なんでしょうけど。
The girl in black raised her arm. The bird, chirping once again, alighted on her outstretched, affectionate finger.
嫌な話だけど、信頼と信用はまた違う。
Are they? The bird puffed out its stout chest in agreement, and Aoko was none the wiser to her roommate's rather unsettling comments. No, I have no idea if they'll actually give us Tsukihime after doing this. I just think it's worth a shot. And I don't know why anyone who wants Tsukihime would not also want this. The following day was a typically overcast one. The day's classes ended as they had started, uneventfully. Winter break was just around the corner, and with it, final exams. Although Misaki High prided itself on discipline, it was still a private school, and as such promoted a culture of independence among its students. Industrious students had a place to explore that side of themselves under the guardianship of the student council president. More easygoing students could spend their time after school as they wished, as long as they were mindful of personal responsibility. The fact that the poster boy of independence was the student council vice president indicated just how vast the spectrum was. Tobimaru Tsukiji threw open the door to the satellite student room, the rumored location for their secret meetings. Despite all appearances, he was the student council vice president, who also happened to be the poor soul responsible for executing the student council's dirty work. One person was waiting for him in the cramped room. The student council president, Aoko Aozaki, sat imperiously in a folding chair, glaring at Tobimaru and his boisterous entrance. So as to not succumb to Aoko's oppressive silence, Tobimaru opened with some casual small talk.
お疲れ様。ところであんた、何しに来たのか分かってる？
まあな。ただ、事務的に話すのって寒いじゃねえか。少しぐらい世間話でもしねえとつまらねえだろ。
Tobimaru closed the door and sat across from Aoko. He was holding a blue envelope.
こういう時は無駄口は叩かない方がいいわよ。なんとなくプロっぽいでしょ。
いや。
Tobimaru was halfway to agreeing with Aoko before he caught himself and began to shake his head. As much as Tobimaru enjoyed the lack of red tape in this new line of work, he was not ready to turn full spy on his first day on the job.
それで調べ終わったの？
ああ、ついさっき最後の聴取を済ませてきた。詳しいことはその封筒に入ってる。お前から渡された例のファイルもその中。
He tossed the envelope onto the table.
そう。
Aoko picked it up and began to scan through the documents that were inside. She entered her own little world, not sparing the slightest bit of attention for Tobimaru. If ignoring other people were a skill, she would be a master at it.
なあ、
何？
一つ聞きたいんだけどよ。
だから何？
The room was filled with a chilling silence. Aoko continued reading without an ounce of emotion upon her face. Though Tobimaru kept up an air of indifference, his stare remained fixed intently on her.
青崎、そういうの作って楽しい？
I could probably say that if they were to make another Tsukihime anime, they would use the remake, and they would specifically use CL's route.
楽しいわけないでしょ。こんなの作ったところであんまり使う機会なんてないんだから。
そうか、ならいい。
Whether or not he was convinced, Tobimaru stood from his chair with a disappointed expression.
最後まで読めばわかるだろうが、あんまり確証は取れなかったぜ。というより、おとといあの辺りにいた生徒はいないって話になりそうだ。まあ断定はできないけどな。
No longer concerned over this task, Tobimaru headed toward the door, as if to say it was out of his hands.
そうだ。そういえば、一人だけ該当しなかったやつがいる。季節外れの転入生までは、青崎も調べきれなかったみてえじゃね。
I don't think the Witch on the Holy Night even has plot routes. I don't think it even has decisions. I think it's all just one fell swoop, start to finish story. Which is funny that they have all those different save files then. Aoko raised her head ever so slightly. He was right. The recent transfer student was not included within the scope of her investigation.
そんなわけで、その字に関しては調べてないぜ。まあ、あいつならいつだろうと遅くまでバイトだろうが。いや、人殺しを見たなんてこと口走ってるようじゃ。家で悪い夢でも見てたのかもしれねえか。
Oh, well, that answers that, doesn't it? Tobimaru cheerfully left the student council room. Simultaneously, Aoko felt her fingers go numb, and the documents she was holding spilled all over the table.
そんな、まさかね。
She broke out into a cold sweat and tried to tell herself that there must be some kind of mistake. However, the uncomfortable feeling in her gut would simply not go away. Perhaps her intuition was almost always right at times like these.
バカらしい。
And yet, she knew what she had to do. She would not have hesitated to kill Tobimaru if he had been the witness. But if it was him? Just considering the possibility caused her blood to run cold. Aoko put her forehead in her hands and began to brood. And then suddenly... Let us talk choice. You will always be faced with choices. A virtuous fool and a wicked sage. You cannot save both. You must pick one. That is the freedom granted to you. 2 years earlier, Aoko muttered the words offered by her grandfather the day she replaced her elder sister as his successor, and let out a sigh of lament.
すごくバカみたい。
She laughed at her own intuition. But it was no joke. If only those words had never been said. Aoko locked up the student council room and left for the day. Calmly, as though nothing onward had happened, she greeted the students as they passed her in the halls. She was almost shocked by how natural she seemed. There were still plenty of students at the school. The grounds were noisy with the chattering of students who had finished the day, but had yet to head home. Others still had activities. The gray sky looked ready to pour, but nobody seemed to pay it any mind. I have no idea how many movies they're planning. Amidst the clamor, Aoko hastened to the school gate. She passed by some students in animated conversation. They seemed to be talking about their after-school plans. Apparently, they were adamant about maximizing their free time. She could not figure out how they could possibly be so irresponsibly focused on fun, but at the same time was in no mood to make fun of or feel envious of them. 2 short years prior, she had been just like them.
根は冷めてるのかな、私って。
She retied her scarf, this time more tightly, to give off an air of solitude, but she was fooling no one. After all, what people who feign solitude are really masking is rejection.
そうよね。孤独っていうのはああいうのを言うもんでしょうし。
The area by the school gate was busier than usual. A group of boys appeared to be huddled behind it. Their transparent attempt to be discreet in terms of both location and loudness of voice did nothing to hide the fact that they were noisily arguing about a girl standing alone on the other side of the street. Ah.
Hello, Alice. What are you doing at school? This is my school.
The girl was cloaked in a black cape. At first glance, it could have been mistaken for normal attire, but those from Misaki could tell that she wore the uniform of a prestigious girls' school. Said school had no connection to Misaki High in any way, shape, or form. The two schools were miles apart, both physically and spiritually. A member of that school's student body was a rare sighting, as the majority were forced to live in the school dorm. Rei-En Girls' Academy had a reputation as a school for princesses, and it was rare indeed for one to be slumming with the common folk. That alone would have been enough to cause the ruckus among the boys, but this girl looked the epitome of class. One could not help but describe the standing figure as charming. The way she silently, motionlessly waited was reminiscent of a meticulously composed portrait. Aoko took one look at her before instantly recalling that one word, solitude.
まったくうちの男子どもは家に帰りもせず陰でこそこそやってるのはそういうこと。
Disgusted, Aoko barged through the gate. At this point, she would normally head home, but today she crossed the street toward the waiting girl.
あれなるは生徒会長様。
生徒会長様
痛いんならいつまでだっていさせてあげればいいじゃんか。てか怒られるのあの天使。よその生徒でも校門前にいるぐらいなら別に問題はないと思うけど。青子女子は容赦ねえからな。下手すると平手だぜ、平手。
The boys ran their mouths behind her back. Not in the mood to shut them up, Aoko walked right up to the girl and offered an informal wave.
どうしたのアリス。こんなところに来たって何も面白いことはないって言ったのに。
Aoko heard the boys by the gate lose their collective minds and did her best to ignore them.
あのことを確かめに。青子、あの人たち邪魔なんだけど。
分かってる。今追っ払うから。
In contrast to Alice's small voice, Aoko spoke loud and clear. Naturally, this was on purpose, so as to deal with the riffraff by the gate all at once.
会長こっち来んぞ。おい押すなよ。後ろのやつどけって。俺校舎に逃げるから。いやでもあの子会長と知り合いなんでしょ。うまく会長に紹介してもらうとか。さすが一年坊主。まだ戦場の現実ってもんを理解していねえ。よし、死の間際までいい夢見ろよ。
Perhaps because too many of them had gathered in one place, the mob entered a frenzied panic as they tried to escape. Aoko addressed them all.
さーて、部活動があるわけでもなし、ただ家に帰るだけの帰宅部の皆さん、こんなところで何を集まってるのか教えてくれる？
The student council president stared daggers at the boys.
何しろ試験前だもの。身になることなら私も教えてほしいけど、まさかガン首並べて女学院のお嬢様を眺めてただけな。声をかける勇気もなくて眺めてただけなんてことは。
Not one of them was brave enough to admit that this hit the nail on the head. If any of them had such courage, they would have already been chatting the young lady up. Pussies!
教室にちょっと忘れ物が。こんなオチならダメ元で玉砕しとくんだった。天文部に行って双眼鏡借りるのどうだ。屋上からお顔を。
Why would you want to just look? Interact with the girls, I swear.
野鳥同好会じゃね。
This isn't OnlyFans, it's real life.
それ先月会長が潰したじゃん。取りめでてる暇があるなら彼女作れって。
ああ、彼女作れですか。くそ、じゃあな会長、また明日。
And with those oh so charming remarks, the boys scattered with their tails between their legs.
楽しそうね、青子。
あ、わかる？
Ting! We got subscriber, thank you. Aoko's response slipped out all too easily. In truth, there were not that many bad apples at Misaki High, and dealing with them really wasn't that bad.
で、ここまで出向くってことは何か分かったの？
結界に残っていた気配の識別は、あとはここで確かめればいいだけよ。
そう。ん？アリス、いつからここに？
下校時刻から。
So she had been here for roughly an hour. Standing in the same place for an hour would be taxing for someone as sensitive to the cold as Alice.
悪いわね、無理させて。
別に好きでやってることだから。
As she spoke, her black eyes were fixed upon the gate and the students passing through it. She had likely been observing the gate in this manner for the past hour.
私を待ってたわけじゃないんでしょ？今からでも付き合うわ。
I'd rather be in High School of the Dead than Corpse Party for sure. If Alice was still here, it meant she had not found the witness yet. If she had found this student, Alice would have already gone home ahead of Aoko and begun to research the student's background.
私の方はダメだった。
She reported the results of Tobimaru's investigation. Alice remained silent. With that conversation ended, leaving the two to silently endure the freezing wind. The silent stakeout dragged on endlessly. Students continued to pass the gate, each shocked at the sight of the unusual combo, and head home. After 20 minutes, Aoko let out a sigh escape her mouth. Perhaps from boredom, perhaps from the cold, or perhaps from both.
ねえ、アリス。帰り黎明に寄ってかない？
Aoko quickly turned to Alice to catch her reaction. Dawn was the name of Aoko's favorite coffee shops, one of them. Offering no clear indication as to whether she was critical of Aoko's blasé attitude or agreeing to her whims, Alice's gaze shifted ever so slightly. Aoko followed her stare.
あれ、青崎も待ち合わせか？
The sudden voice took her off guard. There was only one person who spoke with this gentle, good-natured tone, which is kind of depressing, isn't it?
そう。やっぱそうなるわけか。
Turning her back to Alice, Aoko moved her focus to the newly appeared student.
それで、今日は何の用？
All politeness flew out the window. Already in a bad mood, Aoko's mood plummeted the longer she looked at Sojiro. The subtlety of her expression, however, was lost on him.
いや、これから駅前で水泳部の部長と待ち合わせなんだけど、そのことでお礼を言っておきたくて。
Well, that was completely unexpected. Thanks. Joining a club? Aoko had a hunch that he was about to say something brainless.
ふーん。お礼ってお礼参りってこと？
I think that, well, I guess it depends. If you get to learn Magecraft from someone like Waver, something tells me it would be very helpful. His students seem to be in a pretty good position, all things considered. Fortunately, Sojiro was completely unaware of the more sinister implications to the word payback.
よくわからないけど、そんな大したことじゃないよ。ただ、水泳部は夏までそう忙しくないって話だったから。
Sojiro was just about to thank her for recommending a club that would not take much of his time, when Aoko cut him off with an expression of disinterest.
当然でしょ。幽霊部員になりそうな生徒なんて紹介できないから。忙しいあなたでも務まりそうな場所があったから口に出しただけよ。
なるほど、無駄がないね。
His open admiration for her sapped Aoko's will to fight. Finding a suitable club and negotiating with its captain hadn't been efficient use of her time at all.
とにかくお世話になったから、それで礼を言っときたくて。
Would Alice be a good teacher for magecraft? Maybe. Something tells me she's a bit obscure about it. Her individual style of magecraft is very unique. Sojiro greatly dipped his head, but not before the flustered Aoko stopped him.
よしてよ。今あなたにそんなことされても迷惑だから。それで、水泳部はどう？やっていけそう？
An awkwardness infiltrated her previously sharp gaze. Sojiro was able to pick up on the odd change in her behavior, but could not divine its reason. So he simply started with what he knew so far and reported the most recent information he had.
ああ、水泳部はクビになった。
That's weird. She almost has like a scar across her face when she's that flustered. Aoko instinctively shouted the unexpected response. Like a human jack-in-the-box, this unexpected development threw her mind into a tizzy, and she momentarily forgot the complicated feelings she had been wrestling with.
だって今から待ち合わせだって。
それはこれからヤシロギの温水プールに連れて行ってくれるからだよ。
Sojiro stated that this very matter-of-factly to the still reeling Aoko.
話がつながらない。そこまでうまくいってるのに、どうして入部を拒否されるのよあんたは。
そりゃ、俺が泳げないからだろ。
You can't swim? You've never had to dive into a lake or any of that stuff? Aoko reached up with her fingers and pinched the bridge of her nose as she processed his answer.
しずきくん、昨日の私の質問は覚えてる？走るのか泳ぐのか、どっちがいいかってやつ。私の記憶は正しいけど、一応確認しておくわね。あなた、確かに泳ぐ方だって言ったけど。
ああ、昔から泳げないのはなんとか克服したかったんだ。反対に走る方は
Fair enough. Her energy spend, Aoko finally understood.
俺が1年なら一から鍛えてくれたらしいんだけど、あと3ヶ月で3年になる身分なのに、金槌の部員は雇えないそうだ。けど部長が親身になってくれて、これから泳ぎを教えてくれることになったんだよ。
Sojiro's words were spoken from a place of joy, fact that failed to reach Aoko.
はあ、つまり欠陥品を売りつけたってわけか。こりゃ水泳部の部長に合わす顔がないっと。ちょっと待った。しずきくん、水泳部の部長って。
She stopped herself, short of a girl. She was afraid of how that might look, that she might not be able to rein herself in if she started.
もういいわ。気持ちは分かったから、どこか遠くにいてくれない？少し疲れてて、とてもじゃないけどあなたの相手はしていられないの。
I don't know, man. Both would suck, Gumi. I think I would... I don't know, man. I can't even decide.
飛び丸もそんなことを言ってたな。青崎は昨日と今日、珍しく疲れてるって。何かあったのか？
ちょっとね。でもいいの。解決
I've
しても
never
らえるから。
understood when people say they can't swim. Like... Do you really need to be taught to swim? I don't know, it's just weird. Like, where I live, it's pretty landlocked. And yet, I still learned.
それより、しずき
It's not like I had any, like, formal lessons or anything.
そんなに疲れて見えるのかな。
Why had she asked him this? Blurting out things for no reason and on impulse. This was not usual for Aoko. Perhaps it was because she realized that this would be their last chance to have a normal conversation. After a few moments of contemplation, Sojiro conjured up a grin that cut straight through the tension.
そうだな。疲れているというより、生き生きしているように見える。仕方なく畑を耕していた狼が、 久しぶりに狩りに出ることになって機嫌を上げている感じだ。
He seemed so cheerful, like he was happy for her. Without thinking, Aoko's hands went to her cheeks. If what he said were true, then she was grinning from ear to ear. There was just no way she could have made such a mistake.
とにかくありがとう。じゃあまた明日。
Perhaps still not comfortable enough to wave to her, he said his goodbye with sincerity in his voice and a smile, and took his leave.
待って、こんな話があるの。聞いてから言って。
Her voice was as cold as she admonished herself for having been somewhat affable earlier.
意味のない例え話よ。そうね。あなたが空腹で死にそうな時、目の前に同じように空腹で死にそうな2匹の動物がいるとするわ。しずきくんに銃をあげる。それでどちらかの動物を撃って。右はライオンで、左は子猫。選ぶのはあなたの自由だから。
It was a fable-like moral dilemma, especially the way in which it was, cruel and rather preachy. The kind that if you thought too hard about, you would never find an answer. Sojiro answered quickly and calmly.
いや、撃たないと思うよ。だって自分の好きにしていいんだろ。それにほら、空腹ならお互い様だ。
He was not in the least fazed by the dilemma. He gave the most innocent response, so innocent, in fact, that it would give anyone pause. I mean, if you can't swim, have you just never gone to a pool and, like, fucked around in the shallow end just to see what it's like?
すごいセリフだな。そんなことを言われたのは多分君が初めてだ。
Adorning his face was a smile wholly out of sync with his comment.
何よそれ。
She regretted stopping him. If only she had just watched him go, this conversation would have never happened. Sojiro Shizuki made his way down the sloped street. Today, just like every day, he probably had to work late again. Only Aoko and Alice remained, with Alice doing what she could to simply blend in.
つくづくこっちのペースを乱してくれるわね。
The hell?
あの人畜無害の田舎者は。
Wait a second. Like, to me, swimming seems so much easier than, say, riding a bike. Because riding a bike, you have to, like, balance. But there's not really a worry about that with, like, swimming. You just kind of do the slightest controlled flailing to stay afloat. Sorry. I'm answering a text from Ari-chan. Aoko clenched her right fist tightly as she cursed out loud. Anything to prevent herself from screaming at the top of her lungs. Whether that scream would be directed towards Sojiro or towards herself was another matter entirely. Aoko heard Alice's soft voice behind her. Aoko knew what she was going to say, as if she had known the entire time. Wait, riding a bike is balancing on the bike. Because you can't balance without the forward momentum. Anyway, ever since Alice, having shown no reaction to any of the other students, changed her expression upon seeing Sojiro.
言わなくてもいい。あいつでしょ。
We're in chapter 4. Her voice is cold as ice. It was the voice of someone talking about a complete stranger. The lion and the kitten. There were pros and cons to choosing either of these animals. The point being that she had asked him to choose one of them. In terms of the risk, the lion was more dangerous. The instant the gun was pointed at it, there was the chance it would fight back. Those who chose the lion required more courage, but any sense of guilt that came with holding a gun would be forgotten. Lions are fierce creatures, a poor excuse to shoot an animal perhaps, but one that certainly helped alleviate the guilt. But what about the kitten, the weaker creature? It goes without saying that the kitten would be the easier target of the two, but choosing it would be a disquieting decision for anyone. Even if the kitten had no chance to survive, it was still too senseless to carry out. And to Aoko, Sojiro was that choice.
てっきり私もそうだと思ってた。
When she had felt that sinking feeling in the student council room, she ignored it. There was no getting around what must be done, she told herself. Until, that is, Sojiro went and said what he did, causing her resolve to waver. But the discomfort in her chest did not stem from any guilt she may have felt. She could care less for Sojiro. He was weak and would be incredibly easy to deal with. Yet for some reason, she could not dispel her reservations. A transfer student who moved to the city from the middle of nowhere with no family to speak of. Few would notice if he were to suddenly disappear compared to a person of some renown. If she were to kill him, it would be as simple as wringing a cat's neck. And it all served to just piss her off. I know there's a difference between mindless flailing, but if you at least imitate what it looks like to swim properly, you're basically doing it okay enough to actually get around. It's just a matter of being a little more efficient at it. Whereas with like a bike or something, if you don't have the technique down from the start, you'll just fall over. Again and again and again. It was all too lucky, like everything was neatly handed to her. She wanted to just drop kick it right into orbit.
信じられない。私嫌がってる。これは違う。こんなの私じゃない。
Standing behind her, Alice heard all of the muttering. Nevertheless, she seemed to ignore it and said,
彼、首に布を巻いていたわね。
a wholly unrelated topic. What the hell? Aoko returned to her senses.
首？
His neck.
ええ。水泳部の首とかけていたのかしら。
Alice had put much thought into this, as if it had a deeper meaning to her somehow.
そういえば、あいつ初めて会った時も首に布巻いてたっけ？襟を行儀よく締めてるから目立たないけど。
What was what? Sorry? I was just looking at my texts. The conversation turned to idle nonsense. And though it solved none of her current problems, it did help calm Aoko's frazzled nerves.
サンキュー。落ち着いたわ、アリス。それと、気合も入った。善は急げ。あいつが言いふらす前に決着をつけよう。
Pumped once more, Aoko turned her back to the school gate. For now, they would retire to the mansion and prepare for battle.
いいけど、いつどこで彼を殺すの？
She said quietly so as to not be overheard by anyone else. Normally, Aoko had to rein in that side of Alice, out in the open as they were, but this was far from a normal situation.
今日の夜、場所はとっておきの夢の国よ。
She gave a fearless laugh, a strangely pleasant sound, like the kind one would make when meeting their lover.
Oh, Night of the Witches #1.
Give me just a second. Time to save the fucking game. Ugh. Night of the Witches 1. So we cannot... This is the final chapter that we get to read. Sojiro returned to his apartment on foot as per routine, under a blanket of clouds in the night sky. The rusty stars of his apartment building clanged with each step. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the bicycles parked by the apartment building's outer wall. He debated the pros and cons of a bicycle, how much easier life would be versus the expense, the convenience versus the necessity, but in the end, decided one was not right for him just now. Clutching the bag of apples under his arm, he took out the keys to his residence. He tilted his head in confusion. More and more he found himself preoccupied with such random thoughts, when the real issue at hand was deciding what to do with the apples he'd received. He placed the paper bag by the sink and switched on the lights. It was just after 10 in the evening. With the end of term exams just around the corner, he had come home an hour earlier than usual. As he made back for the kitchen to pick one of the apples to snack on, he found an envelope stuffed in his mail slot. The envelope had no name, return address, or stamp. Inside was a single piece of paper that only had the sender's name and a short message. It read,
話があるので、今夜どこそこのここに来られたし、大事なようなので、来るまでずっと待っている。
A concise set of orders. Neatly written. It was signed Aoko Aozaki. She had been considerate enough to enclose a detailed map of the meeting place. Puzzled, he cocked his head to the side and headed out the door. He's a rather trusting fellow. Afterward, upon the room's sole tenant leaving the premises, the envelope burst into flames and evaporated without a trace, as though it had never existed in the first place. Why does the envelope have to burn? The envelope has no trailing details, whereas he's still holding the note itself. By the late 80s, Japan's post-war economic boom had somewhat stabilized, and the city experienced a period of steady growth. The city's modernization marched on, and the Japan Railway's train station, a symbol of the new era, neared completion. In Misaki's neighboring town of Yashirogi, a new symbol of its own was about to be born. Yashirogi Bread and Kitzyland. It was Misaki's worst investment. Years later, it would be dubbed the fool's gold of the economic bubble, a relic of a bygone age. 10 years ago, Yashirogi's renowned Tokitsu baking company ran factories all across the nation. Its proprietor was a middle-aged gentleman, then aged 56, by the name of Yurihiko Tokitsu. Known affectionately by most as Topan, he took it upon himself to begin development on an estate on the outskirts of Yashirogi and broke ground on a recreational wonderland that he hoped to be the pride of Misaki City. The long-awaited opening came in 1981. After 3 years of investment, this local amusement park, full of all kinds of hopes and dreams, began its short-lived tenure. It covered more than 85 square acres. Its magnificent merry-go-round dazzled all who passed through the park's gates. Its roller coaster twisted and turned about the edges of the park like a writhing Japanese dragon. Its Ferris wheel, packed beyond necessity with gimmicks, was said to have tested the limits of modern engineering.
完璧だ。遊園地に必要なものは全て積み込んだ。
Old Yurihiko looked up at his creation and smiled. Only boosting his confidence was the fact that its grand opening was staged during a period of prosperity, the springtime of the world. But, in spite of this, they splendidly miscalculated the balance between aspirations and sophistication. Its mascot, Kitzy, was poorly designed and appeared like a cheap knockoff. The park was stuffed to the brim with bread stands. Even its impossible-to-navigate mirror maze seemed out of date from the start. There are no dreams to be had at Kitzyland, only nightmarish satire. Numerous trade magazines lambasted Kitzyland's shortcomings, and customer attendance declined. There was even an incident where a 6-year-old strayed from his mother, had an accident, and nearly died. 1986, 5 years after the park opened, the situation had grown from bad to worse, and the park was hemorrhaging money. On top of everything, Yurihiko, who had bet everything on the success of mascot Kitzy, retired, and Kitzyland's operations were officially in trouble. And thus, amidst the scorn of nearly all residents of the area, ended Misaki City's one and only amusement park. What's more, perhaps best described as a footnote to this debacle, the self-proclaimed Parisian artist who designed the mascot, Toki Julik, was said to have snapped his brush in mourning over the closure of the park.
No!
Returning to the present, it's a ruin. It was midnight, and the Kitzyland of today was a shadow of its former glory. Like a doll abandoned in the corner of a toy box, the lonely park was illuminated only by the light of the town that continued to live around it. Sojiro closed the Yashirogi guidebook that he had picked up on the way here. The story of its history was almost difficult to believe, but he supposed that it was this is what people referred to as entropy. The park's front gate was unlocked. You know, the times I went to Disney, it was really awkward because I would fight with my brother and my parents would fight with each other, and we wound up, separating. I'd, hang out with my mom and my brother would hang out with my dad, and it was just this, weird thing. I was little back then. I haven't really gone back. Now I don't like roller coasters because they give me a massive headache. And it doesn't really mesh well with my anxiety attacks. The park's front gate was unlocked when he worked here the previous time. What? You worked here? The iron fence was locked, shut with a rusty chain, but the chain was nowhere to be seen and the gate left ajar. Following the map drawn in the letter, Sojiro quickly made his way inside. Sojiro complained, quite out of character for him. It was probably because, in spite of his naivete, even he knew that something was amiss. Though the park was abandoned, this was still trespassing. Unlawful entry, larceny, burglary, these were certainly not things or perhaps crimes that Sojiro was proud to do, but... Money, the real reason his conscience was gnawing at him. He clapped his hands in apology toward the statue of Kitzy, on whose eyes the paint had begun to aptly dissolve. Sojiro passed the mascot bleeding red paint from its eye sockets and began to walk the night park. The building's colors had faded. The collection of machines were rusted. The man-made residents no longer felt the passage of time. Even the ghosts themselves could not endure the disparity between this forsaken place and its previous grand stature. It was like a fossilized dream. These were the ruins of a paradise both created and abandoned by man in reality. The economy had stabilized, and the standard of living was on the rise. Nobody was overly concerned with the future. These were the remains of a wild and exciting era. His breath turning to white wisps before him, Sojiro continued through the abandoned amusement park. Though void of human presence, this was not nearly as frightening as the darkness deep in the mountains. City suburbs can take many different forms, but Kitzyland was unusual for an amusement park, insomuch as it had been built adjacent to a residential district. The park was surrounded by a forest, but even that, ultimately, was man-made. It was no different from the curtains on a classroom window. If you were to scale the iron fence encircling Kitzyland and break through the 20 yards of afforested trees, he could make it back to the familiar townscape. Though the amusement park tended to arouse dread in the city folk, to Sojiro, it was a little different from the commotion and terror of downtown. Yep. Yeah, the art is amazing. The central plaza was as silent as a grave. According to the map, the meeting spot was west of here. Waiting for Sojiro at his destination was a rugged, imposing, magnificent castle towering before the backdrop of the cloudy night sky. Even for an abandoned park, it was a remarkable structure. If the roller coasters and the Ferris wheel were loud, intense attractions, this was in comparison quiet and easygoing. It was one of Kitzyland's 3 iconic structures, and in a way, the wicked fortress that guided the paradise down the path of closure. Generally speaking, amusement park mazes generally fell into one of 2 categories: a labyrinth, which disorients its visitors with its sheer size, and a house of mirrors, which disorients visitors with optical illusions. Many of a labyrinth's guests enjoyed the brief sense of adventure that it afforded. Over the years, however, it would be usurped by the ever-increasing thrills of new attractions. Such is the way of all trends, the curse of fads. The new must give way to the newer. On the other hand, the House of Mirrors was the time-honored, beloved staple. Even within the confines of a classroom's dimensions, well-placed mirrors and well-directed light could both perplex and delight its visitors. And figuring in the cost of maintenance, a well-designed House of Mirrors could far outlive its labyrinth brethren. Even if both types faded into obscurity, they would remain a staple of what constituted an amusement park. However, that didn't mean that combining them would produce double the fun. Together they transformed entertainment into an uncanny realm from which those who dared to step in would never leave. In a similar sense, Kitzy's Mystery Tour Castle was the park's very own otherworld. Indeed, 5% of visitors ended up requesting staff assistance to get out. Modeled after European castles, it was greater than a football field in length, and the interior was further split into 3 floors. Jesus. 2 floors above ground and 1 below, lined with mirrors from top to bottom, equal parts complex and vast. The maze demanded at least 30 minutes even from veterans. 1 visit was all it took to be struck by a catatropia for hours. It was this labyrinth that now stood in Sojiro's way. It seemed that Sojiro, unaware of what House of Mirrors even was, concerned himself only with its lighting. He checked the letter from Aoko once more. The letter read, "I will be waiting in the first floor lobby of the House of Mirrors." That meeting place was definitely in here. There was something to see by at least, as he could just make out light faintly through the open doors. Putting aside his suspicions, he headed towards the entrance. Now, this would be weird. Like, literally anyone else would be like, what the fuck is going on? Some chick is inviting me to the goddamn mirror house? of an abandoned theme park. I'm pretty sure, like, she wants to kill me would be, like, on the list of things in my mind. The sound of his steps against the brick-laid path echoed faintly. He was far from the hustle and bustle of the city. The park's clocks no longer made tick nor talk, and the winter's bright no longer blew in the night. From within the silence, the stillness that would cause any onlooker to hold their breath, Sojiro stopped abruptly at the entrance to the House of Mirrors.
ところで青崎、そんなところで何してるんだ?
He called out, turning back toward the plaza. Were you watching him from a distance? A sound rang out as if someone had dove behind a garbage can, and it fell to the ground in their haste. A short silence ensued. For a moment, the abandoned park returned to its previous hush. Resigned to her having been exposed, the girl appeared from her hiding place. Nice dress. His voice died in his throat as he took in the sight of the girl's familiar face in unfamiliar attire. This Aoko, with her long hair flowing in the breeze, was different from the Aoko that Sojiro knew. The resolute stance and posture she took exuded the strength of her will. She stared directly at him with a sharp-eyed, piercing gaze. Her eyes were glowing in a dim, phosphoric light, enough to give Sojiro pause that he might be hallucinating. An icy coldness in a girl's strength. Sojiro lacked a sense of danger, but the sense of imbalance caused even him to feel the malice in the air. It was as though the Yuki Onna spirit of folklore had climbed out from a ghost story and appeared here in reality.
Aozaki.
Instinctively, Sojiro took a step back. Surprised, he was starting to feel concerned. An unpleasant premonition rose to the surface, bringing with it a sense of anxiety. In spite of this, he felt obliged to honor urban etiquette by seeing if she was all right.
その顔を見るに何かあったのかと一応聞いておくんだけど。
Without acknowledging him, Aoko took a step forward. Her figure, this atmosphere. Sojiro found himself recalling a recent memory. His twisted and knotted apprehension melted away and was replaced with a growing realization. The girl before him was very similar to someone he had seen before that night in the park, though he had only seen her from behind. With increasing certainty causing him to swallow nervously, he noted that they might as well have been identical.
何をしていたかって話なら見ての通りよ。ここで獲物が通り過ぎるのを待ってたの。あなたが入ったら
Well, you screwed up, Aoko.
逃げ道をなくすつもりだったから。
Aoko said, perturbed by the swift change in plans.
そうか。待ち合わせ場所は合ってたんだな。
Sojiro was mightily relieved that he had not gotten the wrong place. I don't think that's what you should be thinking, buddy. It was unclear whether he felt confident about dealing with what was to come, or if he had simply failed to grasp the hopelessness of the situation. Aoko ignored his obtuse response and continued.
私はね、しずきくん。嫌いな人とか、憎い人とかは人並みにいるんだ。ただ、ちょっと変なのが敵になるやつの条件でね。
Cold emotion burned in her eyes. Her feet had already moved one step closer to Sojiro. Sojiro's sense of foreboding was growing stronger. Wondering if what he sensed was bloodlust, he retreated another step. Continuing as so, they maintained a distance of just 15 feet.
昔から、私は嫌いな相手でも敵と思ったことはなかったの。でも逆に、好きな相手を敵だと思うこともあった。理由は単純。
She held her right arm out. The light about her was no illusion.
当たり前のことだけど、私は私の感情を乱すやつが敵なのよ。
Her arm moved again. It was instantaneous. Something shot past Sojiro in the blink of an eye, missing him by just a foot to his left. Before his eyes, a blue light, something akin to a fireball, had ignited from nothing. He finally understood what was happening. She ignored his dim-witted reaction. Aoko muttered to herself. The fist-sized hole the blue light had made in the house of mirrors cracked and smoldered. A shot like that could easily cave in a human skull, in addition to burning it to a crisp. Sojiro backed away swiftly. Things were beyond incomprehensible. He was close to losing the ability to think at all. All he could make out was the figure of the dependable student council president, or at least what he thought was the president, and the memories of the park that night 2 days ago. He had never experienced anything like this, though most people living in a civilized country would have never seen anything like it either. A lethal weapon that could kill with nothing more than the pull of a finger had a way of suspending the ability of its target to determine between not just good and evil, but dreams and reality, past and future. All the more peaceful someone's life had been, the stronger that suspension was likely going to be. All that one could think about was the fact that they were alive at that very moment. It was as if he was an unwritten character on a blank piece of white paper. There was no before, there was no after, there was only what came next. This was a very common thought process for anyone staring down the barrel of a gun. Did you see that this is required reading for Lost Belt 7 in 2 years? What do you mean by that, Gilgamesh? You must elaborate. By saying it was pointless, she made it sound more like she would not listen to what he had to say. Unless they're putting Aoko and shit into Fate Grand Order, which would be dope. However, Sojiro was in such a state of shock that it did not even enter his mind to speak up. All he knew, for reasons unknown, was that the girl right in front of him wanted him dead.
Nobody believed him!
Sojiro felt that if he had said that aloud, the second blast would come even quicker than the last, so he kept it to himself. His mental expletives stirred in his mind from paralysis to mere panic. This response came not from confidence, however. Someday, out of the blue, someone is going to kill me. While it may have seemed like a baseless belief to hold, but you didn't break any rules, buddy. You're so good. To Sojiro, the situation seemed to perfectly align with his inexperienced understanding that the city was a coldly pragmatic place. As far as he was concerned in this moment, being killed by a classmate was not something to be so surprised by. In a society where murder was possible, he was able to accept this sort of situation as natural. Of virtually no concern was the series of events that led to Aoko's aggression towards him. The only thing that truly confused him was Aoko's blue fireball. Hadouken! Sojiro swallowed with an audible gulp. To anyone who may have been watching, it was the response of a victim paralyzed by fear. Done talking, Aoko once again lifted her right arm. It was a hum like a machine. Blue light began to revolve around her arm beneath her sleeve. This was taking longer than last time, leading Sojiro to believe that it was going to be a much stronger, it was going to be much stronger than the attack that was still scorching the wall behind him. The realization caused his panic to heighten.
つまり始末するとかしないとか、あの夜のお化けは青崎だったとか、都会は本当に込み入ってるとか、そういうことじゃなくて。
His thoughts became jumbled. His heart pounded like a hammer. This was no time to be standing still. He was not sure if the girl in front of him was really human, and more importantly, even if he could accept the events unfolding before him, when all was said and done,
待て、人殺しはいけないんだぞ。
even if it was a fact of life in the city, Sojiro was not about to lie down and die.
分かってるわよ、そんなことは。
Sojiro's scream, still entirely oblivious, was just the thing to invoke Aoko's full wrath. Hadouken! Aoko fired a barrage of blue magical bullets. In an instant, Sojiro dashed into the shadows behind him, into the entrance to the House of Mirrors. Why would you run in there? He darted feverishly down the hall. After a few feet, he was left completely out of breath. This was due to his shock at seeing yet another attack, fiercer than the first, that he'd never seen in his life, and because he couldn't shake the thought that if he had moved even a second later, he would be dead. He could not afford to stop. The sound of merciless footsteps closed in behind him. He threw everything into his legs as he sprinted. A straight, narrow passage about 60 feet long connected the entrance to the main lobby. At this rate, if he could just make it to the lobby, he was sure he would be able to find as many hiding spots as he needed. He arrived in a large open space. This was the first floor lobby. There were 3 passageways. One led to the basement floor, one connected to the first floor maze, and the other was a set of stairs leading to the second floor. Sojiro did not particularly care which one he chose, so trusting his intuition, he made a run for the first floor maze when he smacked his head into a transparent wall.
鏡?
ええ、面倒だけど、それならフェアでしょ。追いかける方にも逃げる方にも有利不利がある。
Well, it's just as hard for him to navigate as her, and it was her plan to begin with to trap him in here. So, presumably his escape options would have been better outside. A somehow cheerful voice echoed in his direction. There was no need for Sojiro to even turn around. In the very same mirror he had crashed into, he could see Aoko Aozaki's figure slowly approaching.
それと、1階の奥にある出口は封鎖しといたから。結界じゃなくて物理的に。やりすぎて封鎖っていうより瓦礫？土砂崩れ？どっちでもいっか。とにかく下手に出口に近づくと崩落に巻き込まれるから。生き埋めが嫌なら近寄らないことね。
Panicked by the impending footsteps, Sojiro groped for the wall. He could see the stairs to the second floor. He didn't understand what Aoko had meant earlier, but he at least knew that the first floor was not going to save him.
ま、私としてはそっちのが助かるけど。形式上、事故死の方が後始末とか楽だから。
Behind him was a creature beyond words. As she continued her idle taunting, she lifted her right arm ostentatiously. Even from above her clothes, one could see some kind of strange, incongruous pattern upon her body. The veins beneath her skin, they made it seem as though something inhuman was circulating her body. Whether out of pity or repulsion, Sojiro stopped just a moment. His pursuer evaded his gaze.
ああ、これ？普段は塗り薬で隠しているんだけど、今日は特別。魔術刻印って言ってね。
You don't have to tell him this stuff. He's gonna die.
ほら、光が回ってるでしょ？これがさっきのスナップ。わかりやすく言うと弾丸の元。今日は調子いいし、私魔力を効率よく使うのだけは自信あるし。うん。あと30回ぐらいかな。
Perhaps she was on an emotional high, for her voice had become frightfully friendly. Oh! The substance of the conversation could not have been any more unsettling, however.
そもそも何を言っているかよくわからないんだけど、青崎。
わからない？弾数はあと30発ってこと。そこまで逃げ切ればあなたの勝ちよ。とりあえず今日のところはね。
今日はって明日もあるのかな。
Poor buddy. Sojiro knit his brows. Aoko's expression creased into a scowl at his behavior. Although he was panicking, it seemed that deep down he still did not feel the full weight of the crisis. He knew he still didn't get it. Or she knew he still didn't get it.
自由時間はこれでおしまい。まだ罵り足りないだろうけど、ま、その手の時間はキリがないしね。この辺りで諦めて。
It appeared Aoko had prepared this theatrical dialogue ahead of time. Not to allow her opponent time for futile pleading, but to give him the time to curse her, his killer. Such forthrightness was her modus operandi. With his victim, however, it was not going as she had hoped.
とにかくそういうことだから。じゃ、狩りの時間と行きましょうか。
Her voice was void of emotion, and her eyes ruthlessly as they bored into her prey. Ruthless as they bored into her prey. This time, Sojiro finally accepted that he was going to die. 3 minutes until you die! Silent as the dead, it stepped into the remnants of a dream that had long since seen no visitors. There was no wind this night, nor a soul to be seen. Still, it heard echoes from within, clasped its hands together, and grinned. Its form, with hands clasped, resembled that of a budding tulip. The bearing of this artificial flower reflected in the cloudy mirror of the ticket attendant's office next to the gate. Next to it stood a display board, corroded by years upon years of rust. Number of visitors today? 2. Number of today? The board had graffiti cruelly sprawled atop one of the words. It was replaced with deaths. The records board had long ago fallen into disrepair. After taking a full 10 seconds to digest what it was looking at, it made its own revision. Number of visitors today, 3. Number of deaths today, 1. After appending this number with an index finger, she smiled like a flower. Then she began to walk toward the source of the sound. It had been 10 minutes since this rhapsody had begun to echo from the House of Mirrors. The amusement park's entrance returned to it, as it was before, soulless. In the end, even if Sojiro had been the luckiest man alive, there was no way he should have been able to escape. The question, however, was how much of this was by design, and how much was sheer coincidence. Even Aoko had made all the right arrangements, had no answer. Indeed, there were only 3 things she could say. It was taking longer than expected. He was putting up more of a resistance than she had anticipated. And that choosing the House of Mirrors was a mistake. She had really screwed the pooch on this one. The location itself was an excellent choice, as the House of Mirrors was perfect as a hunting ground, but seeing her own incompetence reflected in the mirrors was beginning to grate on her. The moment Aoko's right arm began to glow, Sojiro made a beeline for the staircase in front of him. A strobing series of blue flashes lit the room behind him. The hunter calmly followed her prey, and the prey desperately ran for his life up the stairs.
注文通り。そうでなくっちゃお膳立てした甲斐がない。
In stark contrast to Sojiro's frenzied escape, Aoko walked briskly up the stairs. She elected not to run after her prey in order to maintain a set distance. As she lacked confidence in her accuracy, the hardest thing for her to deal with would be if he charged right at her and went down fighting. But at a distance of 30 or so feet, he posed no threat. By the time her prey drew near, she could fire 10 shots at him with at least 4 of them. Oh, and hit with at least 4 of them. Their positioning just a moment ago hadn't been ideal. At that distance, in a space that open, if he flanked and rushed her, there was a chance, however small, that it could turn into a fistfight. Currently, Aoko's best weapon were the bullets in her right arm. If she was going to capitalize on that advantage, it was in her best interest not to close the gap between them. If there was a good time to approach, it was only after her prey had become exhausted and had lost the will to continue. Would she pierce his leg, shoot him in the back, or perhaps would he just give up after losing himself in the labyrinth? The hunt would end when her target sustained some sort of injury and became unable to run. On Sojiro's end, he could barely bite back on screaming as he bolted through the maze. Even running in a straight line had become difficult, much less searching for an exit. The corridor stretched out far before him, so the mirrors blocking the path had made it seem. Panicked, he made a turn to the right. Clutching his head in his right arm, Sojiro led with his left, groping through the air to see whether a wall was there or not. He dove down the hall to the left, narrowly dodging the bullets targeting his life. Urged on by the sound of approaching footsteps, he ran without thinking. That last one was close. A hair closer would have meant his life. He caught the odor of burnt hair from the back of his neck. He was very lucky, or perhaps very unlucky. If he were actually lucky, he would not be in this situation in the first place. The second floor of the House of Mirrors was structured like a giant spiral. It wound left, starting from the outside wall. Eventually, it would lead to a dead end. The more he tried to escape, the more cornered he would become, as though he were trapped in a twisted guillotine. His stifled screams threatened to leak out as complaints. No matter what he did, he was going to be killed. All of his struggling merely served to prolong the inevitable. Yet he ran. No matter how many mirrored walls he rammed himself into, he ran. Even after crashing so hard that his forehead bled and he saw stars, he ran. Pain shot through him at every turn. The more frantically he ran, the more intensely he smashed into the invisible walls. His body began to understand this rule and begged him not to run anymore. His breath was already ragged after sprinting a couple hundred feet. No matter how he thought about it, this was not normal. This is way too crazy. This is all just a bad joke. If he turned around now, she would apologize to him for taking it too far. His mind had gone blank. As his body continued to slam into the mirrors again and again, his feet slowed as they began to believe that perhaps it really all was just a joke. But then he felt the chill, the touch of death upon his neck. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Sojiro knew this kind of terrible chill far too well. Ever since he had arrived in the city, he had come face to face with more than 1 or 2 near-death experiences. For someone who did not understand city life, his present predicament was not unlike what he experienced the traffic on the streets, or the commuter rush on the station platform. I don't think you're gonna die on the station platform, unless you jumped in front of the train, but, yeah. He was far from an innocent babe, unable to comprehend life or fear. Rather, everything he had ever known became irrelevant when he was flung into a completely different cultural sphere. Even society's promise of safety, something urbanites took for granted, were threats unknown. So he was used to this already. Though if he were to be honest, he was dissatisfied with some things. Things superfluous to necessity. This world was overflowing with valueless things, and they were all dangerous in some way. Even the everyday necessities sold at the convenience store were, as far as he was concerned, amazing tools. Civilization had raised the standard of living so high that it had numbed humanity's sense of danger. Numbed humanity's sense of danger. The city's constant pursuit of wealth and convenience was a poison to the country boy like Sojiro. and he did not have the capacity to accept these conveniences. That it was possible for such conveniences to easily and suddenly be misused and caused unintended accidents had always made him anxious. Why? He had to wonder why he was even here. How ironic. It took the real threat of death to finally make him realize, like a divine revelation, what he'd failed to understand until now. He'd always had to expect the unexpected. Near-death experiences were more common than one might think. To begin with, safety was something that came at a price. Being alive meant that the opposite was always lurking around the corner. It was just like a street light at night. When the sun rose, its illumination would naturally disappear. Another barrage of strange projectiles whizzed mercilessly by him. He recalled in the back of his mind the charred remains of someone at the hands of that blue flame 2 nights prior. Somehow this situation reminded him of a horse being led by a dangling carrot. For now he lifted his head and continued to run through the labyrinth. But for what purpose? Though he knew the pain in his chest was very real, he felt disconnected from it. The night sky visible through the skylight was a muddy ultramarine, no longer resembling the one he knew. And managed to calm himself. Sojiro began to laugh in despair, as though something rather precious had been broken. Everything had become meaningless anyway. Even so, his legs somehow made their way forward, at the sight of a reflection in the mirror. Like a game of cat and mouse, Sojiro fled through a labyrinth of mirrors. Then, after 4 minutes, that strangely unreal tension ended. The 9th shot of the blue light hit inches away from him. It exploded the moment it made impact, launching Sojiro to the opposite wall. Of all the fire he had taken thus far, this shot indisputably brought him the closest to death. Groaning, he collapsed to the floor. His back was on fire with pain. He was not bleeding, and was lucky he could still even scream. Yet his body refused to move. Physically and mentally, he still had something to spare. The pain was not so bad that it was preventing him to stand up. It was just that there was a skylight above him, and he could glimpse the dark of the night sky beyond. The fleeing that overcame him was a raw, selfish bout of grief. It was just so cruel to have to stare at that for the remainder of whatever short life he had left. Sojiro's ragged breath slowed. For all intents and purposes, he had given up. He had given up running away from the sound of pursuing footsteps, and perhaps even the problem at the root of everything. At least she was hot. Sojiro Shizuki felt things that in any other circumstance he would never feel. Incidentally, without exaggeration or embellishment, this is the only mistake he had ever made in his entire life. Staring vacantly into the night sky above, Sojiro listened as the footsteps drew nearer.
Give up?
It was the closest her voice had ever been to him. Perhaps feeling that he really had given up, she approached his collapsed form. In the dark, mirror-lined corridor, he could not make out her expression. Without a word, Sojiro raised his eyes to meet his murderer. Aoko spoke from within the shadows. His eyes widened in bewilderment. Now that she had mentioned it, he realized that would have been the obvious question to ask. He had more or less picked up on the fact that he was being killed for learning some secret, but it was human nature to want to know more. A simple affirmation. His face was a mixture of resignation and forlorn longing. He thought for a moment before... He responded in a mature, subdued voice. His response was clear, rather gallantly so.
じゃ、殺すけど。死ぬの怖く。
怖いに決まってる。何より痛そうだ。
His face turned wry as he objected, to which Aoko frowned. As nonchalant as he could be, he was honest about his feelings.
そりゃ怖いでしょ。私だって怖いと思うし。でも悪いわね。我慢して。人でなしと罵ってくれて結構よ。今の私は本当にその通りだから。そういった意味じゃあんたと同じ。普通の道徳がないのよ。だから必要なら人も殺せる。
Sojiro's finger twitched in response to her indifferent tone. As if to say that, despite having given up on just about everything, his body could not let those words slide.
人殺しなんて良くないぞ。
分かってるって言ってるでしょ。
Aoko raised her right hand. The light from the crest illuminated her face. It goes without saying that her expression was unchanged. She was not crying, nor was she smiling. She was a young woman who had excised her feelings. Deal with it was another thing Sojiro could not let slide. Sojiro could read on Aoko's face that she was not herself. She was in pain, and to a degree he had never seen in her.
すまない。ちょっといいかな。
何？ここまで悲壮感を盛り上げておいて、やっぱり逃げるなんてのは却下よ。
He unconsciously smiled at Aoko's ruthless counter and breathed a sigh of relief. He had misread the pain he saw in her face. This was the same Aoko. Sojiro laughed out loud in a genuine joy, a laugh that most other people would have taken as an insult.
遺言でも聞いてあげようと思った私が甘かった。っていうか、今の小バカにした笑いがあんたの遺言ってことで OK？
いや、そうじゃなくて、あそこにいる人は青
崎の友
人なのか?
Out of nowhere, Sojiro pointed behind Aoko. Aoko thought that it must have been that old, overused distraction technique. If this had been a Japanese comedy act, this would be the part where she gave him a whack for the paper fan. But after giving it a second thought, she realized Sojiro didn't have the capacity for understanding old or even new tricks. Perhaps his honest disposition had been to his benefit. Without thinking, Aoko gave in to her curiosity and turned her gaze toward the direction in which his finger was pointed. And there... Dun 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 dun! Something that should not have been there in the maze. Something with a creaking, wooden smile. It was the ominous, creepy, uncanny figure of a girl. This is the figure of a girl. A puppet. An unusual figure with 2 arms and 2 legs stood silently in the darkness. If only for a moment its beauty, which was even apparent from afar, dulled the insanity of the current situation. Whoa!
Poppy's playtime!
Extend, extend, extend. The utterly unknown threat made Aoko freeze on the spot. Avoiding it didn't even occur to her. Humans possessed intelligence and knowledge, but when confronted with the unknown, they failed to process what to do, and... Oh, snap, it got her. A shriek escaped Aoko's mouth. The magical attack crossed the 30-foot gap in an instant. The arm of the girl, who had appeared at the rear of the corridor, was slender and quick. It extended to a near impossible length, striking Aoko from behind. Aoko crashed into the wall as she fought back an anguished whimper. The attacker retracted her arm. Sojiro sprang to his feet. He darted to her side and used all the strength he could muster to get her to her feet. He could not believe how light she was. In Sojiro's mind, Aoko was an extraordinary individual. He'd expected that if he were to ever touch her, it would be apparent that she was far stronger than he. But in reality, he felt about as heavy as you would expect a 100-pound girl to feel. What, you mean the laughing? What is that, like Barney or something from The Simpsons? Is that his name? I don't even know if that's his name.
I'm talking like this.
Meanwhile, that thing continued to reel in its arm, as if it were some sort of mechanism. Having extended more than 30 feet from the elbow joint, it clanked in as it returned to its previous shape and size.
大丈夫か？
You're not supposed to know who made it yet. Unless you're asking me to spoil the story. Aoko tore her hand away from Sojiro's. Suddenly, she felt her knees buckle from under her, but Sojiro caught her before she could hit the ground and helped her to her feet. I'll just tell you that it's someone you've already met in the story so far.
無理するな。で、あいつは知り合いか？
He looked back at the eerie shadow 30 feet away as it finished retracting its arm. Aoko grabbed her lower back as she answered. A searing pain shot through her. You have met her, yes. Whoops, I just gave away the gender. But someone already spoiled it. It's just a bruise. How can it hurt this much? Aoko tried to steady her breathing as she assessed the damage done to her back. The pain was quick to fade and her breathing returned to normal. For the time being, her motor functions were no longer hindered, which meant the real damage was elsewhere. Blue light glowed across the room. The gloom. The magical energy generated by her breathing was accumulating in her right arm. If magical energy was the fuel, the formula was the igniter. For Aoko, this was little more than a reenactment of 2 evenings ago. Next time the puppet extended its arm, Aoko would fire a magic bullet as fast as she could. A battle at approximately 30 feet. As long as Aoko could secure a 2-second window, she could create a counterattack to end their duel. It made its move. With its head tilted down, there was no expression to be seen, and in the darkness, its apparent age was impossible to make out. To the two humans, the puppet was not dissimilar to a faceless ghost. Its left arm slowly came up with a grinding sound. Its movements were dull, as if the joints were rusty. I'll let you guys talk it out in the comments. I don't want to spoil it with my own words here. We'll save that for my lore video. The right arm, which had been extended earlier, hung at its side. Though the puppet's mouth was hidden by its long locks, the sense was that it was smiling. I don't know, it looks more pissed to me. She threw herself into Sojiro and extended her hand. Its arm extended at that very moment. The timing was impeccable. In a single second, Aoko's magical bullet scored a direct hit on the puppet's arm, reversing its trajectory and sending it crashing into the puppet's body with a violent explosion. Or at least, that is what would have happened had the magical formula been invoked. Oh, did you have a dud? Did you run out of ammo? Did you run out of ammo? She barely avoided being struck once again. When her magecraft failed her, her intuition took over and she just managed to get away. She clenched her teeth in frustration, her thoughts racing a mile a minute. Fight or flight? It only had one arm left, which would take time to retract. This was the best shot Aoko had at defeating it. If she could evade the right arm just a fraction, she could get close enough to... Weird, bro. A crackle echoed through the corridor. The poetic murmurs contained enough magical energy for a mage to perceive. The verse itself was Latin, but it contained hints of the language of curses, Gundo. Originally, they were words meant to curse a hated adversary. However, I hate you, yet I love you. The puppet was directing the words at itself. Curses beget curses. The victim calls down a curse on the assailant, creating a vicious cycle of negativity. The incantation was meant to do just that. However, this was ultimately a one-puppet show, an unprecedented source of power akin to auto-intoxication. As unbelievable as it seemed, the cycle of curses had been turned into a perpetual motion device. Aoko abandoned the idea of digging her heels in. It was time to flee with all due haste. She grabbed Sojiro's hand and ran as fast as she could, deeper into the realm of mirrors. The crackling voice continued its murmuring behind them. Hello? What is this stuff on top? Interesting. Did it come with soy sauce at all? What? Aoko fought against the pain in her back as she ran through the mirrored corridor. She dragged Sojiro by the hand. She cursed inwardly at how much of a mess she felt, though. Unlike Sojiro, Aoko did not run into any transparent walls. Thanks to not superior sight, but rather preparation, she'd hammered the layout of the building into her memory. Such a cute dog. Aoko's matter-of-fact answer contrasted with Sojiro's nervous questioning. The corridor grew shorter with each and every left turn. At first, they were able to advance in a straight line for about 100 feet at a time. But by now, they were forced to turn a corner every 50 feet or so. Sojiro furrowed his brows. He was grateful that she was answering his questions, but baffled by the strange words he was using. His words suggested that he was still concerned about her injuries. Aoko shook her head in irritation. Sojiro nodded. With that matter settled, he asked, Answering curtly, Aoko glared at her naive prey. Yeah, you could have let him die, and then that would have been convenient for you, actually, because then you wouldn't have had to kill him. Uh-oh. My cat's here to ruin my food. Get away. Give me a second. The cat is exiled. God, my avatar's going crazy. Okay, I am back. When my cat sees that I have food, he climbs up and tries to become a monster. And I can't handle that if I'm trying to read and eat and do all sorts of things simultaneously. Just can't do it. The two of them headed for the next corner. Their legs began to slow as they rounded one more. Aoko rubbed her back as she tried to catch her breath. Though Aoko had insisted that she was fine, it appeared to have been bravado. Even the usually clueless Sojiro felt the desperation they were in. He stood behind Aoko with his arms folded. While they had a moment, he tried to make sense of everything. First, Aoko had nearly killed him. Though he was saved at the last possible second, it was by the strange, stretchy woman Aoko had burned to ashes 2 nights prior. He could barely make it out that night, but he considered it a her because it looked female. The woman's attack wounded Aoko's back and forced her to flee. Aoko had taken Sojiro with her, claiming that the reason she did so was to prevent her prey from escaping. In other words, you're still gonna kill me, aren't you?
当たり前よ。あんなやつ、仮に2体と半分始末しても、あんた用の余力は残せるわ。
Her tone was sharp, but even Sojiro could see that she was struggling to stay confident. The damage to her body was too much to afford her any optimism. Still, the fury in her eyes refused to accept her circumstances.
中がところどころショートしてる。あの右腕は回路を混戦させるジャミングってわけね。
Though the proper response would have been for her to tremble in fear, she did nothing but shake her fists in anger. The disruption of formulae was only supposed to work on an absolute beginner. If it had been her roommate, the arm would have been repelled the instant it hit her hand, and the attacker's circuits burned out rather than her own. Attempting to establish a link to the magic circuits of another mage was like presenting your heart on a silver platter. It would be of no use in a battle against a superior mage. And yet her adversary had been designed to do just that. Coupled with the attacks on areas of Misaki under Aoko's jurisdiction these last few weeks, it was a clear statement from the enemy, who as of 2 days ago had revealed itself as a fellow mage. In other words, the puppet saw Aoko as no threat at all.
敵ながら正確な判断だこと。
While she was still angry, the whirlwind of emotions within her started to fade. Her face was that of a hunter far beyond hers. Far beyond her years.
俺の時より真剣だな。
まあね、あんたの時は遊びが入ってたし。
Sojiro was not sure whether to be happy or sad at that.
わからないことだらけで何を聞いていいかわからないんだけど、一つだけいいか。
Aoko didn't respond. Her eyes were focused on the darkness before them. The silence was heavy, and the darkness was like a noose closing in on them. But Sojiro continued in spite of her indifference.
青崎はあいつも殺すのか。
Silence fell over them. It was as if the gloom was pulling them in. No response. Their breathing was the only sound echoing in the dim corridor. There stood Sojiro, forcing her to confront her sins, and the magician girl who continued to ignore him. They spent a few seconds, seemingly frozen in time.
そう。それがあなたのキーワードみたいね。
Aoko whispered in a lifeless tone. Her sigh was tinged with both resignation and contempt.
何？
独り言よ、忘れて。それと言っとくけど、あいつは人間じゃないわ。信じられないだろうけど、自分の意志で動く人形なの。この前
Sojiro nodded as he processed the information. Not only did he not doubt her story, but he seemed to have accepted it at face value.
なんか落ち着いてるわね、あなた。
まさかもう何が何だかわからないから
I have no idea what's going
し
on.
てるだけだ。ただ人形に関しては別にどうということはない。
もしかして他でも自動人形を見たことあるとか？
都会の人形ってああいうものじゃないの？
What? She barely stopped herself from falling to her knees. Of course, how could she have forgotten? She was dealing with a bona fide, natural-born moron. As a student who transferred from the isolation of the mountains, like an endangered species, his utter lack of common sense rendered anything miraculous as mundane. If automobiles were moving hunks of metal, then moving puppets were nothing to write home about. Wait, that meant, to him the incident from the other night hadn't been extraordinary at all. He might have even assumed it was an everyday occurrence in the city.
参った。いっぺん頭の中覗いてみたいっていうか、ほんとここまで来ると感心するわ。調子が狂うのも当然だった。普通は私に襲われた時点でもっと違う反応をするはずなのに。化け物とかお化けとかさ。でもあなたにとってはそういうこともあるで済まされてたわけなんだ。なんかバカみたいね、私。
Her strained face returned to normal for a moment. It hit her there had been another way to handle this without anyone getting hurt. But the damage had already been done. There were no do-overs in life, nor should there be. Her own mistaken assumptions had sent that situation spiraling out of control. But now that Sojiro was involved, he had to make sure that her secret was safe with him. Even if there had been another, better option, that ship had sailed. Human relationships were ultimately driven by mutual misunderstandings. Like tapestries, woven from mismatched intentions. Break time was over. There stood Aoko Aozaki and Sojiro Shizuki. The first idle conversation they had since first meeting had come to an end. Not that they had a choice in the matter. It was the jarring murmuring from around the corner that cut it short. It's impressive that this little puppet can, like, speak, you know? I don't know if its mouth is actually moving or not. The enemy was just around the corner, visible in the mirrors parallel to it. Oh. They bounce! Oh no! In contrast to Aoko's elegant blues, its lights were a malicious red.
Not the Gundo! Anything but the Gundo!
There was a momentary flash of light before she even extended her arm. But the instant she saw the enemy, her dormant feelings erupted once more. Cool. Good you can do that. She channeled all her pent-up anger and shunted it into her right arm. The fog that had filled the corridor was no magical weaving, but rather a barrier of raw energy. It was equivalent to setting blaze to 3 buckets of gasoline to create a wall of fire, in the hope that it would stop an arrow in flight. If the puppet had attacked with its arm, it could have pierced such a wall easily, but because it had loosed curses with no defined form, the wall of energy repelled the attack. While it was a huge waste of magical energy, it was the only means Aoko had to protect herself in that very moment. It did sound like a Sonic Spin Dash, didn't it? Unfortunately, its protection was reserved for Aoko alone. Sojiro held his hand to his mouth. While the curse had been weakened to the point where Aoko could no longer feel it, it had plenty of effect on Sojiro, who was not a mage. As if it understood this fact, the puppet turned its gaze from Aoko to the unanticipated human behind her. When do you think you'll drop Hey and Kill on YouTube? Been watching each of the FGO lore videos every day, or... I still have to make it, though. These things take a while. And then it also has to go early access for a little while. So it might be... we're looking at January. It'll be sometime in January, I'm thinking. Enraged, she swung her arm forward once again. The blue light formed a wall to block the Gundo for a scanned few seconds. It was enough of an opening to exploit. Just as Aoko was forming the wall, the puppet pointed its right arm at her face and... Before the rocket of death could be fired, Sojiro scooped her up into his arms. How he mustered the strength to do so was a mystery, but he turned his back on the puppet and took off running. Reen would be more, A robot can speak, but I don't see any joints and musculature in this doll's mouth, I guess is what I'm trying to say. He was a nimble sprinter, resembling a deer leaping across obstacles. Sojiro rounded 2 more corners, ignored whatever complaints Aoko was making, and eventually stopped in the middle of the 2nd floor. He set her down.
You got to get out of here!
Sojiro's shoulders heaved as he caught his breath. As light as she was, running while carrying someone else would make anyone winded. She looked up at him in incomprehension. I'm just saying it's impressive because someone had to build that toy, that doll, that thing. Technically, the term is automata. It made no sense to her. If he had the stamina to pick her up and run, surely he could have stood up and escaped when he had been downed earlier. His words were unfiltered as ever. Though in this moment, fighting for their lives, he lacked some of his usual absent-mindedness. Though he may have turned away because he regretted saying it out loud, his words spoke volumes. For some reason, it pained Aoko to see him like that. It's the Gundo! Sojiro's defenseless anus. Aoko had no idea why he was relieved, but she gritted her teeth and fought down the urge to snap at him. There was no use in yelling at a time like this. Above all, she felt that it would have been petty in the extreme to voice her annoyance right now. This time it was not false bravado. Such an enemy would normally be a breeze for Aoko Aozaki, but her shameful negligence had led to the disruption of her magic circuits, making her even less formidable than her enemy. At this point, Aoko had no way of attacking. The only option left was for her to wait for it to expend all its magical energy, but its perpetual curse mechanism made that non-starter. This game of tag would not end until one of them was dead. She realized that she was in the same position she had cornered Sojiro in earlier. She glanced at her right arm. She could not imagine how she had gotten into such a mess with her magical energy at more than half of its capacity. This had to be karma for having enjoyed toying with Sojiro earlier. She grumbled under her breath as she shifted her focus. She had the fuel for the fire, but not the igniter. and that killing machine would chase her until the end of time if need be. What she should do next was blindingly clear. She had to get back to normal.
青崎
ごめん、考え事してた。
Catch you later, Matthew.
よし、合ってる。しずきくん、そこに横道あるのわかる？
Aoko pointed, but he could see nothing but the walls of the corridor. For one thing, the floor had nothing but left turns, and Aoko was pointing to the right.
2階は中心まで行くと1階に降りる階段があるんだけど、それは私が壊したから使えないの。けど、ここの作りも意地が悪くてね。よく見れば、右に曲がる
Only the hardcore fans know about the secret shortcut!
あとは注意して探せば、1階の階段までショートカットできる。悪いけど、一人で行って。
Aoko turned her back to Sojiro and started walking in the opposite direction of the escape route, and down the long corridor toward the puppet in pursuit.
あいつは無差別だから、ここで壊さないといけない。魔術師は魔術師同士で争うのはいいんだけど。
But you need to kill him anyway!
一般人に手を出しちゃいけないって決まりがある。あいつの目的は私のわけだし、結果がどうあれ、すっきりするでしょ。
If Aoko won, the puppet would be destroyed. If Aoko lost, its objective would be complete, and it would shut down. Either way, them going their separate ways would mean Sojiro survived. This is what Aoko meant, though she explained it as if the events were happening to two totally different people.
運が良ければ入り口までたどり着けるわ。それじゃあ。
I'll kill you tomorrow. Oh. Even Sojiro could tell she was just trying to act tough, but she had already disappeared around the corner by the time he thought to stop her. Don't! Mentally, Aoko bemoaned the disaster she was in. The quality of this puppet was on a completely different level compared to the one from the park 2 days ago. An auto-incanting perpetual motion machine was a rarity in and of itself, but this puppet was also equipped for battle with its extending arms and Gundo projecting crystalline eyes. It was a first-class product that, if put on the market, would sell for hundreds of millions of yen. Although that was only when factoring in its value as an antique. For the purpose of combat, it would have made more sense to mobilize a significantly less expensive familiar. To use such a precious commodity as a tool for murder marked this puppet's master as a completely different breed of crazy from the enemies she had faced up until now. Sound of a crackling music box filled the air. The automata, animated by its own curses, approached. The corridor measured approximately 30 feet in length. Aoko lay in wait around a corner, down the hall, anticipating the puppet's appearance. This was not to buy Sojiro time to escape. Far from it. Aoko had concluded that she couldn't make a break for it under the current circumstances. Even if she did try to escape and by some miracle made it out of the House of Mirrors, that was as far as she would go. Outside with no cover, Aoko would quickly be overtaken and skewered from behind. As long as her magecraft was disabled, escape was impossible. Instead, she chose to force the enemy back. Her situation was not the most favorable, but neither was the puppet's. Through this narrow hall gave Aoko no place to run. It in turn prevented the puppet from reaching at full speed. That was the weak point of this machine. Automata of its era had a tendency to struggle with minute changes in speed. She flowed energy into her shorted circuits. Her blood flow and magical energy were unstable. It would be difficult to construct a formula in this state. All she could do was harden her right arm by imbuing it with as much energy as she could. Doing so turned her arm into an improvised weapon like a hammer or bat, assuming she could manage to get in close combat. This was the best she could do. All she needed now was a plan of attack. The question wasn't what weapon to use, but how to use the weapon she had. The simplest way would be to use the mirror's reflections to hide, and then rush the puppet from its blind spot. Except for one major problem. It did not have a sense of sight in the first place. The puppet's view of the world around it did not stem from visual feedback, but from the mapping of the topography of its surroundings. In theory, it was the same as a bat's echolocation. The environment could be measured based on the emission and return of high-frequency sound waves. Those chants served as sensor pulses. As far as the puppet was concerned, the mirrors were no better than transparent panes, making even the thought of an ambush laughable.
近づけば近づくほどよりリアルに察知される。本当は遠距離からの狙撃が最適なんだけど、ガンドを撃ってくるの。
Is that like Finn McCool?
1
Finn?
ぐらい隠してるわよね。
It's not a fan art. It's not in the game that I'm aware of. It actually, no, I think it is in the game. So no, I think it is a real CG. I think it comes toward the end of the game, like a bonus feature type thing, but I could be wrong. The bunny girl thing. Gundo was Scandinavian in origin, and considering its simplicity, highly versatile. It was the most effective at impairing a target's health by pointing a finger. As a single action magecraft, it was limited to only causing illness, but there was a secret technique said to be the greatest mastery of the Gundo shot. The Finn shot. It could do more than cause simple illness. It was a deadly curse that could stop the heart. The wound on her back set her nerves on fire. An unarmed girl and a deadly automaton. It was clear that she was the one destined for death. She considered her slim chances of survival when a vision sent chills down her spine. Quietly using everything she could to clamp down on the feeling, Aoko faced her all too familiar illusion. She clenched her teeth to keep them from making a deafening clatter. But there, the sensation of fingers crawling up her neck, behind her, the specter stared and laughed. This alone made Aoko want to bolt. On top of it all, when Aoko tried to mentally simulate the coming fight, she estimated a 2 in 10 chance of dying in the first 5 seconds. 20%. At times her predictions were harsher than reality. The red death that's coming after her, yes. If Aoko thought the puppet 10 times, fought it 10 times, she would die twice. She could not stop herself from visualizing her own corpse. She imagined herself collapsing, crumpling under the puppet's curse. Her eyeballs swollen like a bullowfish, blood and other fluids oozing out of every orifice. 1 in 5. 1 in 5. 1 in 5. A 1 in 10 chance of death was bad enough, but 1 in 5? It drove her crazy. Aoko forced down her heart, as if it tried to escape from her mouth, or as it tried to escape from her mouth. Taking in a deep breath, she peered at her own reflection. She thought back to that white night half a year ago. This, she decided, was nothing compared to that. 6 months ago, at the Kuonji estate, the Hound of White Roses, the Wundersnatch that appeared from within the thick fog, had killed Aoko 100 times out of 10. A dark curse shadowed Aoko's daydream. It was only 30 feet away. The puppet rounded the corner. Either side stood in the shadows, their forms indistinct. The puppet gave no warning. Without preamble, it swiftly fired a Gundo barrage. Just as Aoko planned, the curses fizzled out as they hit her mist-like barrier of magical energy. The protection would only last a few seconds, giving her just enough time to... Kakatte koi! Its stretchable spear sprang toward Aoko's face. Bingo bongo! The lethal weapon grazed her cheek. All her experience analyzing puppet attack patterns gave her the wherewithal to avoid the attack by a hair's breadth. It was one thing if a puppeteer were pulling the strings, but autonomous dolls had their limitations. Aoko had bet everything on this killing machine following a predefined template. The puppet would use a given attack for a given range, and she could adjust her tactics to that. Before its arm had a chance to fully retract, she charged the puppet. It was a risky gamble, but her overall chances were slim to begin with. The scales tipped in her favor. If her predictions were correct, there were two ways she would die. One was from a fin shot fired at that range, and the other is if the puppet's attack pattern was beyond her ability to foresee. Instantaneous mass transfer, otherwise known as mass displacement. Immediately after Aoko dodged the puppet's arm, something smashed into her abdomen. The head-on collision from its shoulder felt like a rocket. But where had the ability to propel itself come from? Puppets like this were not built to have the ability to jet around like that. Doing everything in her power to stay conscious in spite of the pain, Aoko could just make out what happened. Yes, the puppet's arm had not returned to its body. It was lodged in the wall and reeled itself in from the other direction. Grappling hook! Swallowing her surprise, she hastily pulled herself back up. Her abdomen, specifically her diaphragm, had been dealt a significant blow. The attack left her disoriented. Thankfully, the puppet was surprisingly lightweight. Her bones and organs were intact, and she had sustained no life-threatening damage. She was having a hard time breathing, however. She was shaken, though she managed to keep her calm. In another 2 seconds, she'd be back on her feet. No, that was 2 seconds too long. She told herself to calm down, that she was already calm. She'd only briefly lost her bearings. She was fine. She could recover her breath and her vision later. If only her body would move! Above her, Aoko could hear the warped noise of a powerful force. She could once more feel the touch of death. The puppet was so close that Aoko could reach out and touch it. That also meant that it could reach out and kill her. By intuition alone, Aoko rolled over to the puppet's right flank. Its arm was still embedded within the wall. From here it could not attack. She had made the right decision, and her dizziness faded. Aoko pulled herself back up. It was her turn.
He looks just like you!
It was only an instant. Within this labyrinth of mirrors, she saw an image of herself. Whoa, what a sound. Oh! What the? Did you just blast it with mana? A blinding, brilliant light flashed. Lacerations appeared across the walls. At the last moment, Aoko managed to thicken the magical energy running through her veins into a primitive form of magecraft resistance. It just barely saved her life from what must have been the puppet's ace in the hole. The puppet bore a striking resemblance to Aoko. This powerful curse was not satisfied with stopping Aoko's heart, but destroying her entire being. Aoko did not even have the time to be shocked. This was her chance for a counterattack. The puppet's balance was unsteady, its right arm still embedded in the wall. Aoko prepared to give its defenseless body a strong kick, but her knees buckled and she collapsed into a heap on the floor. Sudden nausea and lightheadedness overcame Aoko. Her body temperature began to rapidly lower.
Oh no!
She noticed too late. The puppet's curses circled the hall. The curses chant that the puppet used as a source of power doubled as a defense mechanism, crippling those who drew near with illness. She bore the full brunt the entire time. She was in close proximity to it. Though Aoko had magic circuits, she was succumbing just as Sojiro had. Languidly, she forced her deteriorating body to jump back. With all the energy she could muster, she forced her way past the exhaustion caused by the curse. However, Aoko's blood pressure took a steep nosedive, not from the curse-induced anemia, but from what appeared in front of her. They stood in perfect harmony. In front of Aoko was the automata that shared her face, its left arm held out like an arrow. The deadly weapon shot forward and honed in on her heart. Then, a moment before it made contact, the moment she heard that fearless voice, completely out of place in this storm of violence, Aoko's body was pulled forcefully to one side. Once again, the extending arm cut right through the empty air. While the puppet quickly retracted its left arm, Sojiro took the brief opportunity to take Aoko by the hand and flee at full speed. Not sure who's leaving, but see you later. Sojiro ran through the corridor as fast as he could, only stopping when he had enough distance between them and the puppet. Though he had saved her, she looked angry rather than grateful. This did not keep Sojiro from saying his piece. In other words, let's finish this today. A rather awkward proposal. Aoko remained silent. She was also rather angry. Not that she could not figure out what made him tick, nor because he'd returned after escaping. Not even because he was spouting his typically airheaded lines. It was, she supposed, that instant. The fact that when he grabbed her hand and her mind had gone completely blank, Aoko found it unforgivable. Which beckoned the response. In the heat of the moment, she blurted it out before she could stop herself. Sojiro nodded, clearly unperturbed. She found herself slightly offended. She was having none of it. Her eyes shot daggers his way. Aoko's eyes widened ever so slightly in amazement. Not out of shock, but rather admiration that her enemy would go to such lengths. A tuner sounds a lot better than being a homunculus. Are you excited for Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom? Not a lot. It's definitely never going to be as important to me as something like a Xenoblade title. That's my face. No. It's Uncanny Valley face.
そうね。そこまでやってるなら目撃者は消すでしょうね。私みたいに。
だろ？でも俺はあいつには殺されたくない。
え？
I want you to be the one to kill me. I can be your victim, baby. I can take all of the pain. His words were decisive. As Aoko looked up at him, she could swear he was trying to encourage her. It was then that she realized. Sojiro was looking even worse than before.
ちょっと待って。大丈夫なのあなた。
まあ、醤油を一升瓶飲むよりはマシではないかと。
He tried to make light of the situation, but his forehead was clearly drenched in sweat.
そうか。さっき人形に近づいたから。
How could he possibly be able to withstand a curse that made even Aoko nauseous? Well, you still don't know how he got through that barrier of Alice's anyway. She bit her lip, annoyed at herself for not noticing this earlier. Sojiro was such an airhead that she hadn't paused to consider his plight.
下で隠れていようとか思わなかったの？その方がどう考えても安全でしょ？
She really could not understand him at all.
それは青崎が言うセリフじゃないな。でもまあ、長話をしている時間もない。そろそろ追いついてくる頃だ。
I don't know. I still like Pokemon more. Maybe because Yugi's hair is just really dumb. I've never liked it. It's like too spiky. That is such a thing that can be an anime character, believe it or not. He turned to look down the corridor. The crackling sounds of a music box could be heard creeping forth from the darkness.
さっき一回似て考えたんだ。君がやられても俺は殺される。なら、まず奴をどうにかするべきだ。
あなた、何が言いたいの？
She asked a question to which she already knew the answer. She did it to put him to the test. If he wavered even a little, she would have killed him where he stood.
提案。あいつをやっつけるのに協力したら、俺のことは見逃してくれる？
助けられたぐらいじゃ信念は曲げないって言ったでしょ。それに、あなたに何ができるっていうの？
それは青崎が考えてくれ。得意だろ、そういうの。
The commander, who had the overall picture, was responsible for delegating roles to their teammates. It was futile to depend on someone who was unable to grasp the situation or evaluate the enemy's strength. Sojiro was proud to share that he knew this. He spoke the truth. Aoko was the only one who knew both Sojiro and the automata. That was why he pointed out that following her orders to be the best of his ability was the only thing he could do. It may have seemed as though Sojiro had surrendered his capacity for self-thought, but in fact, in accepting that he was helpless, he was in fact giving Aoko his complete trust.
じゃあ、私の指示に 100% 従うってこと？
ああ。それに、これは恩とか義理の話じゃない。一人だと分が悪いから二人でかかるだけだ。善意でも好意でもない。
This is business.
こういうの。
His eyes sparkled, as if this was bartering in its truest form.
まったく。
This child must have learned that from Tobimaru, Aoko thought. Though she refused to let him see it, underneath she cracked a smile. Sure, he had gotten the best of her just now, but there were times when defeat was not the worst outcome in the world. You ever heard of an old card game called Force of Will? Nope, never heard of it.
言いたくないけど。
She relaxed her shoulders and sighed. Her face cracked into a wicked smile, as if her fears had suddenly washed away.
それ、結構私の好みよ。
Aoko repaid Sojiro's trust in equal measure.
Let's kill this fucker!
結構きついかもね。あなたの役目。
Aoko warned Sojiro, moving as fast as she could with her footfalls, causing a din of noise. Or without them causing a din of noise. Sojiro remained near the center of the spiral maze on the second floor.
実を言うと、もう一つ用意しておいた仕掛けがあるの。自分でもやりすぎだって呆れたもんだけど、あなたがここに来るのが遅かったから。
Shiro's voice isn't anywhere here, no.
仕掛けって俺用の？
Sojiro tilted his head like a squirrel as Aoko freely discussed the final ace up her sleeve. Oh, diagram!
地下の柱に着火型のちょっとした魔術式を刻んでおいたの。中心の柱に点火することで連鎖的に他の柱に仕掛けた魔術も起動する。ジャミングを食らう前に作ったものだから、直接魔力を叩き込めば一気にこういくわ。
Sojiro was a little unsettled by how unclear that last part was.
青崎、こうじゃわからない。できるだけ明確にどこまで爆破する気だったのか白状してくれ。あと、もしかして俺早まったか？
いや、その単なる保険っていうか、追いかけっこの途中であんたを見失ったら、いっそ建物ごと爆破しちゃおうかなって。
It was her policy to be thorough to the end, after all. She laughed in embarrassment, saying it out loud, though.
いくらなんでも徹底しすぎてる。
Faced with Aoko's cruelty, Sojiro forgot about the situation at hand and protested from the bottom of his heart.
何よ、いいじゃない。そのおかげでなんとかなりそうなんだから。
She shot back. Aoko dashed down the corridor, mumbling things that probably would have sent Sojiro packing if he heard them. The strategy was simple. Aoko would use the escape route to the right and avoid the puppet while making her way down to the basement. Upon reaching the central pillar, she would infuse the formula she had prepared with magical energy and escape. Once ignited, it would take about a minute for the chain reaction to spread throughout the whole house of mirrors, and another minute for the building to collapse. She would be cutting it a little close, but because she had committed the maze to memory, she was sure she could make it out in time. Aoko assumed that the chain reaction caused by the pillar would clear the barrier that the puppet had placed at the entrance. And even if it was strong enough to withstand the blast, it would not be able to stay standing once the foundations buckled. Sojiro's escape was assured as long as the formula in the basement was activated. Next came the most important part. The automaton was at a disadvantage in this obstacle-laden house of mirrors, and was unable to move at full speed. If it was near the center of the second floor when the building collapsed, it would be caught up and crushed by it. So the problem was keeping the puppet on the second floor until Aoko could make it down to the basement. So he's the bait. He's the bait. Ideally, he would be able to keep it busy until she could activate the formula. If that failed to work, him luring it down to the first floor would be the next best thing. She understood perfectly well the danger she was putting Sojiro in, but his lucky streak and running speed were nothing to scoff at. Aoko made her way through the hidden passages of the maze, her hopes pinned on Sojiro. Meanwhile, well out of earshot, Sojiro was readying himself for another desperate chase. He calmed his beating heart using a method of his own making. What mattered most was that he remained calm. The plan was simple enough, and Aoko's orders were succinct and easy to understand.
10メートルぐらいの距離を保って、できるだけゆっくり通路を3、4周すること。横道は鏡のつなぎ目で覚えて。ここなら左回りで6、3、7、2枚目にあるから。そこを
I would never be able to understand those instructions on the fly. I'd be like, what? 637 second, what? It was essentially a looping marathon. As long as Sojiro maintained a distance of the puppet's extended arm and just enough that she could continue to track him, she could continue chasing him indefinitely. Simple though the task was, Sojiro was putting his life on the line as bait. And then there was the final order to run as fast as he could to the exit when the building began to sway.
結構じゃなくて、かなりきついんじゃないかな、これ。
He nervously stuck his head out from around the corner. He could hear the sound of the music box from the other side of the corridor. First, he had to make eye contact with it, then head through the shortcut on the right and begin their game of tag. Domo. He spotted it and braced himself. Closer, closer, fearing that her arm could fly at him at any moment. He went over Aoko's instructions in his head. However, he could not quite remember which pane led to the first hidden passage. The third? The sixth? The ninth? Nope. He was sure that was mistaken. He was confident he had it memorized moments ago, but his nerves had gotten the best of him, and his head was now spinning. Then, Sojiro realized that the sound of his pursuer was beginning to grow distant. At an incredible speed. Roar! Spider time! We're going to Spider! The unusual silhouette of the puppet astonished him. Before it had taken the form of a beautiful girl. But now it made a bizarre transformation and returned to the first floor to pursue her primary target. Sojiro was no longer sure what to do. With not even the time to mourn his failure, the puppet had vanished out of sight. I'll be of help, just let me go. Or so he had said, but now he could not follow through. Alone, he tilted his head in frustration. He spoke into the darkness as if Aoko would be there to answer him. Wah, wah, wah. That very moment, having arrived on the first floor, Aoko quickly understood what had transpired above her. She did not have the time to strain her ears to hear the puppet. Even during its heyday, this attraction had never made sounds like one she heard toward her. This attraction had never once made sounds like the one coming toward her now. It was the sound of despair, as if a horde of monstrous hedgehogs were scraping their way past the mirrors in her direction. That's what you thought that sounded like? Rather than buying her time, Sojiro had in fact stolen hers. She dreamed of cursing him for failing to fulfill his one job. The echoes made it sound like the footsteps of dozens of feet. To Aoko, it sounded like a giant six-legged spider tearing its way down the corridor. It was little wonder that it was so much faster than before. Its perception of its surroundings through echolocation was a particular use in the dark. Compared to sight-dependent humans, this automaton was far better equipped to navigate its way through the labyrinth of mirrors. If it could not keep pace earlier, it was because its bipedal mode movement was not up to the task. But the stability provided by multiple legs gave it speed that far exceeded that of any human. Her thoughts spun out as she tried to come up with a plan B. All she knew for sure was that this was a pivotal moment. If she continued standing still, she had seconds left at most. Even in her current state, she knew she could easily neutralize the bounded field blocking the entrance without casting a spell. All she had to do was pour a little of her own energy into it. Aoko could sprint with all her might for a little more than 3 minutes. The puppet had far more stamina than she did. She could only come up with 3 options. The first was to escape through the exit in front of her. The second was to hide herself somewhere within the far more complicated first floor. And the third was to run into the basement and be stuck like a rat in a trap. She made her decision with zero hesitation. Moving her stiff legs again with determined strength, the ongoing storm was almost upon her. Her resolve firm, she turned and ran, descending into the darkness. Basement, here I come! No matter what, finale should be glorious. This would be the Mirror Castle's final scene. 2 humans and a puppet. A young sorceress ran towards the subterranean heart of the castle, while an automatous antique chased its prey into the depths of a demonic dungeon. A minute later, a faint blue charge would ripple through the castle. This was the main pillar in the deepest depths of the basement. The pillar itself was not there to support the castle's structure. but it would serve nicely as the symbol into which the girl thrust her fist into all of her magical energy, with all her magical energy. This was the blow that would bring down the castle. She imagined the scene as she threw the punch, a scene that would soon become reality. It was simple ignition magecraft meant to release the condensed magical energy engraved into the 4 pillars that formed the foundation of the structure. Using electricity as a switch meant virtually instantaneous activation. Oh? Swift and eleganto. A hammer of destruction descended upon the castle of dreams that had stubbornly resisted its fate for 2 years. Hurry up and die already, building! It was almost a joyous sound, and so the lifeless and abandoned castle of mirrors set the stage for its final and most spectacular performance. Aoko's magical energy became an electrical charge that activated the magecraft formula engraved into the pillar. The chain reaction would lead to the castle's destruction.
ご苦労様。でも、思ってたよりくたびれてたのね。
The plaza in the center of the basement. Aoko tried to steady her breathing while rotating her magic crest at full speed. She wreathed her arms in blue light, fully aware that she could no longer activate another formula. Her labored breathing refused to settle. She stood at the center of the basement. Without being spotted even once, she had managed to make it all the way to the central pillar. But it was a 100-meter dash in 13 seconds flat. Undoubtedly a new personal best. She spurred on her weakened heart, knowing full well the fate that awaited her.
入れば追ってくる。地下に行けば逃げられない。当然よね。最後まで逃げ回ろうなんて。
If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me! Hindsight was 20/20. The castle was only a minute away from collapsing completely. If they stayed here, they would both be crushed by the rubble. The puppet certainly did not care. With no life of its own, its sole concern was the elimination of its target, Aoko Aozaki. Indeed, the enemy had been very willing to die from the start. She resented her own lack of resolve. It wasn't like her to tuck tail and run from an opponent that didn't fear death. You goddamn Latin spider! I am the Latin spider! I will talk you to death!
そもそも自爆覚悟じゃないあれ。6足歩行とフィンの一撃は使いすぎよ。もう呪詛による魔力補給じゃ間に合わない。
Such a perpetual motion device was only as good as its ability to regulate its energy consumption. Using so many functions at once meant it was burning through fuel quickly, and losing the ability to process the curses that powered it. It was using all of the functions it had been given to achieve its aim. This was the pride of a tool. If such things could have ego... Oh, if such things could have ego. Those endowed with sentience could never hope to understand. A beast born to do nothing but run would burn away any human who faced its resolve.
ほんともったいない。こういう無茶をするのは姉貴だけかと思ってたけど。
About that. Yeah, about that. But Aoko did not intend to sacrifice play here. She respected her adversary now, and she was done regretting her choices. There was no time to waste.
行くわよ。ここできっかり。
Aoko had every intention of paying it back double for what it had done to her. The energy Aoko had accumulated exploded out of her right leg. She aimed for a single thing, a head-on attack! Oh my god! I'm going to grab you! The energy's response was a curse to crush her heart. A curse that would rend Aoko's heart and destroy itself in the process. As soon as she saw it, Aoko kicked the floor as hard as she could. Her long hair swirled through the air as she flipped aside. This lateral move almost sent her tumbling to the ground, but a quick swing of her arm allowed her to regain her balance. A shot grazed her arm. With the curses scorching her left shoulder, she did not flinch. Aoko knew she could hold on as long as she continued to avoid a direct fin shot.
Snap!
Off balance and in pain, it took her half a second to recover. The moment she raised her head, she deflected the attack with a fistful of magical energy. The puppet had a will of its own. Its eyes would have popped right out of its sockets. It would have been floored, shocked at the strong will that allowed this girl to perform a series of moves like this. Snap! Crackle! Pop! I don't know if that's actually what she's gonna say. Aoko's response was instantaneous. While her power was not sufficient to completely redirect the arm's trajectory, it was just enough to deflect it harmlessly past her hair. The chant became a curse that robbed Aoko of her vitality. Did it still have something left in the tank, or was it actually indignant? Whatever the reason, Aoko was easily able to resist its weakened defensive maneuver. Oh, are you gonna kick it? Oh! Kick it in the boob! Or is that its back? No, you kicked it in the boob. Glider! Snap, crack, glider! And her right leg, pulsing with magical energy, shot up to the puppet's chest from below. Ouch! Why? You broke me! It was much lighter than Aoko anticipated, or rather, she felt little resistance. An automaton's weight was determined by its internals, the size of its power source. Ironically, it was the superiority of its music box engine that would prove to be its downfall. Yeet! Venite. A stuttering curse. Having taken the full brunt of Aoko's kick, the puppet bounced from ceiling to floor, collapsing in a heap. That would have been fun to see. Its internal construction had been warped by the impact, leaving the drum of the music box that powered the puppet warped as well. Oh boy. Get out of there, girl. Part of the ceiling came crashing down in front of Aoko, snapping her back to her senses. She was so stunned by her own victory that she forgot the house of mirrors had already begun to collapse. Run away! Run away! There was no time to relish in her victory or pity her opponent, not unless she wanted to meet the same fate. As the situation stood, she found it hard to imagine getting out alive. Am I going to stream the Christmas event? No, I will not be streaming the Christmas event. She slapped herself on the cheek and took off. This was her bounty for finishing their batter in a matter of seconds. With her breathing labored by all the excitement, she ran for the exit. Fuck the fun house. The collapse was intensifying by the second. Having lost its support pillars, the castle was buckling under its own weight. Escaping from the basement was proving to be no easy task. While she was taking the shortest route possible through the maze, she was nearly crushed by a falling piece of the ceiling along the way. Was the second time? No, third, she had to deal with falling rubble along the path. Your Christmas present could be the Daichan hentai, for any of you guys able to contribute to my, campaign. She destroyed the debris on the stairs with magical bullets as she ran. The automaton's jamming had long since worn off. The attack earlier had damaged the vast majority of its functions. Nice. Boom, 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 boom! Her breathing was heavy as she ran. The intensity surrounding her sparked her brain into overdrive. The ceiling seemed to be collapsing in slow motion. For her, a second felt like 5. Her frayed nerves made it hard to read time correctly. As her life seemed to flash before her very eyes, a light at the end of the tunnel. There was debris riddled throughout the stairway, forcing her to crawl up it. She emerged from the destroyed basement into the collapsing first floor. That the plaza was still traversable at all was a miracle in itself, and unfortunately for her, the crucial path to the exit was still intact. The corridor to the entrance was still intact. The basement maze only extended as far as the plaza, so the entrance corridor wouldn't collapse. Only the ceiling would cave in, leaving the scaffolding surrounding intact. She got herself this far by telling herself repeatedly that fate would decide whether or not she reached the plaza. Her gamble paid off. It was her lucky day. All she had to do was muster the last of her strength and keep moving forward until... She hesitated for a fraction of a second. Was it naivete? A sense of responsibility? She pushed aside the image that popped up into her head and continued running down the corridor. What do you mean for old time's sake? What are we talking about? That was 5 minutes ago. At that time, Sojiro had nodded with trepidation, and Aoko had not bothered to ask herself why. This corridor was giving out too. If she were to look back, she was sure she would see the building collapsing in on her. She was also sure she had no time to waste doing so. Her luck was fading as fast as the building's structural integrity. It was a small miracle that she had escaped serious injury up to this point, but she could not afford even the slightest slip-up. An ankle sprain, a loss of balance, even a sneeze would be fatal. A simple pat on the back was enough to end it. So naturally... Oh shit, that's scary. That's scary. There it was, clear as day, from the detritus of the stairway. No, detritus? Never heard of that. Death had arisen to take her down with it. A corpse that had crawled its way up from the depths of hell itself. It was still operational. It was still armed with curses! It had crawled after her, watching as Aoko desperately tried to save herself. The puppet's arm shot forward. While Aoko did not turn to meet it, she could see its reflection in the mirrors. Extend, extend, extend! This time, she could not dodge it. There was absolutely nothing she could do. The puppet, with her face, sang. Not today, Satan! For a moment, she could not believe her eyes. This was the last thing she expected to see.
Fire hydrant!
A fierce expression adorned the face of the boy who had been waiting in the plaza as he smashed the puppet's outstretched arm. Anger really did not suit him at all. His weapon of choice was a fire extinguisher. He must have searched the maze for something to use as a weapon. No, never mind that. It was too crazy to contemplate, but he had stayed behind. For her? Oh, no! Aoko stopped the feat she had sworn to herself she would never stop moving, and extended a hand out to him. Sojiro tossed the fire extinguisher aside and took off running. Pieces of ceiling continued to collapse like dominoes. They kept moving with dust and dirt following in their wake. Their shadows raced through the collapsing corridor with all their strength. The castle was in the throes of death. with a massive crash and a cloud of dust. The final chapter of the fairy tale had been Kitzyland came to an abrupt end. This duel to the death was over. For a moment, amidst their swirling emotions, all past enmity was left behind, and the two collapsed on the lawn and basked in a strange solidarity. The ringing in their ears subsided before long. A tremor of such magnitude seemed impossible in an amusement park like this. Am I going to play the Crisis Core remake? Well, I'm not going to stream it, if that's what you mean. Whether I play it on my own terms? Maybe? Maybe. I might buy the PC version, because I'm pissed off at the censorship of Tifa. Like, why the hell did they have to do that? As the sounds of destruction echoed across the park, Aoko addressed the individual at her side, which means I'll play it if someone mods it, I suppose. I was gonna buy it hands down, no questions asked, but they fucked it up! They just had to do it. They're like, oh, that thing you liked from the PSP version? Nah, that was inappropriate. You're not allowed to like that stuff, you perv. And they get rid of it and then act like they're all high and mighty about it, even though they were the ones who made the original frickin' version. Where did those guys go? I want to meet the man who put those delightful textures on Tifa's stomach. I want to give him or her a congratulatory hug. While the click of her tongue was adorable, the meaning behind it was anything but.
Aozaki, あいつどうなった?
見ての通りよ。今頃バラバラ死体になってる。
I don't know, if this were a horror movie, it would still be around. It would crawl out for a last final jump scare. Sojiro sighed, not wholly relieved by her frank response. His reason.
でも、そんな心配より自分の心配をした方がいいと思うわよ。
What character from the Fate franchise would you love to see as a servant? What? What do you mean? Characters in the Fate franchise are servants. You mean like human characters that could become them? I think I already got exactly what I wanted with Bizette, so I can't really complain. He wasn't out of the woods yet, after all.
青崎、子供の頃はいじめっ子だっただろ。
可逆趣味はないって自負してるけど。それで、今の自分の立場、わかってる?
She sat up and smiled. Sojiro hung his head in shame, wondering why her kind tone and expression were so chilling. I would also like it if Aoko were to somehow be involved, but I don't know. We can't just make every single character a pseudo-servant.
面目次第もございません。
かしこまってもダメよ。
And Nasu's like, ha! That's what you think!
これは取引だって。あなたが役に立つのなら見逃してあげるっていう。
わかってる。だから面目ないって言ってるだろ。
Sojiro made a show of avoiding her eyes. He still saved you. Like a pouting child. Aoko was taken aback by his sulky display. Perhaps he was angry at himself rather than her. What the fuck? What was this? I'll have to check that out later. He was not mad because she would not let him go. She was mad that he had not done his part. Aoko sighed for what seemed like the millionth time that day. She could not figure out what surprised her more, his unconditional kindness or her naive approval of it.
じゃあ、覚悟はできてるの?
そんなのはできないけど、約束だからな。結局は何もしていないし。
It was certainly the case that he had failed to do any of the things she had expected of him. But just then, she glanced back at the collapsed house of mirrors. What had he done after failing so spectacularly? He had searched for the extinguisher so he could use it as a weapon, and waited patiently in the plaza as the maze collapsed all around him, because he thought it was wrong of him to leave alone. It was a foolish choice, and the exact opposite of her choice to run towards the exit without hesitation. She was satisfied, even as she was shocked at how naive she was being. It was true that he had saved her. She smiled inwardly, admiring, if only for a moment, the bravery he continued to show in the face of such extreme circumstances.
役割は果たさなかったけど、アフターケアは合格だし、約束は守らなくちゃね。
With a nod, she pulled herself to her feet.
約束は、いつか守ってもらうとして。
The girl tried to keep a straight face as she offered a hand to the boy still lying on the ground.
結果はどうあれ手助けしてもらったし、特別サービスってことで。
You got one day left to live. She bashfully averted her gaze. Though her profile appeared different than it had in the past, it was still clearly the face of the vibrant girl he met the day he first arrived in town.
何?
As if she had felt his eyes on her, she shot him a frowning glare.
いや、突拍子もないけど、青崎は律儀だなって。
He took her outstretched hand. Feeling his weight as she pulled him up, she could not help but think that he was about the last person she wanted to hear that from.
ところで、今夜はって言うけど、明日からは。
さ、その時になったら考える。
She shrugged her shoulders as if she was not sure of... that was too many S's. She shrugged her shoulders as she That's a tongue twister, man. Look at that. She shrugged her shoulders as if she was not sure herself. She shrugged her shoulders as if she were not sure herself. The response was so unlike her that it made Sojiro smile. Was it the solidarity of having an escaped death altogether? Or their fleeting camaraderie that made him do so? It might have been for this night only, but the air between them was kind and gentle. A lot had transpired, but the midwinter nightmare had come to an end. The pair had overcome many trials and tribulations, and could now leave the mirror realm in their wake. But before that...
随分と。それはあなた一人で決めていいことなのかしら、青子。
Round 2, fight! It's a witch! Burner! It was the voice of a beautiful singing bird and a merciless machine all rolled into one. Her voice quivered as she spoke the name. The lady in black made her presence known. The night was not over yet. Her name was Alice Kuonji. She was a witch whose name struck fear into the hearts of Aoko, an avatar of night who would allow no witnesses. Now, the real question is, does that count as Chapter 6? Because if so, we are done. We are done. Let me do something really quick. Kabloomf. And then, let me just check the next episode. Oh, nope, we can still do it. Forgive me, it still says episode 5. Fuck yeah. I wasn't sure if they were going to continue that as Chapter 6. The melody stirred an emotion like nostalgia within them. Something once familiar but now lost to this world. They believed beyond a shadow of a doubt that it would play for all eternity. From opening stanza to final coda. It was a mysterious siren song, merry yet longing, that heralded a return from dreams to reality. The night shook. A song was spun. Now their lost paradise was unearthed. Abandoned dreams, forsaken idols. They all responded to the cry of the blue cat. The name of that bell was Diddle Diddle, Banquet of the Night. All fables made possible, all marvels made real, by the magecraft of Alice Kuonji, more magical than magic itself.
随分と身勝手ね。それはあなた一人で決めていいことだったかしら。
Alice sat perched atop the clock tower like a black bird of ill omen. She smoothed the ruffles of her skirt as if she were preening.
アリス、
There was tension in Aoko's voice as she lifted her head. The calm atmosphere from a moment prior had long since been shooed away by Alice's gaze.
あの子確か
Sojiro searched his hazy memory. He could not clearly make out her face at this distance, but he was sure he had seen her around a number of times. Where and when eluded him, however, as the tension in the air kept him from connecting all the dots.
驚いた。随分と仲間思いになったのね、アリス。今夜は私に任せるんじゃなかったっけ？
Aoko readied her guard and took half a step forward, unconsciously. From an objective standpoint, it almost looked as though she were protecting the figure beside her. Alice's silence grew even heavier. Her eyes, fixed on the ground below her, were devoid of emotion. An indescribable sense of dread and pressure laid claim over the plaza.
この
As if he strained his ears, he could make out the faint ringing of a bell echoing in the distance. The rippling sound wave seemed, unbelievably, to be emanating from under the ground.
なあ青崎あの子
Shut up. Sojiro stepped back, trying to stay out of the way. It was as tough as he had been going. It was as though he had been told to go to hell for the crime of asking if the girl was Aoko's friend.
そうね。仲間思いに当てはまるかは微妙だけど、別にあなたの仕事を疑ったわけじゃないわ。
それはどうも。どうせならもう少し早くその良くない予感とやらに気づいてほしかったけど。でもま、ご覧の通り自己解決したわ。夜も遅いし、さっさと帰っていいわよアリス。私の仕事っぷりを疑うわけじゃないんでしょ？
Their eyes locked on one another. Alice's stare was uncomfortably cold. Aoko's was bold, daring Alice to air her complaints.
いえ、気が変わったわ。せっかくだし二人で帰りましょう。その方があなたらしいわ。帰りしな、人形の話でも聞かせてちょうだい。
らしいって何よらしいって。いいから帰れ帰れ、ぐうたらアリス。部屋に閉じこもって役に立たないムクドリでも作ってろっての。
Now that's some smack talk. She's not gonna like that. A disappointed sigh escaped Alice's delicate lips. It seemed that the black-clad girl was more astonished than angry.
青子、口にしたくな
Are
い。
you serious, girl? Quietly, Alice questioned her roommate for nearly 2 years, or of nearly 2 years.
呆れた。二人で秘密を守ると言ったのに、まだ半端にそっち側なの？それとも情でも移った？
別に情っていうより私の気分よ。だいたい方針なんてその場その場で変わるもんでしょ。気分ならなおさらよ。そっちこそ一度した約束は絶対守るなんて時代遅れなんじゃない？
The proverbial knives were out now. No quarter was given, no quarter taken. Sadly, their partnership was one of convenience, and had not reached this level of mutual understanding. Their version of friendship was both delicate and unique. When a conflict of opinion arose, each would refuse to budge until the other crumbled. Neither was concerned for the other's plight. At least for now, that was how they liked it.
そうね。今の暴言はあなたらしいとは思うけど。
Once again, she let out a sigh, even larger than the one before.
言い争いは後にしましょう。 そこの彼をいなかったことにするのは
Finally, she stuck straight to the point. As if making to move a chess piece, Alice lifted her slender finger. Dinner time! Oh! Even this simple action seemed mysterious to Sojiro, the same boy who had been hunted by his classmate Aoko Aozaki and borne witness to an automaton. Aoko's violence and an animated doll, though perhaps far beyond the realm of logic, both these things were derived from reality. As surprised as he had been, there was no need to think of them as total mysteries. However, when that thing appeared out of thin air, a seemingly unrelated gesture, he had no word for it besides mysterious. Sojiro stood motionless, captivated by this stage performer's magic trick, as the girl's single finger magecraft, turned into an attack directed at him. A blue light flew from the side to repel it, annihilating it without a trace. Yaba. Yaba. Aoko immediately regretted her reflexive shot. Aw, shit.
どういうこと？約束を曲げただけじゃなく、ルールまで破るつもり？
The already chilled midwinter air plunged below freezing. Alice looked calm and collected on the outside, but in reality she was sometimes even more hot-blooded than Aoko, especially when it concerned her familiars. Accidentally destroying one would often result in a week of silent treatment, but maliciously destroying one, Alice would reserve the right to retaliate without fair warning.
あっちゃー、いつかやるとは思ったけど、ついに逆鱗に触れちゃったか。
Though Aoko was shocked at the depths of her own stupidity, she was in fact a little bit relieved. She did not intend to make any excuses, and she had no regrets. If she had broken the rules, then so had Alice.
青子。
なんていうか、
If anything, this took a load off her mind. After all, now there was no going back. Aoko never intended to break her own rules. If there was anything for Aoko to regret, it was putting too little power into her shot.
私的に今夜こいつに死なれるのは困るのよ。なんで日を改めて殺しに来てくれないアリス。いいでしょ？
Taking on a pro bono case in the defense of Suspect S was the sociably acceptable thing.
それは市場？
悪い？一宿一般の恩義って割と大事にしてるの。
私との協定より。
ええ、時と場合によっては。
Sojiro's human rights had not yet entered the argument. The girls were busy pouring oil on each other's flames. The girl clad in black was the first to move, or rather, to erupt.
そう。よくわかったわ、青子。私は彼をここで殺す。あなたは彼をここだけ生かす。つまり、私と戦う。ということでいい？
そんなのいいわけないじゃない。
Aoko bit back the retort. She was very familiar with Alice's magecraft, and knew painfully well how many mystics were hidden in Alice's tiny body. The odds of victory were essentially non-existent, and once the first shot had been fired, Alice Kuonji was without mercy. Whether facing a roommate or a friend, a most beloved family member or a stranger. Once Alice began to fight as a witch, she became a heartless, unflappable monster. Aoko advanced another half step forward as if to encourage herself. It was too late to back down now. The situation was no longer a trivial quarrel over a witness. The bedrock of their so-called friendship had nothing to do with their individual abilities, but everything to do with being equals in will. That's why, in order to stay true to herself, Aoko had no room for compromise or deception.
もちろん、あんたを殺すことになっても、そこのバカは生かしきるわ。
Her magic circuits howled as they kicked into gear. Her body, which had been mostly dormant during the battle with the puppet, ignited, preparing to demonstrate its true worth.
それに、どの道最後には殺し合う仲でしょ、私たち。
Her courage overpowered any fear she had for her opponent. Hadouken! Tuning her body, her magic circuits to become like the barrel of a gun, Aoko fired a magic bullet. It was an exceedingly basic magecraft formula. There was no nature interference, no creating of wind, parting of water, or hastening of decay. It was just simply the process of converting the imaginary action known as magical energy into something real before releasing it as heat. Thus, Aoko's destructive power was the equal to her supply of magical energy. Do you like chips? I like chips. Yeah, I like chips. I like goldfish and Cheez-Its. The magic bullets she had used against Sojiro were among the most basic single-action magecraft that did not require an incantation. At her present ability, Aoko's main mode of attack, her magic bullet, could be fired at 3 levels of power. These were the second level. This required a double-action magecraft, a casting through activation of her crest, combined with a simplified incantation. Like that was ever gonna work. However, without blinking, Alice dispersed the shot that Aoko had mustered all of her spirit to fire. Aoko tutted in frustration. A swift sneak attack, magecraft that used a simplified incantation, would not be enough to break Alice's guard. Aoko provoked Alice in order to disguise her own lack of composure. Somehow, Alice seemed delighted by Aoko's bravado. Them's fighting words I see. It's time for you to die.
こういう勢いだけのきっかけは初めてだけど、驚いたわ。こんなくだらない理由でもその気になるものなのね。
Alice giggled, smiling with heartfelt amazement. Alice gestured her left hand toward the earth. I said it's dinner time! Zap, 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 zap. Countless utensils shot out from underneath the cobblestones paving the plaza. What's the best anime I've seen this year? I guess Spy X Family. Well, yeah, that or, you know, Summertime Rendering. I like both. I like both of those very much. She grabbed his hand as she shouted, jumping backward before he even had a chance to respond. As if they had wills of their own, the utensils that had suddenly appeared from the ground gave chase. As the barrier of spears grew around them, Aoko and Sojiro put some distance between themselves and the clock tower. I like how never once did it mention that these are plates and forks. They just call them spears. I'm like, come on. Just under 30 feet stood between them and Alice. The lethal weapons that had crumbled the stone beneath them fell short of what Aoko had anticipated. They now encircled the clock tower, making the scene look like the burning of a witch at the stake. The path behind them was safe. If they wanted, they could try to make a break for the main gate and escape. If she could just make it back to town, it would be Aoko's win. All she wanted to do was let Sojiro get away from the fight, or for the night. So if she could get him back to the city, it would be, for the most part, mission accomplished. Or so she had thought. Without even offering a glance at her targets below, Alice carefully and lovingly pulled out a bottle from her pocket. Her shot was deflected with ease. Gone was Aoko's earlier bravado. It was only natural. Aoko had indeed grown as a mage. Over the last 2 years of study, her studies had progressed well, and she more or less had gotten the grasp of her roommate's tendencies and abilities. That made her conceited enough to believe that, under favorable circumstances, she'd be able to show Alice a thing or two in a fight. But not that. Alice uncorked the magical bottle. A gentle breeze caressed her cheek. Diddle Diddle fled as a new player stepped onto the stage. But from where would it enter? The sound of footsteps, a nostalgic parade approached.
Snark! Snark, snark!
It's alive! Unfortunately, it was true. This was a miracle that Aoko Aozaki, an apprentice mage, had never witnessed. The dead came to life. The inanimate awakened. The woods were enveloped by the mists. Fire-breathing lizards lurked in the swamps. Puppets made merry at midnight. Alice Kuonji's slender fingers had transfigured the entirety of the park, as if gently stroking the back of an elderly cat.
いいわ。ごっこ遊びをしましょう。青子。
The bread! The bread! I don't want a sandwich! No! For one night, the wasteland of dashed hopes and dreams was restored to its former glory. It was an immortal monster ready to devour reality. A dark fairy tale that once unleashed would never let its prey escape.
逃げられるものなら逃げてみせて。どこまで行けるかわからないけど。この夜を越えることができたのなら。
Her declaration marked the start of a desperate battle. The witch in black laughed at her friend, her musical mirth filled with affection, sadness, and innocent delight. Faded glory returned to Kitzyland. The neon glow of innumerable lights illuminated the night. Speakers filled the air with the sound of vinyl music. Merry-go-rounds, small and large, whirled round and round. All in all, it made for a mind-bending spectacle. It was certainly possible to power the facilities by transmuting magical energy into electricity via alchemy. That said, simply supplying the park with electricity would not have brought back to life that which was broken. The young woman did this, not by mixing chemicals into a compound, but by melting down divine providence into a witch's brew.
まずいわね。アリスのプロイは何個か見てきたけど、今回は
I love how sharp this is. Man, it's such a clean image.
セット。
Stifling her anxiety, Aoko fired up the crest on her right arm. If magic circuits were a mage's engine, then their crest was software that assisted their magecraft. For the fledgling mage Aoko, this was their trump card. All she had to do was supply magical energy to her crest-based formula. It may not have been the strongest magecraft, but it was hers, proof that she was the successor of the Aozaki lineage.
講師2層、直流数も。
The pattern of her crest shifted to execute the formula, which then connected to her magic circuits. The process resembled trains changing rails, a puzzle involving dozens of circuits. She constructed it as swiftly as possible without sacrificing the quality of its construction. Instant magecraft cast without an incantation would not be enough to reach Alice Kuonji. Aoko had gauged the strength of Alice's defense with her initial shots. She would dial up the power 5 times the next time, driving 20 tons of force into her target. Alice had the protection of the thick, hanging fog and the dense barrier around her. However, this attack would be more than enough to pierce through both. If Aoko struck home, at best it would cave in Alice's chest and end the fight. At worst, it would at least knock Alice down from her position atop the clock tower.
そろそろいいかな。
As always, there was one guy who spoiled the deadly tension, pulling Aoko out of her killer mode. Sojiro had been looking back and forth between Aoko and Alice in confusion.
それで
No
どうい
kidding.
う話になったの？
He said it like he might ask for directions to the train station. Normally, she would have lashed out, screaming in response, but this entirely serious tone shocked her more than it angered her.
信じられない。慣れてきた。
Aoko swallowed back a sigh and returned her focus to activating her crest.
交渉は決裂。
Do I like Dinosaur? They're okay. I like Jurassic Park.
あの子から見ればまあいい機会だし、遊園地ごと私を亡き者にしようって腹ね。
Sojiro tilted his head as if begging for a simpler explanation.
私割とあの子に恨まれてるから。捕まったが最後、どんな風に殺されるか想像すらできないわ。要するに、あんたも私もあの子をどうにかしないと生きて帰れないってことよ。
そんなとばっちりだ。
まあそういうことになるかもね。
As Sojiro protested in a tone wholly inappropriate to the situation, Aoko let another blast rip from her right arm. She was not aiming at Sojiro, though. A little earlier in the day, and Aoko would have been happy to do exactly that, but now her attention was focused on the girl in black atop the clock tower.
Horsey shield!
You fucking horses! What a load of horse shit! She could hardly grasp the situation amidst her astonishment. She fired the strongest, fastest magic bullet she had the ability to conjure, and Alice blocked it. That was to be expected. When Alice set her mind to defending herself, such an attack was child's play. But what just happened? Something she had never seen before had leapt to Alice's defense. A team of horses? A plague of locusts? No, those things existed in this world. Unlike what Aoko had just witnessed. Normal creatures could not form like a spontaneous cloud of fog and then dissipate just as quickly into the night sky. I like synthwave, like 80s type stuff.
Oh no! Dumbo!
Impossible things moved in impossible ways. Alice was not even supplying them with any power source. Those things never needed power in the first place. Those broken and discarded things did not follow the rules of mankind. This was an invasion of fairy tales.
I'm a crazy horse! Ow!
Compared to them, the automaton looked merciful. Autonomous puppets were products of magecraft, but even they behaved as puppets should. These newly animated things, however, were nothing of that sort. Empty vessels became living creatures, dummies warped into malformed beings. There was a fog so dense with magical energy it visibly spread to all corners of the park, bringing with it a monstrous welcoming party that easily numbered over 1,000.
It's over 1,000!
Spurred on by the shuddering sensation running down her spine, Aoko fired a barrage of single-action magical bullets.
Nice try, bitch!
Her impulsive attack scattered futilely. The knights of the merry-go-round soared into the sky. Green, fire-breathing lizards flocked. The bakeries opened their doors once again, and human-sized loaves of fresh bread marched from their ovens as platoons of newly baked soldiers. We're the bread people, bread people. Aoko and Sojiro were completely surrounded. The Ferris wheel creaked as gently turned. A rickety train car raced about the roller coaster tracks with Kitzy, tears streaming down its face, aboard. Welcome to my theme park. I'm bleeding from the face. It was a grossly twisted fantasy. The girl in black reigned over the insanity-fueled park. Now we're screwed. Aoko was transfixed by the scene unfolding around her. Then she realized what was happening.
そうだ、これは
Alice had once been told of Minster's familiars. Among them were 3 of particular notoriety, one of which she recalled being capable of something similar to this. And it was called
プロ域者
Flat Snark! Snark, Snark!
青崎だから後ろ
Horsey! Pony, pony! Pony! Struck by Aoko's bullets, the creatures exploded into splinters. It was clear Aoko's shots were becoming more powerful, but it was also the case that these beings were less robust than your average automata.
しずきくんこっち
Aoko turned away from the clock tower, grabbed his hand, and began to run. Run away! Run
青崎
away!
ごめんこれ無理逃げるわよ
逃げるってどこに
どこってとにかく行けるところまで
She shouted as though trying to persuade herself as she valiantly cleared a path. Aoko's magic bullets flew like a scream, blowing away the creatures that stood in their way, or rather simply gathered around. She made a hole for them to escape through.
Oh!
Magic bullets exploded like blue fireworks. Aoko and Sojiro ran down the bumpy brick road. Their bond, forged in the heat of battle, went far beyond mutual convenience. They headed for the park's exit at full speed without exchanging a word or look. The weirdness only extended as far as the park border, so they would be safe as long as they made it outside. But, speaking in pure numbers, the difference in strength was 2 versus an army. Or rather, 1 versus an army. Sojiro was hardly useful in this situation. And manpower wasn't really the issue here, since they were facing puppets.
さっきの大丈夫上からこうでっかいハサミが落ちてきたけど
Aoko shouted as she blasted away the monsters that stood in their path. There was no time to stop for breath, or even look back.
なんとかギリギリ
As Sojiro pursued, his voice too had naturally become shrill. 5 minutes earlier, they had broken out of the siege at the plaza. They had broken out of the siege at the plaza surprisingly fast. It seemed that the residents' awakening differed case by case, with larger creatures taking additional time.
ラッキー朝に弱いタイプばっかと
Aoko joked as she mowed down the small fry that popped up. Then, without warning, something outrageous extended its way down from above them. It was the claws of a 60-foot lobster adorning the roof of a seafood restaurant. It's my turn to eat you! Its pincers were like a guillotine. As Aoko and Sojiro cut across the front of the restaurant, the Red King pressed in at tremendous speed, keen on splitting them each in 2. Run away! Run away!
しずきくん U ターンこっち
The gate was just on the other side of the restaurant, but they had to take the long way around in order to lose the giant lobster snapping at the heels. Waiting along their detour had been a horde of monsters, too many to count.
なんとかギリギリ
Sojiro called out in response, recalling just how narrowly he had... Wait, did I accidentally rewind it? Oh, avoided his head being severed clean from his body.
手前うわなんだあれ焼きたてか
So what the heck are those? Are they freshly baked?
そうみたいね要するに下級兵士よ
Aoko halted in her sprint and set her crest in full operation.
距離765メートルあの程度ならスナップだけで事足りる
Sliding along the brick path, she brandished her right arm. She loosened a shower of magical bullets. Snap was a single-action spell that favored the rate of firepower. The rate of fire over power, sorry. And it mowed down the monsters with satisfying pops.
青崎そっちも
Do you like having fish in a meal? Depends on the fish. I like sushi, but normally I don't eat fish as much as I do, I'm more of the turf rather than the surf, if that makes any sense. Blue explosions bloomed along the lamplit promenade. Aoko's curtain of fire fanned out like a beautiful starmine fireworks show. The toy-bred men turned to charcoal.
いける。数でこそ押されてるけど、この状態が続くなら逃げ切れる。しずきくん、そっちは。
いない、空いてる。ここからなら入り口の東側に出られるはずだ。
With a magical barrage that would leave an average spellcaster blue in the face, the novice mage broke through the siege. Meanwhile, a single bird keenly watched everything unfold. Chirp, cheep, 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 chirp. The moment the blue bird descended into its master's field of vision, it made its high-pitched call. The girl listened expressionlessly to the report.
構わないわ。予想通りよ。
There's a lot of random typos in this thing.
壊すことしか脳がない。
Extra spaces and commas and little grammar flubs.
波じゃないから。急増の使い魔じゃまだ相手にはならないでしょう。
The robin flapped its wings as it tweeted in response. Perhaps it was criticizing Alice for complimenting Aoko. Or perhaps it was jealous of Aoko for being complimented by Alice. Alice could barely make sense of its chirping rant. Aoko was a novice mage. Until just 2 years ago, she was someone who grew up with no background in magecraft. Compared to Alice, who was raised as a witch from birth, Aoko possessed far less talent and experience. Winning was an impossibility for Aoko. In a contest of skills in magecraft, 10 times out of 10, Alice would be declared the victor. However, a battle to the death was a different story. Alice Kuonji was not a mage suited for battle. Aozaki, on the other hand, was built for it. In a contest that pitted magical energy against magical energy, even Alice would concede that Aoko had the upper hand. Aoko's manipulation of magical energy was extraordinary. The scale of her magic circuits was smaller than that of Alice's, but their rotational speed, durability, and quality, and the quality of magical energy produced, not to mention the efficiency, were otherworldly. How long is the stream going to be? I don't know. This is the final chapter. That was Aoko Aozaki's hallmark, though she had many failings when it came to sophisticated formulae. In just 2 years of practice, Aoko had surpassed Alice in simple formulae that merely required an energy input. She also had genius-level instincts and adaptability. Though Aoko was not particularly proficient at executing magecraft, she was terrifyingly fast. If she had been born outside of the Aozaki clan, she would have doubtless risen to fame as a competitive sharpshooter.
でも残念。
In a straight shootout, Alice didn't stand a chance. Alice Kuonji had never bothered to learn primitive magecraft like magic bullets in the first place. She was the classic puppeteer. Her familiars would carry out all the particulars of battle as her arms and legs.
制限時間には気づいているわよね。
Dragon-made cards? I don't think I've heard of them.
魔力はいくらでも貸してあげるけど、あなたの魔弾はあと半時で値崩れするわ。
Chirping as if in agreement, the robin took flight. It had been nearly 10 minutes since Alice had made the amusement park into her dominion. To what would the green fog give birth to next? Aoko and Sojiro, still running about, would soon come to understand the gravity of their situation.
Shizuki-kun, 正門ってこっち?
ああ、その店を曲がれば出口だ。
Running non-stop at full speed had them at their limits. Their breath ragged, the two flew around the corner. Amusement park though it was, this was still the infamous Kitzyland. It would have taken a high school student 20 minutes to sprint the entire circumference of the park. And though they were now intimately familiar with the park's geography, it was changing beyond recognition. The transformation was not limited to the park's residents either.
青崎、
何を?
言いたくないんだけど、この遊園地広くなってないか?
It was. Their problem wasn't as mundane as mistaking the location of the exit. Yeah, look at that. Another typo. Or getting lost in the terrain. No, the park was warping and twisting in upon itself. Even now, its structure was expanding and growing, like that of a living creature. I just think it's really weird that they could not hire a single person to play through the game once to look for typos. That, or the person they hired to look for typos, was really not doing a good job. Crazy, crazy. Soon, the pair noticed that the mob encircling them had grown even stronger. Entrusting her back to Sojiro, Aoko summoned all of her effort just to keep from whining. None would have thought twice if it had been just Sojiro cowering in shock and terror. But Aoko doing the same? She bore responsibility for causing and then dragging him into this mess. She could not afford to succumb to panic.
大丈夫。落ち着け私。遊園地の果てはある。遠いけど、鉄柵はちゃんと見える。フラットスナークだって制限なしってわけじゃない。外に逃げるって選択は正しいはず。現状、外までは目算で1キロぐらいだけど。
Up until now, they had been too concerned with simply running. Their breathing had become labored. If they had to run another mile without rest, they ended up collapsing along the way.
青崎、体大丈夫か?
The whisper from her behind, the whisper from her behind pulled Aoko back to reality.
大丈夫だけど、ちょっと一息入れたいわね。
賛成。ここから休みなしで外周まで走るのは。
驚いた。しずきくんも外まで走ろう派とは。
After saying this, she let slip a giggle. Far from debilitated by panic, her comrade in arms had been analyzing the situation and forming an escape plan.
ちょっとだけ建物に逃げ込むのは。
気は進まないけど、それしかないわね。
The breadman had them completely surrounded. Perhaps this might have been a problem for an average person, but for Aoko, breaking through their formation to get to the building would be a cinch. The issue was...
問題はどんな店を選ぶかってこと。
She considered the characteristics of the transforming park. What would pose a danger and what was safe. The most important factor was not the strength or the complexity of the building.
そうだ。選ぶならあの単純さで正しいはず。しずきくん、あっち。
Run away! After routing the monsters, Aoko hopped behind the counter, soon followed by Sojiro.
カウンターに隠れてて。
Like she was in a Western shootout, Aoko squared off against the monsters, using the counter as cover. This thing's so freaking, like... These animations are so detailed that you really wouldn't even need an anime, in my opinion. It'll be cool to see it, but this is just so gorgeous that it's totally unnecessary as far as I'm concerned. After assessing the current state of the enemy, Aoko sat herself under the counter.
あいつらは。
店の周りで地団打踏んでるわ。理由があってね。あいつらはここには入ってこられないのよ。
Aoko gave the perplexed Sojiro a grin and took a deep breath. She heaved a heavy sigh of relief and fatigue.
とりあえずコーヒーブレイクね。ここは遊園地の中で。
She specifically said we'll take a coffee break, which is more of an expression. The Tsukihime remake was pretty awesome too, but this one is especially good. Well, even visual novels being made now can't keep up with this quality. It's insane. Like, I've read recent ones. They're not this good. In terms of the art. The story is another story.
擬人化されたマスコットもないし。スナーク化するにはちょい文明犬すぎるってこと。
スナーク。
あいつらの名前よ。つけたのは私じゃなくてアリスなのかしらね。あの子の性格的にちょっと想像できないけど、まあとにかくそういう名前。
Perhaps now at ease from knowing they were safe, Sojiro seemed enthralled in her explanation. Aoko could not help but chuckle as Sojiro nodded sagely. It was certain that he had no idea what she was talking about. Normally this would have irritated her, but this time she was grateful for the warmth of his strange sobriety.
それはともかく調子良さそうだな。
Stop it, Discord people. No, no. Mistaking her smile for composure, Sojiro broke into a smile himself. It was just another link in a chain of misunderstandings, but there was no need to redress it.
あれあなたから見てもわかる私のマダンの威力が上がっているの
そりゃミラーハウスで散々追いかけ回されたからな。あの時と同じ動作なのに物騒さが増していれば。でもいいのか？確か数に限りがあるとか言ってただろう。もう随分打っちまったけど。
あんた時々あれよね
Her opinion of him improved just a little bit.
なんでもない私のマダンの威力が上がっているのは単純に魔力の濃度の問題さっきから霧がかかってるでしょあれ
Yep, you can either pull mana from yourself or from the environment, which is why mages would like to do things where there is a mana ley line or something like this fog. Magical energy was divided into two broad categories. First was Ode, produced inside the mage's body. Second was mana, which filled the atmosphere. I just said that! At the moment, the amusement park had turned into a fairy tale land overflowing with mana. Although it meant nothing to the average person, to a mage it was a paradise where spells could be cast as much as one pleased.
じゃあ残り魔力とやらは気にしなくていいのか。注意すべきは怪我と体力だけ。
まあ個人的な責任においてはその限りね
Sojiro breathed a sigh of relief. From Sojiro's perspective, more so than the monsters she mowed down, Aoko was the biggest bully on the playground. He had been concerned about what would happen should her magical energy be exhausted, but luckily for him, she was far from surrendering her crown.
頼りにしてくれるのは嬉しいけどぬか喜びよあんな雑魚たちただ動いているだけのガラクタなんだからスナーク本体は当然としてアリスが他の童話の怪物を出して
Snark, snark!
私じゃどうにもならない
他の童話の怪物。遊園地をこんな風に変えたやつ以外にまだいるのか？
そうプロイキッシャーって名付けられた私たちでさえ目を背けたくなる反則不可能な夢物語をも再現する時代に取り残されたデタラメよ
Sojiro's expression seemed to be calling her out on the hypocrisy.
あのね私たちはちゃんと現代に寄り添った魔術師よできないこともあるし当たり前のことだけど近代兵器にはかなわない20世紀まあいろんな戦争の後押しで兵器の進化は私たちを超えちゃったからけどあの子のは違うどんなに人間の技術が進歩しようと関係ないって怪物なの例えばあのブレッドマンいるでしょあいつには自動拳銃とか効かない
I can't shoot the bread man! Kiritsugu's like, fuck! It's all working! The bread man! Aoko casually gestured outside past the counter.
アリスの使い魔は全てが空想
Only fantasies can kill fantasies.
前提からしてありえないことだから通常の物理法則と折り合いが悪い空想と現実は両立しないっていうごく当たり前の理由でね
なるほど。ブレッドマンってのは
This is very similar to the imaginary scramble scenario that we were stuck in. Sojiro seemed to have ignored the majority of Aoko's explanation, and only reacted to the part that caught his curiosity.
話を戻すけどあいつらと近代兵器の相性は最悪ロケット弾でも効果はないわ意思の疎通秩序の共有ができてないからプロイキッシャーにとって彼らの世界には存在しないもの意味がわからないものは触れることなく無賛する
How's my cat doing? The cat's always been well. Luckily. No health problems with him. He's just chilling out, sleeping most of the day like kitties do. Oh, he tried to get my food earlier, but I just exiled him from the room, so he's probably hanging out with Ari-chan.
彼らに通じるのは同じ神秘を帯びた魔力だけっていうデタラメぶりよ もう完全に概念空間っていうか概念宇宙っていうか。要するにあいつらは伝承防御っていう特別なルールを持っていて、単純に強い力強い魔術じゃ効果は薄いの。ギリシャ神話のアキレスあたり分かりやすい例えなんだけど、知ってる？
Sojiro shook his head.
そう、無事帰れたら飛び丸あたりに教えてもらって。定番だけどいい話。
It is a good story, damn it. How can it be a cliche if it started the trend? Sojiro was feeling pretty lost, but he did his best to grasp the situation. He thought that ploy kickshaws were scary enough to chase Aoko, and that puppet from before out of the house barefoot. Certainly the scene before them was the stuff of nightmares. But Sojiro had a different way of thinking.
やっぱり青崎の方が怖くないか。
あんた死ぬの？
Sojiro waved in protest, silently pointing out that she had made his case for him.
あのね、今私たちを取り囲んでるのはおまけに過ぎないの。アリスにとってあのブレッドマンもロブスターもソーセージ屋のミンチマシーンも全部が全部私が撃ってる魔弾より価値がない。いい？あの動くマスコットたちはね、ただのおまけなの。アリス、
呼吸ってこれが？
私だって考えたくないわよ。でもそれが現状。たった一体の童話の怪物だけで私たちは手一杯。
Yeah, another smasher pass. Maybe. I plan to eventually. I plan to make it a lot better than the last one, that's for sure. Just underestimating the sheer number of anime characters in the database that I've never heard of before.
あの子が出し惜しみしなければまだ何体かストックはあるでしょうけど、まあ成立する条件はあるわね。例えば川がないと目を覚まさない怪物もいる。この遊園地噴水はあるけど川はないでしょ。元になった童話縛りなの、あの子の使い魔は。
童話ってかけそばとか？
ここに川がないのは不幸中の幸いね。もしあったらもっと直接制圧に向いたやつが出てきてた。
Aoko continued, completely ignoring Sojiro.
話の続きだけど、アリスの魔術の基本はマザーグースって知らないか。イギリスの歌で遊び心に富んだメルヘンチックな内容よ。ただそっち系のプロイキッシャーは怖くないの。みんなそれなりになんとか魔術にも落とし込める範囲だから。
聞きたくないんだけど、そっち系じゃないのは？
マザーグースを下地にしたとある創作童話系。あの子のお母さんが好きでね。こっち系のはどいつもこいつも尋常じゃない。で、この遊園地を生き返らせたのはこっち系よ。多分フラットスナークってやつだと思う。私も聞き流していたから詳しくはわからないけど。
Sojiro swallowed the discomfort making its way up his throat. He really wanted her to explain things a little less vaguely, but something she just said necessitated further investigation.
待て青崎、あの子の話を聞き流したって。
Catch you later, Gumi.
いや、説明してもらったのは随分と前だし、あの頃はアリスの話あんまり信じられなかったのよね。私が素人だと思って大げさに自分の魔術を語ってくれてるな、舐められてるなとか。
In truth, if anyone hadn't taken the lesson seriously, it was Aoko. She would learn that lesson firsthand soon enough when she experienced just how real Alice's monsters were. She'd also discover how heretical the Munster witches truly were in the world of magecraft.
その聞き流した内容は？
何でも強力な結界を張るプロイだって。アリスが受け継いだプロイは山ほどあるけど、捨てられたもの、忘れられたものを童話的に蘇らせるやつで、今まで誰も破ったことがないとか。それで
The untouchable.
触れられぬもの。
フラットスナークじゃないのか？
それもあだ名。とにかく正体がわからないやつばっかりなんで、一つの個体に複数の名前が付けられるの。フラットスナークはその中でも 正体不明さはトップランクのデタラメぶりよ。あなたルイス・キャロルのスナーク狩りって本知ってる？
いや、そもそもルイス・キャロルというのは。
そっからか。ドジスン教授はそうね、特殊性癖を持った妄想紳士ってとこ。まあこっちは別にどうでもいいか。今重要なのは彼が残した著作の方。スナーク狩りはね、スナークって呼ばれる正体不明の動物を捕まえようと奔走する冒険家たちの話なの。キャロルらしい皮肉ばっちり、支離滅裂、意味不明、結末不在の本当に困った本で、一行は島で苦しみつつ最終的にはスナークを見つけるものの、見つけたベイカー
Sounds like an annoying ending.
して終わってしまう。よくわからないもの探しに奔走する人間の風刺なんだけど、この遊園地において誰がベイカーで何がスナークかは言うまでもないでしょ。
Aoko elected to not share this, but Flat Snark had other popular names as well. The Enigmatic Island, the Five-Dimensional Plane. These names were not given to it by Alice, but rather muttered by mages whom the Mainsters defended. In mathematics, snark is a term used in graph theory to refer to contradictory and impossible planar graphs. A plane proven to be unable to exist in this world was given the name, apt for an ill-fated existence, paradoxical in nature. The fairy tale monster ascribed this name was said to hold no form discoverable by man. Aoko also declined to mention something else. Flat Snark was a fairy tale monster that could grow. It would hide somewhere in the amusement park, continuously exhaling magical energy until the park completely transformed into a fantasy land.
脅かしてもしょうがないし。
何か言ったか？
別に。簡単に言って、童話世界の再生がフラットスナークの力なの。この遊園地との相性は抜群でしょうね。何しろ元々が童話を元にした遊び場だから。
If this been in a business district, for example, Flat Snark would have posed far less of a threat. At most, its power would be limited to projecting the shadow of a dinosaur onto a building or window planes.
あ、だからここは安全だって。
Sojiro realized that something was wrong when he noticed a glutinous liquid dripping onto his back. He looked up to the ceiling. Their eyes met. Before he had the chance to think, Sojiro hopped up from the floor. Taking the initiative, he jumped out from behind the counter. Busy trying to stop him from committing an act of suicide, she also came to her feet. Immediately, she noticed something brought to life overhead. I got spikes! Wow. That gargantuan mouth clamped shut. With no mascot to speak of, the burger joint itself began to transform into one giant monster. Piero, I guess that must be like the French word for a clown, or the name of a specific clown, because that's what Japan uses to refer to a clown. Aoko aired out her grievances as she ran. There was no safe haven left. Moment by moment, the last remnants of civilization were being eroded away by fairy tales. We need to get out! Now! Ah! Well, this part's dope. Ah! I am a dragon! The amusement park had reached the final stage of snarkification. It was not just the mascot characters that had been granted life, like the burger joint. Even the buildings had begun to transform. The roller coaster that made its way about the park writhed and twisted like a Chinese dragon.
Holy shit!
Aoko and Sojiro stared dumbfoundedly up at the Ferris wheel, which had grown over 250 feet in height. Hordes of bread men closed in on them, as if to offer tickets.
We want a ride! We want a ride!
この列整理は間に合ってるっての。
Mobs of trinkets, actual kickshaws, rampaged to the park. Whenever a hole was punched in the envelopment, it was instantly filled. It was a battle of attrition with no end in sight. But that was a matter of course, as there were few fairy tales about limited resources.
なんかどうしようもないぞ。こいつら増える一方だ。
スナーク本体を探して。童話の怪物には本体に当たる器物があるの。それさえ壊せば遊園地から出られるはず。
本体ってどんな？
さっき言ったでしょ。
I'm surprised that stupid Dumbo-looking fuck in the background hasn't attacked us yet.
現実じゃありえないもの。それが本体。
おかしなやつって例えば。
だから命のある人形とか空飛ぶゴーカートとか。
Aoko paused her firing for a moment. After saying this out loud, she realized just how deep their grave was dug. The amusement park was a treasure trove of fairy tale-esque creatures on any given day. Who could say what was impossible amidst the newly transfigured knickknacks running around?
そっか。おかしくないやつなんて一つもないんだ。この中に紛れ込んでる。
Hoping that she was wrong, Aoko bit her bottom lip. Flat Snark was the type of ploy that deployed bounded fields. Seeing it was commanding so many familiars, it would not be unusual for its main body to have little or even no defenses. Furthermore, if it was modeled from a story about it being untouchable and unidentifiable, it would be logical to assume that it would collapse in on itself shortly after being discovered.
逆に言えば、見つければ私たちの勝ち。そんな脆いやつが雑魚に紛れ込む。木の葉を隠すなら森の中って言うけど。
Mr. Red says defeat. This was the closer to the truth than Aoko realized. As long as there was the slightest possibility of it being hit by one of Aoko's stray bullets, it would not dare appear in front of them. Its true form was orchestrating the park from somewhere safe.
でも、どこかに見えているはず。スナークは本の主題だもの。常にページのどこかにいないと主人公の資格がない。
There. Thinking in the most basic terms, the Ferris wheel was very safe, as well as a symbol of the park itself. Perhaps...
あの子を捕まえるのは。
Her eyes opened wide at the sudden suggestion. While Aoko had been trying to come up with a plan to overcome this stalemate, it seemed Sojiro had been racking his brain as well. His proposal was a simple one. If they could not find the Snark, they just needed to take out its master, Alice. Alice had not moved at all from the clock tower. Even from there, they could make out her figure draped in moonlight.
それは一番ダメ。アリスを殺してもフラットスナークは止まらないし。
Really? That sucks.
大体私じゃあの子を殺せないから。よくて半殺しがいいところ。
Fuck you, Bread!
A bread man, angered at the insults hurled toward its master, moved to attack and was mercilessly burned to a crisp.
Hey! Don't insult my lady!
The two stood back to back, catching their breath. With no plan to speak of and no route to escape, they had reached rock bottom.
Oh no!
Oh no! Meanwhile, the oddities were forming a circle around their prey, as if they smelled blood in the water. Were they to be dragged into a bakery for the oven? Minced in the meat grinder at the butcher shop? Skewered and paraded around atop the carousel? Walk the plank of the thorny pirate ship? After 2 years of slumber, they were eager to welcome their new guests.
一応聞いておきたいんだけど。
何？手短にね。今考え事してるから。
ああ、あの連中が何をしたいか嫌っていうほど伝わってくるんだけど、それ。
その疑問はなかったわ。連中の人間嫌いは遊園地の怨念とフラットスナークの性格じゃない。基本的にまともなやついないから。ああ、でも。
Aoko was unable to deny that there were some similarities.
それは結構。それで青崎の考え事って止めろ。
期待させて悪いけどお手上げ。あんたが殺されれば止まるでしょうけど。
それは嫌だ。とりあえず逃げよう。
しずきくん。
She blinked in surprise at the sudden turn of events. Sojiro, who had until now been meekly following her lead, had grabbed Aoko's hand and pulled her with him into a suicidal charge towards the swarm of bread, in an attempt to break out of the encirclement. Fuck you, bread!
意味わかんなすぎ。なんで今の流れでそうなるのよ、あんたは。
It's working. Aoko nonetheless followed Sojiro's uncharacteristically gung-ho lead, cursing him all the while. Sojiro would not be able to break through the surrounding wall of enemies with brute force. Aoko regained her bearings and let fly a spray of magical bullets ahead of Sojiro. Oh, okay, never mind. She's just covering for him. They broke through the net and ran as hard as they could. At this point, all that was left to do was what they had planned from the outset, aimed to get out of the park, but not before addressing what needed to be addressed.
なんでよ、さっきはあんなに諦めよかったのに。
Aoko could not begin to comprehend Sojiro's reaction.
ミラーハウスの時と今は違うだろ。いいから走れ。
違わないわよ。あんたを殺そうとした私も、あんたを殺したいアリスも。
Though she wondered what was getting her so worked up, Aoko did not stop. She told herself that the degree of Sojiro's stupidity, charging the breadmen so recklessly, had caused her to lose her cool.
あのね、一緒に逃げてるぐらいで勘違いしないでくれる？言っとくけど私、明日になったらまたあんたを殺しに
One
行
more
くから。
day until you die!
ここで私からも逃げ出したら？
それはまた今度の話だろう。だいたい青崎に殺されるのならいいけど、あの子に殺されるのは嫌だ。
だからなんで？
だって顔も知らない、話したことさえない相手だ。
I only want to be killed by people I know and understand. It was like someone had doused water over her blazing fury. Aoko's anger was snuffed out by the absurd simplicity of his reasoning.
顔も知らないって。
Could it be that Sojiro did not mind being killed by someone, as long as he had met them? Aoko chased behind him, grimacing at the ever-increasing incomprehensibility of it all. From atop her spot at the clock tower, the girl observed the growth of her familiar, Flat Snark, a savior of the discarded. It was a vile, vulgar fairy tale monster who provided those abandoned by fate with a glimmer of hope before snatching it away. Alice had it under control, but she was still keen to keep the Snark from expressing its bad habits. After completing a lap around the park that had now reached the size of an entire town, the Robin made its situation report.
そう、外を目指しているの。
It seemed Aoko was prioritizing the safety of the boy, even if it resulted in wasting an entire day choosing not to capitulate on a decision that was very much like her.
青子のことだから、時計台ごと私を焼き払いに来るかと思ったけど。
The blue bird cheeped in response. Was it denying its master's portrait of Aoko? Or agreeing that it was Aoko's style to do exactly that? An outsider might interpret its interjections either way.
退屈？
The robin jumped at being addressed so unexpectedly. It chirped and flapped its wings like a flustered servant, frantic to say otherwise.
珍しく気があったわね。
Oh god, this part. I forgot all about this.
せっかくのゲームだし、もう少しだけ盛り上げましょう。
Not the Scratch Dumpty! Anything but the Scratch Dumpty! Calmly, she pulled out a small object from her pocket. It was a dark gray Easter egg, and emanating from inside it was the ticking of a clock. The robin knew it had to be a ploy kickshaw with a bad attitude far exceeding Flat Snark's, known to be among the best in one-on-one situations.
いってらっしゃい。称える時間は20分に設定したわ。いつも通り、控えめに壊れてきて。
And together with the witch's breath, the egg filled with praise disappeared. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the park. The words, "I could have killed them all by myself," floated through the air. It was the disappointment of something enormous that was both visible yet overlooked.
Snark is like, hey, I don't need no help.
Aoko and Sojiro continued their dash toward the boundary, separating the park from outside.
Oh!
The curio horde that stood in their way had reduced in number. The iron fence that separated the two from outside was just over 300 yards away. Fortunately, there were no particularly large buildings barring their path. If the Ferris wheel had stood in their way, that would have spelled the end, but thankfully, it had yet to reach its full strength. The only things that appeared before them were weak oddities that could easily be handled by Aoko's simple magecraft.
これならなんとか。
She would have said, make it to the fence, if her lungs would only allow it. Since Aoko was utilizing the ample mana filling the park, her tank of magical energy was nearly full. Coupled with the fact that the condition of her body's circuits was steadily improving to the extent that she would be able to unleash at least one all-out onslaught. Until, above her field of vision, something unusual was hovering. It was locked on Sojiro, hovering 10 feet above him to one side.
しずきくん、ちょっと。
ああ、さっきからついてきてる。
Sojiro had seemingly noticed it before Aoko, hence his previous awkward glances toward the sky. In truth, it would have been stranger for him not to notice it, as the thing was practically glued to him. In terms of its size, the floating object measured about 3 feet in diameter. Tiles covered its exterior, about which a multitude of spinning lights danced about.
卵かな。
Sojiro asked, not really sure what to call it.
卵。卵って言ったら割れる卵。
Not today, Satan!
Her bullets bounced off like it was made of rubber. That trait, the ability to deflect all outside interference, confirmed to Aoko that this thing was undoubtedly a ploy kickshaw.
やっぱり外からのルールじゃ壊れないか。しずきくん、あれから絶対に目をそらさないで。いい。何があっても見続けること。視界の隅に入れとくだけでいいから。
あ、ああ。
Aoko picked up her pace as she barked orders. The Eggman who sat on a wall. He would crack just as the tale spoke of. Nothing anyone could do or say would cause him to fall, but the moment they stopped looking, he would tumble down and break into pieces.
いわく、王様の軍隊でも元に戻せない数の破片。
It was the Mother Goose poem Humpty Dumpty. If Sojiro was its target, then the moment he averted his gaze, it would tumble
And explode!
まあ、爆発するかどうかは知らないけど。
Either way, it was gonna scatter something troublesome when it fell. Its oval shape, the keyhole adorning the front, and writing inscribed upon it, they all made her anxious. If it was an egg, that meant it was going to hatch at some point. Even if he continued his stare, once the time came for whatever was inside to come out, they would have even less ability to conserve their energy.
青崎、早すぎないか。あまり全力で走ると。
後のことは考えないで。いいからしずきくんは卵だけに集中して。
At this critical juncture, breadmen stepped out to join the egg and block their path.
邪魔！
The breadmen were marching forth in a grand battalion. At her level of firepower, Aoko should have easily mowed them down, however.
We're alive.
片焼き
We've been baked extra hard. She show us nude pictures of you and we got extra dummy hard.
If Snap failed to do the job, that meant it was time for her to put her crest to use. Draw, a formula-triggered, bullet encased in a full wind jacket. If her previous shots were the equivalent of a machine gun volley, then this was her artillery shot.
Oh!
The hard crust bread that absorbed her snap without a dent scattered into thousands of tiny pieces at her draw's torrent. Of course, the destruction did not end with just the breadmen. Sending bricks flying, the previously paved road was now bare. The nearby stall had turned into a skeleton of steel beams. It was a spectacle that made Sojiro question which force, the wall of breadmen or Aoko's ability to lay waste to things, would obstruct their path more.
ちょっとなんで距離取るのよそこ。そばにいないと危ないじゃない。ほらもっとこっち。言っとくけど、あんたがあいつらに囲まれちゃったらアウトよ。私人質とか意味ないタイプだし。
This made a lot of sense to Sojiro. He had not fully appreciated the part about hostages, but he got the gist of it.
つまり今はどこであろうと危険なのか。
あんたね。
Offended though she was by his typical naive response, she could not help but be impressed. Sojiro was a straight arrow through and through. His eyes stayed firmly focused on the egg overhead, even amidst the chaos of the melee unfolding before him.
その分なら安心か。物分かりは悪いけど、一度言われたことはきっちり守るあたり。
そんなことより青崎、俺の気のせいならいいんだけど、さっきのパン。
まあね、あいつら少しずつ強く。
These breadmen, they are going to pump you up!
大量生産が軌道に乗ったんで、今度はクオリティアップをテーマにしたのかも。しずきくんでもお察しの通り、ここからは手強くなっていく一方よ。あのパンたちでさえ個体差が出てきたみたいだし。考えたくないけど、そのうちジャム塗ったりレタス乗っけたり、果ては合体したりして。
Though she was joking, her eyes were dead serious. Sojiro shuddered at the thought of the situation growing even more dire.
じゃあ、
did you just jump in, Normaze?
怖くなるのか、あいつら。
Because if you did, you've missed a lot. We're on the final chapter I'm allowed to show you guys.
間違いなくね。そこまでレアなパンになったら、私も自分だけで手一杯になる。
Sojiro shook his head, a look of complete aversion upon his face. If you can tell me where you last left off, I can fill you in, though.
でしょ？なら急ぎましょう。いろいろ余裕ないんだから。
Aoko took a quick, deep breath, then began to sprint once again. Far in the distance, through the fog, the iron fence waited, 300 paces away. As long as nothing happened, they would make it there in one piece. Sojiro followed after, Aoko holding on to that all-too-convenient hope. But hope was something ever fleeting. It lasted not even 300 yards. The edge of the amusement park may well have been the edge of the world. I'll be right back, you guys. I will continue this. We will finish it off, but I do need to take some pills. Yes, Type Moon has an embargo up to chapter 5, is what they said. No further. Did somebody come here? You stepped out to do what? Dog pee? What? Didn't work. Says PSO. Yeah, they don't want me spoiling it. Ugh. Alrighty, let's finish this off, guys. We can do it. And what do you mean, yeah, Normace? Could you, again, I asked, where did you last leave off? The edge of the amusement park may well have been the edge of the world. Yeah, it doesn't have choices or routes, which makes life a little easier for once. Just a little less complicated. Dozens of undulating horizons could be seen, crowding the sky like a giant cloud or a thick curtain, or perhaps groaning lips. It was the end of the road, the outer limit of an outrageous and fantastical realm. And yet, Aoko found it to be much like the last page of an enormous picture book. The sight turned her mind blank. Well, this is about as bad as it gets, he thought. The Snark, the Island of Despair, had at last brought Aoko to her knees, and she stared at the swelling border. Everyone's trying to contact me, but I need to finish the stream. The park indeed had an end. Even now, as Aoko and Sojiro had expected it to be, a fence divided the amusement park from the residential area neighboring it. It had both doubled in height and been made sturdier, another hurdle she had foreseen even before laying eyes on it. Expecting it to have been snarkified, Aoko had come prepared to demolish an obstacle or two. But this construction before her went far beyond a mere wall. You don't know where you last left off? It was an ocean that separated the underworld from the mortal one. The iron fence was like a restless, surging sea. 1 or 2 walls could easily be toppled. Even 10 or 20 could be dealt with one way or another. Between the power left in her body and that which filled the park, putting on a brave front was within her power. She could fully mobilize her circuits and crest to the point of burnout and a last-ditch effort, like some reenactment of the parting of the Red Sea. Well, no, if you could give me even a hint, have you watched anything from this game so far? Even if a path could be opened, she would not have the energy left to walk it. And it was obvious that what would become of her afterward. The residents would hardly forgive her for wreaking such havoc around their park. Like ants drawn to honey, they would swarm the helpless girl and tear her to pieces. Despondent and exhausted, she felt the faint sting of remorse. Escaping the park, looking back on how they had gotten here, Aoko recognized that her choices had been her undoing. Under the golden full moon, beams of steel bent and merged like wireframe sculptures. It was only a matter of time before the amusement park itself became one colossal monster. The horde of familiars gathered in the plaza where Alice was had formed an impenetrable blockade around her. Just above the head of the boy beside her, the whispering egg, called Scratch Dumpty, continued to shuffle what appeared on its surface.
Aozaki.
Shizuki-kun.
The boy's voice snapped Aoko out of her trance. If only for a moment. The stark reality of the situation quickly dawned on the novice mage, the sheer hopelessness of it all, as it ripped out and snatched away any will she had to resist. Okay, so you know who Sojiro is, you know who Aoko is, and you know who Alice is. So that's enough to work with. Basically, Aoko and Alice were doing a magecraft ritual type thing. They were hunting down somebody in the town that was commanding weird automaton puppets. And it turns out that Sojiro accidentally stumbled upon and became a witness to what they were doing. Aoko wanted to stop Sojiro. Aoko and Alice both want to kill Sojiro, or they wanted to at first, because he was a witness and they have to keep magecraft a secret. So Aoko lured him into this abandoned theme park to try and kill him in the mirror house, the House of Mirrors. And while they were fighting in the House of Mirrors, another one of those fucking puppet automatons came and almost killed them both. They decided to work together and escape. And as thanks, Aoko said, you know what, I'll let you live I'll let you live tonight. And so they made that agreement. But just as they were leaving, Alice is like, you said we were gonna kill him. I can't believe you're trying to back out now. And so Aoko winds up getting in a fight with Alice to save this boy. And she uses her magecraft, one of her crazy ploy kickshaw things, to turn the entire theme park, the abandoned one, into a kind of a living, breathing fantasy land. And we were trying to escape, but we just got to the edge and we found out that the fence is this, like, labyrinth of weird gates that we couldn't possibly get through.
フラットスナークだっけこいつにもルールがあるって言ったじゃないか
Yeah, Flat Snark is the name of the ploy kickshaw, the being that is apparently behind this whole theme park fantasy world, and if we were to able to find it, we could destroy it. Oh yeah, and Alice sent out a thing called Scratch Dumpty, which is currently floating over Sojiro's head, and they're worried about when it might drop or crack, because that's part of Humpty Dumpty, and they imagine bad things will happen if it does.
初めから鉄柵は通れない壁だけどゲートなら出入り口として機能しているかもしれない
Sojiro had not given in to panic. Aoko found herself honestly admiring Sojiro's ability to analyze Snark's characteristics, given the circumstances. Now calm, she steeled her resolve.
そうね。確かに門はあると思う。
Breeding. That's another way to put it. We're fighting bread people that pop up like bunnies.
今はもうあれだもの。広場や入り口にはもっと上等なのがたむろしてるだろうし、門だってあの観覧車以上の怪物かもしれない。確か大きなキッツィちゃんだったでしょ。正門って。
青崎はゲートには行かないのか。
まあね。それよりこっちの方が現実的だし。
Aoko took another glance at the undulating iron fences. It was too late to achieve their goal of making it out alive. In that case, she decided to prioritize the other promise she had made.
今からこの鉄柵を壊すから、あなたはそこから外に出て。それで、私の役割はおしまいよ。
Though her words were few, her tone told the whole story. She was telling him to escape by himself.
信じられない。こんなの青崎だけじゃ壊せないだろ。
私だけならね。でも、今はこの遊園地が味方してる。燃料がこれだけあるんだから、私は重心になるだけでいいんだし。ま、それでも一回が限度だから、穴を開けたら、あんたには全力で走り抜けてもらうしかないけど。
She would carve a path through this iron sea of fences, gambling on one final effort. A great incantation to launch a massive projectile that pushed her limits to the extreme. As an outsider, Sojiro could never begin to imagine just how much of a burden this would be for her. All he could imagine was a hazy vision of Aoko being left behind in this park. What would happen to her? Would that girl in black come to save her? Cruel as it was to imagine, he knew she would not. After Aoko had exhausted her very best in order to save him, that girl would not stay her hand. The only way Alice would let Aoko off the hook was if Aoko killed Sojiro as payment. And so...
20メートルぐらい離れてて、準備に手間取るけど、その卵の表面が茹で上がるまでには終わらせるから。
It went without saying that this was the only path.
待ってくれ。俺を逃がすって言うけど、それに意味はあるのか。
ないけど、外に出られたところでアイスから逃げ切れるとは思えないし。けど、
Yep, you're stubborn as fuck.
最後の意地よ。守るって言ったんだから、できるところまでやらないと。
Surprised by her seemingly moral stance, Sojiro saw Aoko in a new light. But of course, Sojiro realized that she was not fighting for his sake, but for the sake of her pride.
そうだったな。けど、それなら俺だけ逃がすのはらしくないぞ。
何よ。いいから離れてて。
For some reason, Aoko took a step away from him. She was recalling how, an hour ago, he had gotten the better of her.
青崎、まだ意地を張れるんなら他のことをやろう。 このお化けみたいな鉄柵を壊せるなら他に壊すべきものがあるはずだ。
ないわよ。悪いけど私は目に見えるものしか壊せないの。最後まで形のない希望にすがるとか考えるのも寒気がする。いい？今はフラットスナークなんかよりこの壁を壊してあんたを足抜けさせるのが私の現実。私に負える最大限の責任って。
逃げるのか？
Ooh. Aoko was just about to turn her back on him when Sojiro clutched her hand. His words caused something inside of her to boil with rage. It was as though someone had set her heart on fire. The surprise that pricked open her true feelings and the disappointment she felt towards herself thawed her frozen limbs.
誰が逃げるのはそっちで逃がしてあげるのはこっちだって言うのよ。甘く見ないで。いざとなったら遊園地ごと爆破してみせるわ。
そうか。ならここで俺を逃がすのは無駄だな。その気迫は本命のために取っておこう。それまでは俺も手伝うから。
は？手伝う？それこそ無駄な気遣いよ。あったまきた。いいから逃げろバカ。だいたい走り詰めで息も絶え絶えなやつなんか使えないわよ。
そりゃいい加減ヘトヘトだけど、そういう青崎なんか疲れ以上に傷の方が傷んでるだろ。
Not to mention the injury to her back that Aoko had nearly forgotten about. Even now, she couldn't ignore the pain that automaton had inflicted on her spine. With iron will, she managed to push it out of her mind, mostly.
ほら、魔術とか抜きにすれば、まだ俺の方がマシじゃないか。入り口までおぶっていくことぐらいなら、なんとか。
できないことは口にしないで。もういいから言って。
Of course I'm still here.
私は。でもあなたは違う。
I go until it's done. Or in this case, I want it to be done. Because rather than prolong it into another stream, because I don't have time for that in the next days. The fact that they were a team, the fact that she would still have to kill him after all of this. None of the irony was lost on her as she said these words, because none of it mattered anymore. Still, Sojiro didn't let go of her hand. He gripped it even harder. His expression was the same as ever. Aoko frowned, trying to figure out if he was upset with her.
確かに、こういうのは初めてだ。けど、山じゃ危険な目ぐらい合ってる。鹿に襲われたことだってあるんだぞ、俺は。
As a city girl, she had no idea what it meant to be attacked by a deer, but his determination was apparent enough. True, looking back on it now, he had maintained his composure through it all. A normal person would barely be able to talk through such panic. Perhaps growing up deep in the mountains, far from civilization, had taught him how to stay calm in the face of so much.
だから信じてくれ。
Oh yeah, that robot's dead. That was a while back. He spoke his plain, unadulterated feelings, and released his hand. There was no lie in him. In fact, he was too honest, so much so that she found it hard to believe him. Sojiro had no reason to go that far. As it stood, Aoko had no future. After confessing this and telling him to escape, why did this boy still offer to help a person like her?
わからない。どうしてそこまでするの？私に付き合えばあなたは死ぬのよ。これが最後だからちゃんと考えてよね。あなたはここで逃げるべきよ。
それはわかるよ。でも行かない。
Sojiro answered immediately, realizing that Aoko was looking for his reason. This level of insight in Sojiro demanded a round of applause.
そうすると、青崎が死んでしまいそうだ。
His words were as irrational as always.
だからどうしてそこまでするの
'Cause
よ。
you're hot. She was yelling out of frustration. After thinking for a moment, Sojiro replied.
そりゃ、君が好きだからだろ。
That face. Simple and to the point. His face seemed to ask why she would even question him so. There was a pause, no more than 2 seconds. His surprise attack had stopped Aoko in her tracks. Alice was not the only one who had an ace up her sleeve. That line reached deeper even than Flat Snark could ever hope to. All Aoko could respond with was an expression of pure shock. It was a simple, stubborn reason, the strongest kind on Earth. You've got to believe In the power of love, you've got to believe. In the power of love. Sojiro Shizuki was indeed incomprehensible, to be able to work unconditionally with someone who was trying to kill him, but she felt as though she'd finally grasped a sliver of his true nature. Tobimaru and the others' assessment of him was correct, as vexing as it was for her to admit.
バカね。私はあなたのこと。
Aren't you sure are a dip? Like a dipshit? Are you calling him a dipshit? I've never heard of someone as a dip by itself. It gives meaning to each moment. It's what our hearts are all made of. You've got to believe in the power of love. Their clash of wills ended here. Aoko's blood ran hot from her blazing heart. If he was going to make a face like that, all she could do was try to think of a way to get them both home.
私だって逃げっぱなしは性に合わないし、いいわよ。最後まで粘ってみる。それにしずきくんが付き合ってくれるなら、何かの役には立つでしょ。
Though her tone had lightened, there was still hesitation in her eyes. It was only natural. Aoko had not even a clue as to how to begin to fight the Snark. If only she had been just a bit more skilled, or had just trained just a little bit more, there might have been some way to look for it.
我ながら情けない。せめて正体を暴く手がかりでもあればいいんだけど。
Without realizing, she let her apprehension show. Whining was pointless. She would just have to figure it out by herself, but...
なんだ正体さえ分かればいいのか
Aoko gave him a look, as if to ask what that was supposed to mean.
いやだからおかしなものはどれかってことだろ
Sojiro also made a face that suggested she should have brought it up sooner.
わかるのあんた。
多分いや結構前から気になっていたんだけど
Sojiro whispered in her ear quietly, so as to not be overheard. It was certainly unexpected. Then again, equally obvious. After he explained the mistake, she knew right away that he was correct. At least she had an inkling of Flat Snark's original form, namely... They strategized for 10 minutes. After deliberation regarding the Snark's true form and figuring a plan of attack, the two exchanged nods in acceptance of their roles.
それじゃあ、ここからは別行動ね。でも、ミラーハウスの時みたいなのは勘弁してよ。この作戦の肝はあなたなんだから。
Though she jabbed him for his previous failure as a decoy, her voice was bright. Aoko's original vigor had returned, at Sojiro's discovery of the truth. Meanwhile, Sojiro was also getting serious in his own way. He took Aoko's warning to heart.
ならいいけど、いい？さっきと立場は反対よ。失敗したら死ぬのは私じゃなくてそっち。もうフォローに回れないから、できるだけ慎重にね。
分かってる今更ながらやっぱりさっき逃がしてもらえばよかったと思うぐらい
Sojiro nodded, telling her to leave it to him. Though he made it sound like he was holding a grudge, it seemed to him to be the only way of showing her his resolve. Aoko let out a sigh of defeat. Once more, she couldn't figure him out.
ほんと、大バカなんだか大物なんだか。でも任せた。期待してるわ、しずきくん。
She had wanted to say that she believed in him, but apparently that was too embarrassing for her. Aoko turned away from Sojiro and began to run. She had begun to think that maybe this change of pace was not so bad after all. And so ended the intermission. The young cast were handed their new lines. But what of the climax? At long last, this night of witches had entered its climax. She was filled with foreboding at the Robin's report. Apparently, they had gone in opposite directions. The park's residents had set off after the boy witness, and it would take them mere minutes to capture him, so the bird said.
どういうこと？追いかけているのは本当に彼？青子が変装しているのではなく。
The robin flapped its wings, chirping away any doubt. If it had seen them with its own two eyes, Aoko was heading for the plaza, and the cocky brat was making a run for the roller coaster.
青子が彼を見捨てたです。そんな簡単なことならいいけど。ダンプティは彼に張り付いているの？
The robin nodded enthusiastically. It didn't know about the other birds, but with its superior night vision, it had seen that sucker clearly because he had moved to a high point.
ダンプティはなんて？最後まで歌わせろ。こんな褒め殺したい間抜けはまたとない。ですって。
Scratch Dumpty was a ticking time bomb that would drop and detonate the moment its target averted its gaze. That is, as long as his target continued to observe him. In a way, he was a gentlemanly ploy kickshaw, though Alice wished he would forgo his niceties when in battle.
そうね。視線を切らないだけでは、ダンプティからは逃げられない。表面の詩が完成すれば扉が開く。彼がどこまで逃げようと、あと少しでダンプティがしまってくれるわ。
Until the park, or rather the Snark, was destroyed, Sojiro would not be able to escape, which meant that the larger concern was Aoko. Aoko had promised to protect the boy, which begged the question, "Why are you running?"
ここにいる限り、青子の動向はつかめない。
Alice looked out over the park, ignoring the robin's attempt to get her attention with its plumage. Flat Snark had nearly reached its full size. It was a different breed of beast compared to the other cheap ploys. To her, it was one of her three most irreplaceable and precious familiars.
そうね。任せたわ、スナーク。
Ugh. Alright, sorry, I have to look at this. What the hell?
あなたも手は抜かないで。
Alice remained where she was, with the same historical merit as the troll under the bridge and the poison-clawed reptile. Flat Snark was one of Alice's ultimate ploys. She was placing her trust in its reputation and ability. Snark, snark!
でも忘れないで。これはゲームよ。勝敗がついたのなら、私のところに帰ってきて。
The drifting fog ignored its master's words. It was the one thing that Alice had misread. Flat Snark was a king, even among the other ploys, or terrible vulgar antics. Oh, of terrible vulgar antics. Death to the defeated, gruesome tragedy to the vanquished. It found no pleasure unless it brought about a total ruination of life and wealth. The fog billowed like wicked laughter. After all, only a king had the right to decide the fate of the vanquished, and the Snark's greed could not be contained. Thus, it hadn't even the slightest intent to play fair, despite its master's orders. Now this would be a crazy thing to do, honestly. Over 100 feet high, one careful step at a time, the figure made its way gingerly up the track, stretching into the heart of the amusement park. He stayed his beating chest and the pounding of his breath. Even tiny movements were an obstacle to his progress. Amazingly, the one making this pale-faced advance higher and higher was Sojiro Shizuki. Far below, he saw a horde of bread creatures had congregated by the roller coaster platform. As they bustled this way and that, their numbers continued to increase by the minute, seemingly cheering on Sojiro with raised arms as he made his ascent. One jeered him, more like, beckoning him to come down. The bread won't follow me here, but what about the dragon? Of course, Sojiro neither did... What? Another typo. Of course, neither did Sojiro, but his current state was the lesser of two evils. The only thing that followed him now was the floating egg. After heaving a huge sigh, Sojiro bent forward a bit and climbed the track that reached up to the heavens. 150 feet now. If this were a skyscraper, he would be on the 16th floor. A strong gust of wind whipped through his hair. Humans had an instinctual fear of heights. In particular, a place like this, which called forth visions of falling to one's death, would cause a person's knees to tremble against their will. It was an instinct that forewarned death, urging its master to return to the safety of the ground. It was a reasonable reaction. Climbing the roller coaster tracks went beyond any funny stories and into the realm of fantasy. The strong winds change in air pressure were a hindrance. His instincts screamed at him to stop, causing his limbs to go numb, his muscles to go limp, and his mind to race. Even if he had been tied to a lifeline, a mere 15 feet of climbing would still have caused his thoughts to freeze out of sheer terror. And it would only get worse from here, exponentially so. Every foot forward increased the load on both his mind and his body by another degree. The burden on his mind notwithstanding, he carefully measured the toll on his body with every step. His legs, which had carried him running this far, threatened to buckle the moment he let down his guard. This fatigue was likely why Aoko had stressed that Sojiro's role was more dangerous than hers. If you weren't tired. Sojiro laughed as he stared at the floating egg. He reflected on the course of events that led to this absurd situation. Not even 10 minutes ago, they had been engaged in conversation. Sojiro felt a shudder travel down his spine at Aoko's smug grin. In hindsight, Aoko had been more than happy at this point to make him do something absurd. Sojiro had spoken up, figuring what he was about to say was silly, especially considering Aoko had the magecraft to tear clean through the fence. Furthermore, up until now, he had not once offered his insight as to the true form of the flat Snark, only due to his belief that there was nothing they could have done about it even if they were the wiser. But that had changed. For Aoko, the impossible was quite literally within her grasp. Despair filled Sojiro's eyes. Aoko lifted a hand to her long hair and, with the magical energy in her fingertip, cut a clean tuft from her head. But based on where Aoko pointed her gaze, she did not really mean to leave it up to Sojiro to pick the highest place he could find. Aoko was staring conspicuously at one of the amusement park's two main attractions, the roller coaster. Hey memester, what's up? So in other words, you're saying we split up. Wait, whoops, he's already taking it. What's up?
そういうこと。ほら、あのうねうね動き出してるコースターのレールとかよくない？
There were two demons in this park. Her smile made even Sojiro want to respond that it was far from perfect.
疑いたくはないんだが、本当はあの子とグルで俺を遠回しに殺そうとしてるんじゃないか。
あら、私に殺されるのならいいんでしょ？
人の出現を悪用するのは良くないと。
Hello, Peanut Jr. Sojiro hung his head. This was not sane. If he did as she said, he would die from exhaustion before Kitzy even had a chance to eat him.
私だって鬼じゃないわ。ほら、こっち向いて。おまじないかけてあげる。
It was the lightest of touches, close enough for their breath and skin to come into contact. Did you see that Genshin Impact Bandai Namco game? Oh, no, are you talking about that? Well, it's like Genshin Impact. It's not affiliated with Genshin Impact, correct? Blue something that people are saying? Blue Protocol? For one of them, this is a rather mundane magecraft. For the other, it was a head-spinning sneak attack of intimacy. And why would that be bending the knee? Tell me more.
軽く弱くうまく早くチクタクチクタク急げや急げ
Words that cannot be produced by a normal larynx carried a particular weight to them, reverberated against these eardrums. If words were given colors, these would have been the color of her name, blue. Sojiro's exhausted body and burning blood gently cooled.
飛ぶ泳ぐ駆け抜けるチクタクチクタク汽笛を鳴らせ星はいつでも北の空どこまでも
I wouldn't call it woke until I find out that it's like really against being attractive, but it looked okay to me, honestly. I'll have to look into it more. In reality, it took but a few seconds. But the sudden contact had felt a little longer until it ended.
よし暗示成功成功したはずここまで手応えがあったの初めてだしアリスの小言もたまには役に立つじゃない
A very merry Aoko stood aside a very confused Sojiro. After he asked what the heck had occurred, she responded,
簡単な暗示よ一時的に恐怖心を消しておいたから高いところに登っても平気なはずあの手の作業で一番足を引っ張るのは同様でしょ
If you don't... Oh,
恐
whoops.
怖も何も感じなければ
She's
地
still
上
talking.
何メートルだろうと平均台とそう変わらないってわけ
He seemed to get it. It actually all sounded like Greek to Sojiro, but he accepted it as an explanation of her strange actions. He'd arrived at the summit of the track. At a height of nearly 200 feet, Sojiro had a bird's eye view of the entire amusement park. He was able to spot Aoko's figure right away. In the plaza, not so far from here, he seemed to be occupied with something conspicuous. Her surroundings lay still. The bread men were still busy trying to figure out how to reach Sojiro by trial and error from the roller coaster's entrance. They had over 300 feet of distance to cover. The strong winter gales quickly dried the sweat on his brow, but he was drenched underneath his shirt. This much sweat was worth at least a mile run, or half-mile run, not to mention all the scares he had experienced throughout the night. He felt a wave of relief, but not at the thought of Aoko destroying the Snark in this nightmarish park. He was simply happy that he could repay a bit of his debt from the House of Mirrors. Oh, there we go. A blue bullet rose from the plaza where Aoko was located. Sojiro stood up on the tracks, pulled out the pouch that he had stowed in his pocket, and tossed it forward. Without any regard for his questionable footing, he gave it a mighty overarm pitch. The small pouch drew a parabolic curve in Aoko's direction, quickly becoming untied in midair. Inside the bag was the lock of her hair and a small stone weight.
高いところから風に乗せてくれればあとは何とかするから
Aoko had said, but it was Sojiro's effort that had set the plan in motion. The tuft of hair remained airborne, drifting as if watching over its owner. Sojiro's job was done. He remained concerned about the egg hovering over him, but there was nothing he could do about it. God, there's a lot of typos in this thing. Sojiro breathed a sigh of relief and leaned forward to watch the rest of the plan unfold. But then, In the corner of his eye, he thought he spotted something familiar approaching Aoko. This is where they really go all out with the CG, by the way.
予備に酸素魔力提供体現に固定循環よし射角よし術式安定大まかよし
A pattern began to carve itself into the brick street. The casting of an unprecedented incantation with unprecedented range. Keeping the rising tension contained within her chest, the fledgling mage snapped her fingers.
決めたツアープランスターマイン
She kneeled at the center of the formula and raised her head to the night sky. Not even a glimpse of the transmogrifted fantasy land around her entered her vision now. Only one thing, one untouchable thing, was reflected in her blue eyes.
実はずっと気になっていたことが
This is how their conversation started a few minutes prior. Sojiro began with a simple statement of fact. In truth, it really was the simplest of discrepancies. Between the reality of an hour ago and the illusion of the present, a difference both infinitesimal and infinite at the same time.
雲があったから勘違いしたんだろうけど
It was something hiding in plain sight. Something both seemingly impossible in reality and unusual given its location. In this amusement park where every paradigm had shifted, something was brazenly flaunting its normalcy.
今夜は新月なんだ青崎
We could see the moon, but we shouldn't see the moon.
思えば初めっからその形だったものねあんたは
The distance from the Earth to the moon was 238,900 miles. If it truly was identical to the actual moon, then this monster indeed lived up to its eerie reputation. A distance that far would have meant that it had no need to hide its form. It could flaunt its true form in front of all. But due to the very fact that it was hiding its true form, it meant it must have been within reach. That monster's camouflage implied that it sat within the reach of human hands.
こっちの最大射程はよくて600ってところだけど
At this point, it was time to give it all she had. Drawing on the energy surging through the park, she extended her firing arm. A blue firework launched into the air. Looking up at her hair dancing in the wind above, Aoko reached out her hand as if to catch the night sky. A mage's own body made for the perfect catalyst. And for a female mage, the hair she had grown out over many years made for a particularly valuable and powerful source of fuel. To use it, all she had to do was apply her will. She locked fingers on both her hands together and shouted. She locked the fingers on both her hands together and shouted.
酸素展開全術式連結起動
Noise! It's like a booster. She hurled forth a clean challenge to bind the moon to herself. The mist began to whirl about in a vortex. The monster high above bore its fangs at the side of the blue spell that appeared in midair.
見抜かれたです
By the time Alice had noticed the change, the hostility between Aoko and the Snark was palpable.
そうなら青子の勝ちよすぐに戻りなさい確かに雨雲を消したのはヒントの上げすぎだけどそれぐらいは多めに見てスナッ
The
ク
fog continued to thicken with no sign of abating. The moon that floated in the night sky could not pardon such an insolent mage. As if the Lord of the Night would bow down to such impudence, there was no staying its wrath at a challenge so flagrant.
スナーク
The robin swooped in to give its report, but Alice waved it away. Her gaze was fixed on the transforming golden moon. Her calls of restraint did not reach it. This fairy tale monster was beholden to nobody, and would have no qualms unleashing its vast might upon its puny prey. The core of her magic bullet howled. The magic circuits with her body spun. Aoko fed them magical energy, scorching her nerves with imaginary flame. She was linked to the formula inscribed on the ground. The spell was read and executed, the same as it always was, but its output was beyond reckoning. With this much power, even this mundane process would invite injury upon its caster. It was enough to burn up the nerves that were acting as the barrel. The imaginary heat had reached a terrifying temperature. Aoko trembled at the endless feeling, but would have to grin and bear it lest their efforts come to naught. Aoko could no longer move. When she had learned the Snark's true form from Sojiro, she gave up on any superiority a movable turret offered, instead opting to become a stationary cannon. That was the only way she could reach it. It was impossible to hunt the Snark unless she anchored her crest at this location and angle. At the same time, this action revealed that she was out of options. Once the fuse was lit, she would have no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Aoko took a deep breath. This was the way she wanted it. Her preparations were complete. She would be able to deliver this maelstrom of magical energy directly to the moon, like a rocket payload. The third layer, floating in midair, served as the cannon's muzzle and sight. It would fire the magical energy once it reached criticality, and it allowed Aoko to adjust the angle of fire. The moon became warped within her scope. As Aoko charged her magical energy, the ploy displayed its golden form as if to mock her. Come, worship the heavens, powerless scion of an innocent bloodline. For there it was, a point among the otherworldly sky, a mystical visage, obfuscated by jade mists and azure clouds. Thought the greatest treasure known to the world of magecraft, a rarity more valuable than an entire kingdom. Crown Phantasm. Set apart from the very beginning, the world's greatest fabrication. Her instincts screamed at her to delay no further. This fairy tale monster was the greatest of its kind, and its true form was about to be exposed. Its open hostility indicated that it was making preparations for a counterattack. She had to shoot it down first. Magical energy was at 80%. The formula was operating normally. All that was left was to pull the trigger, but... The calm voice inside her head asked if that was really okay. She had one shot at this, and there was no going back. It was a battle of precision, with no room for miscalculations. Even a tenth of a second of hesitation would tip the scales. Was she ready for the pain? Was she ready to deal with the fallout if she missed? Could she really even take down the moon with such a tiny bullet in the first place? Her eyes, fixed upon the moon, were filled with determination and awareness that the moment she fired, the intense recoil would overwhelm her entire body. She shouted. With every ounce of spirit she possessed, she fired her ultra-long-range projectile into the sky. Shingu Hadouken! Noise. The third layer embraced the magic bullet fired from the surface of the earth. The crest, an extension of Aoko's self, unleashed light to pierce the moon. However, Eat rock, bitch. An enormous blue canopy pulverized the beam. It returned the ether, that 3,000-degree flame, to nothing as it came in contact with the bullet. The recoil of the Grand Magecraft literally boiled her blood. Her body couldn't handle it. Her heart stopped. Her brain went numb from the pain and impact. Her nerves putrefied from end to end, but her magic crest revived them all by force. Even though her vision had gone white, she could see it. Swallowing the blood in her mouth, Aoko looked up with a scowl. That fucking rock! There it was, an enormous shield of ice and sneering, deformed skull. There was no time to think or hesitate. The magical energy throughout the park began to gather. Aoko knelt across from the tyrannical face of the moon. Aoko intuited that the ice had yet to fully form. Snark still hadn't reached its full strength. You avenged Rebecca? Well, that's cool. Which is exactly why, by accelerating the spell, Aoko had damaged her own body. Aoko sat up and braced herself for the pain caused by the load placed on the formula after linking with the Snark. All she could do was endure it. All because Aoko had gotten a read on their relative strengths. Even if its volume of magical energy was identical, Snark's form, its mystic, was in a different league. Even if Aoko charged her energy to its absolute limit, she would barely make a dent in the ice wall. Meaning if the Snark gathered as much energy as it could, there was nothing she could do to prevent her annihilation. She loaded her next shot. She issued orders to the floating third layer. Ignoring the toll on her body, she began to accelerate the first layer formula. The role of her right hand's singular was to absorb and store the surrounding magical energy. The thick fog that drifted through the park was an ancient ether spewed out by Flat Snark's own body, but Aoko could pour into it her formula. Aoko's body, which had integrated with the formula, took on an amount of magical energy that far surpassed its maximum capacity. It seethed in agony, or rather, it trembled in delight. For a mage, magical energy was a propellant to reach the realm of mystics. The expansion of internal time, the liquefaction of the self, the release from the physical, what one might call a near-death experience. Aoko stood face to face with reality, on the boundary between it and such concepts. And that reality was here to break her will. To any bystander, the gap between them would be plain to see. The gun barrel named Aoko Aozaki. She had not a chance to chip away at that lump of ice.
Snark!
She accelerated the spell further. The skull grinned. That ice was no shield. It was something to be used to crush mages who do not know their place. The moon laughed as it prepared to crush not just Aoko, but the boy atop the roller coaster, as well as the park in its entirety. That's not what she said. She's like, how's that? Doshita, doshita! Her circuits were on the verge of going critical. Her body had been charged with a scourging power supply from her fingertips to her eyeballs. She would see to it that the bullet fired. That the Magecraft formula would be strengthened as quickly as her nerve's transmission speed would allow. A single attack was not enough. There was no way to shoot it from its flank, which meant there was only one solution. The third layer began to transform. It switched from direct to alternating current. The spell's supposed strong point was its ability to adjust its trajectory mid-flight, but right now, all she wanted was numbers.
セットオクタグラム全階層ぶん回せ
Blue sun shined down upon the amusement park. Beams of light at maximum output streaked forth to pierce the golden moon. Holding down the trigger, she continued to fire, taking in energy ad infinitum. I mean, am I getting this wrong? It's like she's using Flat Snark's energy to kill itself, basically, right? Which is pretty impressive. Blue flames shot forth at critical level, but the ice would neither melt nor mar. No amount of sheer heat could make a dent in something formed from such a colossal amount of magical energy. The toll on her circuits sent them berserk, and blood began to run free. The battle had become a tussle over the magical energy that filled the park. From the very beginning, this had been the Snark's home turf. The Snark had control over at least 80% of the space, while Aoko had 20 at best. The castle of ice descended as if to call the match. All she could do was delay the inevitable. She knew that she had been backed into a wall, and right now, the only thing she could do was to keep firing. Then again, perhaps not. There was another option. If she converted all of her magical energy into a defense, there was a tiny chance, no, not tiny, a great possibility, in fact, that she could save just her. Clinging to that broken hope, Aoko continued to rotate her circuits. Time seemed to stop at the magical energy overdose. A second of intense pain lasted an eternity. Then, amidst everything... Ore? Something approached one step at a time. Something from among the park's shadows. Something... Ah, it's your red buddy, huh? She felt goosebumps from head to toe. The issue was no longer the ice overhead. In the midst of the stillness, the Red Death drew closer. Step by ominous step. Leave me alone, red bitch! Her circuits in her mind began to rupture out of terror. The composition of her formula and soul began to rip apart. There it was, just behind her. Its footsteps came to a halt. It reached around and cupped her face in its blood-stained hands. Oh, are you friends with the Red Death now? Is he your buddy? I ain't your buddy, guy! She wanted to scream out with all her might. This is it. Nothing matters. I couldn't care less. Run or don't run, it doesn't matter. Quit hiding and reveal yourself. Use whatever you can and show no mercy. That was it. She had one final card to play. A miracle that would treat the ice like nothing more than a toy, gifted to her as a mere amusement. That was the Red Death had come to kill. That was what the Red Death had come to kill. Using it would spell ruin, and not using it would mean death by ice. But why would Aoko hesitate? There were no conditions limiting her. There would be no price to pay for employing it here. She simply would cease to be herself. That was all. Humans love to exist in areas of gray. Dozens of electrical impulses disconnected in the brain every minute. Nothing lasts forever, not even oneself. It was not anything particularly worthy of disdain. It was not even anything remarkably worthy of being called taboo. What escaped her lips now was rage, bewilderment from the red silhouette. The girl let out an inaudible scream. Could true magic be her savior? What an opportunistic load of bull. After all, to begin with. Indeed, Aoko was still in the dark when it came to that magic, whatever it was. Whoops. She woke from her momentary hallucination, the very illusion her breaking soul had shown her. Whining had the opposite effect on her. Her pride was now ablaze. Sojiro was right. Her opponent had her in check, but she had done the same to it. It was clear why she was losing, so now all she needed to do was counterplan. Was a counterplan, well within her abilities. No matter the odds, she was not one to give up without giving it one last shot. Her numbed fingers clenched into a tight fist. She was betting against the house, an unreasonable gamble that should have made her question her sanity. If her first step was off by an inch, her body would be instantly vaporized. But she knew a boy who never fled. She knew of a steadfast courage that could shine its light, no matter how small, through any desperate situation. Yes, there was more than just herself to be concerned about. If that ice fell, it would mean destruction of the park in its entirety. Everything he had achieved, everything he had risked in life and everything he had risked and dared and happily put his life on the line for, would all be for naught. Determination and confidence surged through her like electricity. She was in no mood to be crushed by a giant sheet of ice. If she was gonna lose, she'd rather do so as the grandest firework possible. Aoko was a sore loser. At this point, she would rather burn herself to cinders than let it decide her end. She grunted in pain. Energy raged throughout her body. Her circuits were on the verge of disintegration. Inscribed on her body, her magic crest was Magecraft given physical form. It did not, however, stop with simply skin and flesh. It burrowed to the very marrow of her bones. A playful smile graced her lips. The sense of reason had been turned upside down by the pain. This was only natural. She hated to praise her own body for holding out so long while pushed beyond its limits. Sorry. It's a lot to read, I'm sorry. The skull face noticed the abnormality. It finally recognized the challenge for dominance over this space. It laughed at the conceit it faced. Never did it expect a magician to challenge the great flat Snark, lord of vessels over a millennium, and in such an age of decline. She tried to catch her breath. She braced herself for the coming pain. She was going to smash that ice to pieces. Both had access to the same amount of magical energy. One of them was greatly outmatched, but It's nice that she can do that. The feedback would go beyond anything she experienced to date. Quite simply, her decision went beyond recklessness. She expanded both formulae to maximum size. The first layer would transform into a giant vortex, swallowing up the mist. The second layer would process it from one end and pump it into her, the barrel.
私の想定が甘かった。撃ち落とすなんて半端もいいとこ。この場合、跡形もなく打ち砕くった。
I mean, she's not using her true magic yet. She doesn't know how, but she's certainly pushing herself to the absolute limit. The primeval magical energy responded in concert with her conviction. It formed the pattern of a writhing serpent. Voiceless magical power flying the banner of revolution. She beckoned the great power of old to feast its eyes upon the land. For it was the first of the trailblazers. The representative of mankind that knew no fear, and would rend all manner of mythic and mystic to naught.
貸し借りはここまでよ。嘘つきブーチャム。お望み通り、どしをつけて返してあげる。
For the newest magician commanded the principles of wait, what? For the newest magician commanded the principles of consumption and extinction. No, she is using true magic to an extent, or at least part of it. But we don't know its full true form yet. An aberrant bullet of light melted through the castle of ice. Her barrel was tempered. Her control of magical energy was divine. Her veins, totaling 62,000 miles in length, or 2.5 times the circumference of the equator, accepted the flow of magical energy with avarice. And the subsequent magical bullet swiftly flew straight into the moon! No! No, no, no! Death rose to the surface of the moon. A cry of terror, of indignation, echoed throughout the abandoned park. Reality was burned into the eyes of this creature of fantasy. As Aoko looked upon its vague attempt to struggle, she knew she had tasted victory. Victory despite her absolute reckless use of magical energy. The energy scales had been tipped on their breaking point, but nevertheless in her favor.
ツアープラン。ブラックライト、ターボ。一気にぶち抜け。
Shatter, 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 shatter. The skyscraper shattered into atomized dust. The island, its unattainability extolled, had swallowed whole the despair of its many challengers. And that which remained of this once proud thing that boasted of its untouched knowledge? A new asshole.
Oh! Oh! You shot me in the eye! Ah!
Azure mist bemoaned its demise. The ice canopy in the sky crumbled. The Snark hunting bullet jumped over the moon! Its throes of death sounded like the roaring sea, reverberating across this fairy tale land. The battle was over. The thick fog dissipated, and the shattered ice melted away before it hit the ground. A lethal bullet had toppled the Night King along with his throne, affording him no time to grieve his loss. The oil of the moon, the untouched, flat Snark. The dreamscape that had begun with its resurrection ended with its demise, drawing a close to this nightmare. Yeah, I know, this is supposed to be like a residential area around it. I guess everybody, like... Well, no, I think we're all caught within the bounded field that Flat Snark is creating, so no one can hear what's outside of it. That's the real answer, I'm pretty sure. Flat on her back, Aoko looked up at the night sky. She lay there perfectly still, not able to move a single finger. When she tried, her whole body screamed out in agony. She was completely empty of magical energy, and her magic crest had come to a halt. She estimated that it would likely require a whole day to recover all of her bodily functions. Sadly, all she could really do in that moment was take a breath. At least her chest was swelling with pride. She had gone toe-to-toe with a fairy tale monster and had emerged victorious. The battlefield conditions had favored her. It was true, but there was no denying that Aoko had come a long way in the last 6 months. And then some. Jesus.
それはそれとしてアリスには謝っとかないと。プロイって壊したらそれっきりだものね。
Once a ploy's been broken, it's gone forever. Flat Snark would never again return to this world. Ha! It was an insanely rare item, so invaluable that it would have been impossible to price it for auction at the Association in London. Aoko had sent Alice's priceless treasure of the Magecraft world to oblivion. She's the one who used it, man. Needless to say, things had gotten more than a little out of hand. They had both agreed to the fight, so Alice probably would not complain. Even if she was furious, she would never be so undignified as to show it. Uh-oh. The second Aoko relaxed, her fatigue finally caught up with her. She did everything in her power to fight off the overwhelming drowsiness. Aside from a few minor internal injuries, her body was miraculously unscathed, so much so that she felt she could probably stand up and dust herself off a bit after a bit of rest. The golden moon continued to burn in the night sky.
正体は油だものね。そりゃいつまでも燃え。
Aoko's bleary eyes went wide in astonishment. She was still unable to lift a finger. Oh right, the baker who found the Snark disappeared along with it. Oh? She sighed in resignation. Aoko accepted that her final stand left her with only 10 seconds before she burned to ash, too. Oh shit! Elsewhere, just a short moment prior. Was that buffeted or buffeted? I think it's by strong winds atop the roller coaster. Sojiro gravely peered down at the ground. All I could muster was a single murmur. He could see Aoko on top of some drawing on the ground and... In the distance, there was something familiar in the direction of the ruined House of Mirrors. Sojiro's job, to throw Aoko's hair from great height, was complete. While not the most impressive of tasks, it was absolutely a matter of life or death. And to top it all off, just thinking about how he was going to get back down to the ground was making him dizzy. He had experienced more than enough trouble for one day. Oh! Then the egg's like, it's time! He was flustered as he stood atop the swaying bridge. A skull suddenly appeared in the sky above. On the ground, he could see a circling blue light with Aoko Aozaki in the middle of it. And one more thing. Isn't this just insane? Like, they showed it from a second angle just to, like, brag. You know, they had to re-CG the whole thing just for a new angle. And one more thing. A shadow was approaching Aoko that only someone from this vantage point could see. Oh, that fucking doll is still not dead. Holy shit. Well, yeah, you would expect. Horror villains don't die. Unless you see it die, it ain't dead. That's the rule of horror. And a lot of rule of cinema in general, too. A shadow missing the lower half of its body. The upper half of its body was slowly clawing its way to Aoko. They were still over 600 feet apart. Unfortunately for Aoko, she completely failed to notice it approaching from behind. He was sure of what it was now. There was only one thing in the park that would chase Aoko and not him. The puppet. Yeah, right. I thought it died. I forgot. His mind ran in circles. It was perfectly reasonable. It was a perfectly reasonable reaction. Any grip on reality he might have had was long lost when Aoko started firing beams of light at the monstrous moon. Round 2! Fight-o! Aoko's merciless fire buffeted the roller coaster like a storm. Just standing on it was almost enough for him to be thrown off and killed. Oh, it turned into a spider configuration. And then it got crushed by the building, so there's only part of it left. At any rate, Sojiro couldn't fathom the situation. Shouldn't he head back to the entrance of the roller coaster and warn about the incoming threat? I like how you're telling me that it's weird for the doll to, like, talk because it's magic and can do whatever magic shit does, but now you're surprised that it has 2 extra arms, as if that's any different. It's just a double standard. No, there was only one way he would make it in time, and to make matters worse, there was a hoard of bread down there waiting for him. And it may very well have been the case that Aoko was already aware of the puppet, and would take it out as soon as it got closer. If she was, Sojiro was sure he would only be in the way. But it did not seem like there was anything he could do to help, and beyond that, Aoko was not the only one in danger. He was in quite the predicament himself. You can't go home again. The road home was never as safe as one thought. It was as true here as it had been in the mountains. The path he was on was no exception. As risky as the ascent had been, it was even more dangerous to go back down. Worrying about others, I don't know, it used extra legs to move more quickly. His shaking legs reminded him that only 200 feet separated him from death. Does this take place as Tsukihime? It could very well be parallel to Tsukihime. We don't see any dead apostles or anything in this story, which means it could also be just as easily aligned with fate. But it makes sense to think of Tsukihime because this is indeed Aoko Aozaki who goes on to, you know, the idea is that this kind of stuff happens to some degree in different variations on all the different timelines. I would say don't think too hard about it, but yes, it's compatible with Tsukihime. Tell that to a spider, bro. I'll be fine, I know that, just... His head was pounding. This was reckless and stupid. Having been raised in the mountains, he was more sensitive to danger than anyone raised in the city. And just thinking about what he was about to do made his throat seize up. There was only one thing he could say for sure. Run! With a sobbing shout, Sojiro started making his way down the 200-foot frame of the roller coaster. Jesus. That must be a rush. His race toward death accelerated. He never meant to speed up, but the downward slope propelled him forward.
Ah!
If you had a millipede or a centipede our size, it could probably go fucking fast. It was too late for regrets. Not that he was running. Now that he was running, he had no choice but to go even faster. And time was not on his side. He never would have made it in time if he had taken the long way down. Never mind the bread crowning the exit of the roller coaster. Crowding. With the exits blocked, the outcome would be the same whether he went slowly or quickly. There was no reason to rush his death as desperately as he did. So what if it was futile? Sojiro cleared the doubts from his mind. He turned his attention to what he could do. Keep his footing, and try to arrive at the bottom as quickly as he could. He had no idea what impulses were driving his stiff limbs. He just focused on the moment, pushing past the fear and cold logic. We used to have a centipede that big. Like, prehistorically, yes. At his core, he was the kind of person to deal with problems head on. There'd be no time to think about consequences later. But hesitation was not his only obstacle. The worst possible hindrance appeared at a time when not focusing on the track would mean certain death.
Hey, you forgot about me!
Sojiro sensed something wrong with the egg he had been so studiously observing out of one eye. Something had changed. At the very moment he realized it,
よそ見してる場合じゃない。
Sojiro stumbled, then instinctively caught himself. It was a miracle he had not fallen. Descending a roller coaster on foot was an act of suicide. The egg stayed right by his side, so close it was likely it would collide with him. Though he was trying as hard as he could not to look at it, he could not help but feel unease that the door-like decoration in its center was gradually opening.
ああ、もう畜生。なんだってこんな。
He cursed his rotten situation, and yet he refused to slow down. He ran even faster, glaring at the egg on his side.
本当、おかしい。こんな状況なのに、なんで。
It depends, Ezra, because with more... When you make it bigger, you have to deal with the extra mass, and whether or not those things can move to the same capacity that their smaller equivalent can. So, it's not a guarantee that it'll move slow, but oftentimes it will because of that issue with mass. Sojiro was baffled to find that he was smiling. Perhaps it had something to do with Aoko's charm. Sojiro could not tell one way or the other. He could still feel Aoko's fingers on his skin. The trust and expectation she had placed in him was etched into his heart. But what spurred him on was something different entirely. I have not seen how fast a hippo can go, no, I haven't. I know they're dangerous as fuck, and aggressive as fuck, but yeah. This all stemmed from a much deeper problem. It was something inside him that he could not understand at the time, but would eventually come to terms with one day.
よし、距離は今なら2メートル。
Well, a rhino is known for charging. He carefully judged its distance as he ran down the track of death. The distance between what? That went without saying. If the distance between... Bleh. It was the distance between himself and the one thing that could save his life. Faster than Usain Bolt? Really now? He told himself he was going to do it, over and over, like a mantra. Sojiro could not believe himself. What he was about to do was incredibly stupid, but what is stupid when smart is not an option?
本当、なんでそこまでやるんだ。
Amidst it all, he laughed at how pointless such self-reflection was now. Temporary confusion, a psychological thrill ride, both had laid his soul bare. What really mattered? But a simple man gets by without deep thought? Sojiro's primitive mind did not crave success or reward. For him it was simple.
よし。
Yeah, it depends on the ratio, you know? Sometimes as you scale things up, it's not by a simple multiplier, it's exponential. It all depends on the intensity of that mass, yeah. He was doing it because he wanted to, not because he felt obliged to those around him. His desire to live his way was his and his own.
行こう。
If the egg had been equipped with a vocal function, it would have gasped in shock at what happened next. The boy, who had only tried to escape it until this point, suddenly shifted his weight. He pointed his feet outward instead of inward. On the edge of one rail, he crouched ever so slightly to maintain momentum, and gazed at the floating egg. You're mine, bitch! Whee! Mine? He soared through the night sky. It was a flight that lasted a mere 1.5 seconds. A cordless bungee jump from 100 feet above ground. His destination? The egg! The only thing that would stop his fall, the giant flying egg. I didn't realize it was that big. He shrieked, this time out of elation, as he desperately clung to the egg's surface. Just earlier, the cold-blooded witch had told him that without fear, the top of a building would feel no different than a balance beam. This from the same witch that would have been left speechless had she witnessed the spectacle. Fearlessness was one thing, recklessness was another. He followed it up with an act that would irritate her for days to come. Tanomozo tamomo. That's such a funny little wordplay in Japanese. To rely on someone is to, you know, tanomu. Tamamo is egg. Clinging to the egg, he shifted his gaze away from it. He felt the rapid descent. Sojiro, focusing his half-shut eyes on the ground, leaped off the egg once they were a few feet from the ground, and then turned back to it carefully to re-establish eye contact. Something so unbelievable. Though to Sojiro, the elevator at the department store and the mysterious floating egg were both just moving objects, virtually indistinguishable from one another. He landed near the plaza. The shortcut that almost cost him his life had paid off. Sojiro took off running the second his feet touched the ground. The puppet after Aoko was the only thing on his mind. He paid no mind to the moonlight in the sky. Or the egg, furious about being used, and seconds away from self-destructing and blasting fragments all over the place. Aoko's dumbfounded expression spurred Sojiro on. Oh! The curse was complete. The empty egg began to sing its warning to let them know there was no escape.
Whoa!
Ow! Shrapnel from the egg exploded through the air. The ode to Queen Alice that Alice had engraved into Dumpty quickly robbed him of his senses. He snapped back to the task at hand and ran to Aoko, still lying on the ground. His legs ran of their own accord, though he could not have ever stopped them anyway since he could no longer feel them.
Oh!
Just in the nick of time to crush that son bitch. Kill it! Kill it! The scrambled murder case. Piles of rubble became flowers of light blooming from the earth. Bro. The final curtain drew closed, and the defeated left the battleground. Had Alice Kuonji seen it up close, it would have left her beside herself. The two had escaped by a hair's breadth. The only person in a position to witness that rare mutual destruction was the girl who had been saved from it. The boy who had never stopped running paid it no mind. Well, I want to see it, is all I'm saying. I'm gonna go, like, Google a video of a crazy hippo running, or something like that. The safety of the girl in his arms meant infinitely more to him than the miraculous way in which he saved her. The moon did not wait for dawn to set. The ornamental texture of the fairy tale kingdom faded away. All of the illusions returned to the way they were before. From the ostentatious chords, reverberating through the streets, to the puppets welcoming their guests. Peace and quiet reigned once more, over a forgotten kingdom never to be awakened again. Out flickered the embers of a late-night dream, even the electric lamps that illuminated the park. Together, they watched it all disappear. Sojiro lay on the ground, desperately gasping for air like a fish out of water. The curse of the exploding egg had numbed his pain, and he was understandably exhausted after all he experienced. He looked like he could be blown away by the slightest of breezes. While Aoko was also exhausted, she was still in better shape. Focused on taking deep, even breaths, she was already working to recover her strength. She addressed Sojiro differently as her gaze remained on the amusement park. Indifferently, sorry. The abruptness of it was a bit theatrical in nature. She wanted to look at him as she spoke, but her pride was simply too great.
あなたなんかすごいことしなかった？
The moment she had accepted death had seemed like an eternity. She was beside herself in shock and awe at how at how indifferent she had been as the shards rained down from the moon. But a reassuring voice had snapped her back into reality. Why did he do it? What was he thinking? What moronic things did he have to do to pull it off? She had no answers for these stupid questions, lying on the ground as she was. All she knew is that he had more than made up for his failure in the House of Mirrors, and then some. In those fateful final moments, she addressed him, hoping to find answers, but found herself unable to probe any further. To dig any deeper would feel like defeat, which is why it was so unlike her to ask him in the first place. Lucky for her, Sojiro had neither the capacity nor sensitivity to understand how egocentric she was being.
すごいって、それは青崎の方だろ。
He stuttered between labored breaths. It was taking him so much effort just to breathe that he could not address her properly. She watched him out of the corner of her eye. Thinking back on it, the boy had performed the same role each time. Each and every time he did what he could in spite of his fecklessness. Fecklessness? Never heard of that. It was far more admirable than her nearly suicidal attacks, even if she did defeat her opponent. He did not even recognize how extraordinary his last act of courage was.
提案、あいつをやっつけるのに協力したら、俺のことは見逃してくれる？
At the very least, he had the courage to keep trying whatever he could. A spectator might have viewed him as a supporting actor. His actions were not exactly memorable. But the lead actress he supported did not see it that way.
まあね、認めたくないし、口になんてもっとしたくないけど。
Such inspired actions were wasted in a supporting role. This guy really pulled off the impossible. It was so amazing that she wanted to shout it out as loud as she possibly could for all the world to hear. I can't remember why the egg didn't really do anything to him, though. You'd expect it to, like, fucking kill him, because that's how they were talking, you know?
青崎？
ほんと、人畜無害のどうすぎると侮れないわ。
All Aoko could do was sigh. How could she not? Even she was forced to admit the way he'd snatched her away from the jaws of death was dashing.
ま、評価、甘めだけど。
Truth be told, he was a lunatic for doing what he did. She steadied her breathing and composed herself. She was in bad shape, and she had her pride as a mage to consider, which is why she needed to maintain an air of dignity when making a proclamation.
しずきくん、見逃すのは今日だけって話だったけど。
You better. You fucking better.
とりあえず、命は助けてあげるから。
She hastily extended her right hand. It was either to shake his or to help him up. However, Sojiro did not take her hand, but instead stood up on his own. This night, despite the sheer insanity that he had just experienced, his face had not once looked as incredulous as it did now.
何そのリアクションは？
She stammered, worried that she had deeply embarrassed herself. Sojiro's gaze was fixed upon Aoko. The problem had dawned on Aoko. Though she normally hated being stared at, this time she did not mind. Rather, she was enjoying the warmth of his eyes, and felt like it was something she could almost come to appreciate. He likes you. The conversation came rushing back. It was a memory better left forgotten.
いかん、それは違う。
Pushing Tobimaru's words out of her mind, Aoko turned to Sojiro.
それとこれは別だから。私はあんたのこととか、ほんとどうでもいいんだから。
Puzzled, Sojiro tilted his head.
さっき嫌いだって言われたけど
He responded matter-of-factly to her sudden declaration. She certainly had pointed that out, and to his face, no less. Nasu really likes writing characters that keep getting rejected by the girl they stubbornly love, and then they kind of just, like, give into it over time because they're being, like, mega tsundere. It's the same with Shiki, it's the same with Shiro, it's the same with him, it's ridiculous. It made a mere figure of speech that he was not meant to take literally. Or it had a mere figure of speech. It was a mere figure of speech. But now is not the time to belabor the point.
そうじゃなくて、あなたが私に惚れてても期待しないでって言ってるの。
Yet belabor she did anyway. Aoko blushed slightly, realizing how inane he was being. She was being. She wondered how she'd ended up in this position, and yet she knew that she had to get this off her chest. All that was left was to politely wait for his response. I can't date you. Such heartbreakingly painful words were too much for the simple boy to hear. His shoulders slumped as if the world was coming to an end, or so Aoko thought. On the contrary, Sojiro was sitting there in deep thought.
俺が青崎に惚れてるって
Sojiro murmured the words as if they were a magic spell. She shot right back with the affirmative. After a moment of deep contemplation, the boy turned to the expectant girl and said,
なんで
Whoops. He's not quite in love, it seems. He's just that dense. He had to be joking, but he was not. He was completely serious. So, he liked her, but he didn't like her. Of course, the vice president had jumped to conclusions. This boy had no interest in romance. He probably didn't even know what that was. I like her vibrating. She's so, like, I don't know, overwhelmed. She was incredibly embarrassed by how confused Sojiro still appeared to be. Her rosy complexion spread throughout her entire body.
もう一度聞くけど
What is love? Baby, don't kill me. Don't kill me no more. That's a little too appropriate for the scenario. Oh!
そりゃ、こっちが聞きたいわよ。
That's not fair.
飛び丸の大バカ野郎。
Aw, her fragile woman heart. She can't handle it, so she was gonna reject him. So that's her fault. It's like she wants to bask in the fact that he likes her, and then get upset that he doesn't, and then take it out on him. It's like, come on. It was time to seal the area off and destroy all evidence. Aoko's embarrassment devolved into sheer panic, and her grudge against Tobimaru suddenly manifested as criminal assault. She lashed out with a punch that could have taken down a bird mid-flight. More specifically, it was a brutal right hook. Aoko blinked. Her brow had connected with something solid, snapping her out of her reverie. Her temper had lashed out at the completely defenseless Sojiro. Falcon, punch! It had been a splendid blow with all her weight behind it, knocking him out cold. Oh, why did you do that, Aoko? Why? Why? Sojiro groaned, crumpling to the ground. Her punch finished the job that the curse had started. If not for the discomfort on his face, he appeared almost to be sleeping. Aoko convinced herself that he was napping, not concussed. Yeah, right. With you punching him? The tension in her shoulders eased away as she looked down at Sojiro. A ton had gotten in her way over the course of today, but the day was saved for now. With nobody left to butt heads, she felt exhaustion finally overtake her.
歩いて帰れるかな、私。
Her fatigue was enough to make her complain out loud. When she thought about it, she realized this was the first time she had used up all of her magical energy, and the first time she had participated in a battle of this scale without any prior preparation. Though, in truth,
私一人じゃどっちも相打ちだったっけ?
she felt somewhat proud as she whispered those words. Normally it was something that she would beat herself up over, but instead she simply shrugged her shoulders with a bitter smile. After all, it was thanks to the person sleeping by her side.
ね、聞こえてないわよね。
As if the night had swallowed her voice before it reached him, she received no response. Confident, she continued in an even quieter voice.
その、ありがとう。十分に助けてもらったわ。
Of course, there was no response from Sojiro, and she was not expecting one. Saying it for the record was enough. All of this happened because they were initially going to kill his ass because he witnessed their little mage deal. She tracked him down, tried to kill him in secret, and it turned into this crazy thing. As soon as Aoko decided, you know what, I'll let you live, then Alice came along, and she's like, nah, we're gonna kill him. And she's like, no, I want him to live, at least for tonight. And she's like, does that mean you want to fight? And she's like, yeah, bitch. And then it turned into this. That's what this all really was. And yes, that is very much like Nasu to write such crazy things that started from such a small thing. Oh yeah, it was the palm-sized glass bottle her roommate had given her, which she opened with a pop. But none of this matters. Leaving behind words colder than a winter chill at night, she called out his name. She barely sensed the bottle moving. As the silhouette of the fallen boy appeared to blur, she got the feeling that the weight of the bottle had increased slightly.
うわ、どうなってんだろうこれ。
What appeared to be a human form could clearly be seen inside the glass. Alice Kuonji's tools were mystics that confounded even the most knowledgeable of mages. As soon as Aoko tried to analyze them with logic or reason, she was already out of her depth. Knowing this all too well, Aoko closed the bottle and watched the boy disappear as if by some magic trick. The grand epic final battle of Tsukihime Remake, at least in CL's route, is essentially a big extension of a love triangle. Two girls that are pissed to give up the same guy and it turns to hell. Like, that's basically it. Like, no joke. And it was a battle at least as epic as this, if not more. Knowing this all too well, Aoko closed the bottle and watched the boy disappear, as if by some magic trick. She got a boy in the bottle.
こんなの手品じゃなくて魔法だって。
She muttered as she looked into the magical bottle. Its weight had not changed significantly, and she had no idea how it worked, but the one thing she did know was that there was a human being inside of it. Its light weight was almost unnerving, closer to an empty air than a human being. It was about as heavy as one would expect, as if they bottled a summer breeze. Tonight, that did not fit her image of Sojiro perfectly. Or that did fit her image of Sojiro perfectly. It's just like Alice said. She muttered for no one in particular as she recalled the past. This really isn't... Oh, whoops. I'm so quick I'm reading her lines. Aoko wore a bittersweet smile. Her usual moodiness was gone. It was a dangerous world out there. It was good to have someone to keep on her toes. To keep her on her toes. With a wry chuckle, she flicked the magical bottle with her finger and set off walking. Matthew, instead of trying to be a little Debbie Downer about all of this, go watch my Lore of Tsukihime remake videos, specifically the last part, and you'll see what I'm talking about. I don't have the time to explain it every time you're like, oh, that's lame, that sounds lame. That's kind of like all you're doing. Except people love this stuff, so try not to be a downer on everyone else's fun. She could hear a bell in the distance signaling the end of the play. An ephemeral dream gave way to reality. In the scrand gleam of things, it had been but an instant. All the actors exited stage left. The last of the lights silently flickered out. And so, the long-dead amusement park played its final role as a memory for a boy and a girl. Yowza wowza browser. Oh, they don't want us to show this. They don't want us to show this. Shit. Where's the thing? There we go. Ah. Okay, yeah, that is the end of what they let us play in Tsukihime Remake. It's kind of nifty they actually put up that barrier in the game. It would have been nice if Aniplex said, hey, anytime the game tells you don't, if we block it from the PlayStation streaming directly, then don't go any further. But, is it sarcastic, though? I think you mean it. I think you're trying to be mean. But anyway, yeah. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm glad I got to show you this. This was probably one of the more awesome parts of Mahou Tsukai no Yoru. I will make a lore video on this game, but I don't know if I'll ever be able to stream it to completion because of this stupid blockade. I don't know if it's just a matter of time before they're like, yeah, no worries about spoilers anymore. I know with things like Persona 5 and Catherine and all those other things were coming out, they put up an embargo, and then I guess just over time people said fuck it, and they were playing it anyway, and nobody seemed to care after however long. But yeah, there's plenty of awesome fights. There's more to come in this, which is why I highly recommend you guys purchase it for yourself if you liked what you saw. Definitely, because even if I make a lore of it, there's something you're not going to get just from watching me talk about it still. It'll be nice as a recap and as kind of a compilation, allowing me to, I don't know, condense the whole, like, hours and hours and hours of things into something good, but yeah. But yes, there's that. Also, yeah, do not forget that I am running a campaign for monthly memberships for the channel to keep it funded. If you guys have the ability, definitely consider clicking the join button to become a monthly member. You could go to Patreon or Subscribestar for the exact same prices and tiers. You get the base tier gets you all my lessons in Magecraft, as well as my living with my own gender bend comics. Going up higher to like early access obviously gives you a number of videos that haven't arrived yet. And as soon as we hit that threshold, which is, I think, depending, Game King renewed his thing for $50. And so if that's true, that means we're like $29 away in monthly memberships, if that is indeed the case. So I'll let you guys know in a community post for more of that info. But yeah, if you have the ability to do that, that would be helping this channel thrive, especially because this weird December, which is normally the height of my viewership, it's kind of having a spike down. It's really weird. But yeah, if you enjoy what you definitely like, share, subscribe, and join. Until next time, celebrate your fandom.